Prof. Sue Harrison also contributes to the executive function in a cross-cutting way. She has a long, varied track record in management and leadership in the academic arena, and she's built up a 30-year academic career. The management and leadership role started with her headship of the management and within the Department of Chemical Engineering at UCT some 20 years back, through serving as the Deputy Dean of the Postgraduate and Research Unit for 6 years. Prof. Harrison's research and teaching career extends over some 30 years. She was a founding member of 3 interdisciplinary research groupings at UCT, the Center for Bioprocess Engineering Research, the Minerals to Metals Initiative for Sustainable Development of Mineral Resources and Future Water, an interdisciplinary research institute, and has served as the director of these. She has been a long-time champion of interdisciplinary research capacity at UCT and continues very much in this role, as well as facilitating the role of soft-funded researchers and building fit-for-purpose research support systems. Her contribution to innovation and South Africa's regional innovation centers in biotechnology, serving on the Technology Innovation Agency and the implementation plans for South Africa's bioeconomy strategy. Further throughout her career, her work has been focused on developing a well-functioning relationship between academy and industry. Ladies and gentlemen, I just need to confirm that we have been able to now link up with Prof. Harrison, and Prof. Harrison has confirmed, in fact, that she can, yes, based on what I'm seeing in front of me. So, Prof, I have read your bio, and we've got a full house this morning, and I would like to formally now welcome you and hand over to you, Prof. Harrison. So if you may humbly please turn on your video, Prof. Thank you, Prof. We can see you. And I'm going to ask that you please just test then your AV so we can hear you this morning. We can't see. Prof, if you can hear me, technology is doing what it does best. It works when it shouldn't, i.e. Twitter. And then, of course, when it should, it just does what it does best. Prof, I'm hearing you on the laptop. We're just waiting to make sure the feed works throughout the entire venue. Thank you very much, Prof. We can see you. From an IT perspective, is Prof able to see what's happening in the room? Okay, Prof, are you able to see what's happening in the room? I think our camera is off, colleagues. Turn on the camera. Okay, I think Prof can see us now. Okay, and then Prof, if you could just say good morning. I just want to make sure you're audible. My mic is off. Okay, Prof, are we audible and are we visible?
You're audible. I can see that the camera's on. At the moment, I can't see too much. It's quite blurry.
Okay, I think they're sorting that out. Please open this. Okay, Prof, don't worry. I think we can start this morning's proceedings because I am aware that you're very busy this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Sue Harrison, as indicated, is the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Research at the University of Cape Town. And Prof. Sue Harrison will open up this morning's proceedings by delivering the keynote address, aptly themed Women in Higher Education, Factors Influencing the Career Trajectory of Women in Senior Management Positions within Higher Education. Prof, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today at the Women in Leadership Conference. I view it to be a great honor. I thought I'd start by introducing myself because on a topic like this, it's difficult to speak without bringing the person quite firmly into the room, and I'm going to bring several of us women leaders into the room today. So, as you've just been told, I'm Sue Harrison, Deputy Vice-Chancellor at the University of Cape Town for Research and Internationalization. My own career trajectory has been in science. I graduated from the University of Cape Town and went to work in industry for a number of years. And from there, I went on to do my PhD abroad and came back to join the University of Cape Town as a young lecturer, a very young lecturer. And I've worked in a whole range of different ways in the academic environment. From being, again, a very young head of department through to being a research chair, involved in the deanery, and now a deputy vice-chancellor. And I think that it's always useful to look at one's career trajectory when one's thinking about issues such as the career trajectory of women in senior management. South Africa is a diverse place, and looking at my own career trajectory alone would not be sufficient. And so in preparing for this talk, I've engaged with a number of colleagues. I've approached 8 women, 2 in research management, a professor, 4 up-and-coming academics who are going to be our high flyers, and an administrator to understand parts of their life's journey as well. So I'm going to draw on that, and I'm also going to draw on the work that I do within the university in nurturing and developing women leadership in the university. So I'm going to go back a bit to my own career trajectory. So let me say, I'm going to cover this talk first by thinking through lots of the principles that define how women progress along career trajectories, and where we do ourselves well, and where sometimes we could do with a little bit of nurturing. And then I'm going to go on and talk a little bit about the university itself and our work around the building of the careers of women at UCT currently. And so I thought that I would start by talking about my own career trajectory, which I've just summarized very briefly. And in thinking through this, I can note a couple of things about it. The first part of my career was driven very firmly by goal setting. And the second part of my career has been driven very firmly by working for the benefit of the whole. So I started out very much with a goal. My goal was usually about excelling. And many of the women I speak to, women who are in senior positions, have started out by just wanting to excel. Often, I think because of our past experiences, it's pushed us to know that if we want to be noticed, we need to excel. I didn't know what field I wanted to be in. My field is between biology and process engineering. I knew the difference I wanted to make, and I kept moving. And when I say my field was between biology and process engineering, at the time I studied, that wasn't accepted as a field. So I think that's another thing to note, is the ability to step out of the norm and just be able to push through. My early part of my career was very much guided by 5-year plans. I was forever developing 5-year plans. And these 5-year plans were always a slight stretch, something which was just out of what I believed I could achieve. And interestingly, mostly one does achieve it. And then the second part of my career, after having been head of department and working within the faculty, became much more around the benefit of the whole, around my work and training of students and the purpose of doing that, my work within the university and the health of the university. And I think one thing I want to say right at the beginning, before I talk through this in a bit more detail, is sticking to my values and bringing the full me to my job has been absolutely key. And I think that's something which we often need to remember. It's fine to do. Sticking to our values and bringing our full person to the job is key. And I can tell you that 30 years ago in the workplace, talking about one's home life was not acceptable for a woman, but it was about bringing the whole me to the workplace. So as I've said, I approached 8 women to help me give inputs here. I'm going to use quotes from them as I go through. I've taken the inputs they've given me, I've superimposed my thoughts, and what I've learned through the mentoring of many staff over my career. I want to thank each of these wonderful women for who've helped me form my views here and have contributed to how I live my life. So I'm going to start by speaking through a number of things which I think are critical around developing our careers as women. And the first I want to speak to is the move from following the obvious path, the path that all your colleagues might think you're going to follow, to intentionally choosing the path you want for your reasons. So we go to university or college, we study, we find a job, and it moves us forward. Our paycheck comes in and we begin to accumulate our material wealth. And at some point we have to ask the question, but is this the job? But is this the job? And what is the job or the career that really is going to benefit you as a person? My colleague expressed this, actually the exact same sentiment as I had around this. My colleague expressed it as saying, realizing that I'm the smartest here, I'm the smartest in my work environment, and so I have the responsibility and the opportunity to shape things rather than just contributing my little bit. This led her to actively pivot her career to contribute broadly through broadening her own impact by managing research and shaping its direction rather than doing aspects of it. And she continues to love it. That was her change. For others, the continuing doing the research will be the shaping of the direction. In my space, this was reflected by making the decision to study my PhD at the best university possible and to build an academic career in South Africa, where I could contribute both to the nascent industry in biotech, but also to the growth of people. At the time I made this decision, I had a very good job. I was about to get a very early promotion, a company car. I had to persuade my husband to move to the other side of the world with me, to give up his job and find a job there so that I could study and then reverse the whole thing 3 years later. It was the best decision of our lives. The point I'm really wanting to make there is that there's a point in one's career, it comes in the early years of one's career, where one needs to make an intentional choice of where you're going and not the easy choice of continuing on the safe path of that good salary check coming in and simply climbing the ladder. The second point I want to make is around welcoming opportunities. Opportunities come. Often they come when we're not looking for them. Often they come quite inconveniently. And we need to decide what we're going to do with each of them. Sometimes we take them and sometimes we don't. But I think many of us can point to a moment in our lives where opportunity arrived. Some we let drift by, and some we should let drift by, but others we welcome and they change our path. And we must choose which it is. What I think is really important is to place ourselves in environments where opportunity is provided to us. The third item I want to raise is being in an environment where there's a leadership there that is for you and a mentorship by a person or people that nurture you. So putting oneself into a work environment that builds you is important. This thread has run throughout the words of those I engaged with on this topic. A manager or a leader who looks out for opportunities for their staff is a huge asset. And it goes beyond this. It is really building to a career to be provided with opportunities to step up. When as leaders and managers, we believe in the capability of our staff and give them opportunity to shine, they shine. And I think this is what we all want for the development of the careers of our women in South Africa. So one of my rising star academics put it like this: being given leadership opportunities at an early point, steadily building in responsibility. This is largely a testament to my heads of departments. Each year at my annual review discussion, we would talk about the next layer to add, starting from convening a course, to department working groups, to faculty committees, to university committees, and then to directing a full portfolio within the department. Another similar stage of career said, leadership trusting the investment they've made in you, and in them trusting your initiative and instinct and letting you roll with it. And yet another in research support added in here, career development opportunities within our office have been crucial in providing a career path for myself. This is, however, not the norm in our sector and has resulted in many staff remaining in the same positions for many years or changing positions or sectors. That was a really important note for me, is that if we don't provide these career opportunities and let people step up, they stagnate. She continued on, the strong executive leadership, mostly female, with visionary ideas and a passion for growing our office from a team of 6 to more than 70, has provided an enabling and supportive environment as well as opportunities for growth. This has undoubtedly contributed to the retention and attraction of many of our staff, myself included, but also to deployment of trained staff to other universities, both in South Africa and abroad. And we can be quite proud that UCT has trained many research support staff across South Africa's universities. Yet another of the women who I spoke with added in the value of a great mentor that provides a safe space where you can speak your mind, find a voice, brainstorm without having to worry that what somebody will think of you. So this is beginning to come to the mentorship of being given these opportunities. And then finally, from a more senior colleague, this kind of opportunity giving allows an autonomy, and autonomy has great power. So she said, autonomy and flexibility. This is what has really kept me in academia, despite the job and the salary insecurity and the often inhumane working hours. Being able to pursue projects that interest me, collaborate with people who inspire and motivate me, and juggle my responsibilities so that I can have a stimulating career and be there for my family. So I think that really shows the ability of having that confidence in the people we work with and finding a boss who has that confidence in you. I'm going to add in here a slight negative note around this. It was an experience I had, which in my leadership. And I think that the lack of being given challenges and the lack of being allowed to lead can lead to great people moving on. So I had the experience of a young woman in my team who worked with me, asking for less responsibility and less challenge on returning from maternity leave. And I obliged, believing that I was helping her in doing this. But neither she nor I signaled when she was ready to take up the challenge again. And I didn't want to push the challenge on her, not wanting to overload her in this stage of life. But through this lack of communication, she moved on and my team lost a wonderful person because she needed that challenge again. The upside of the story is that she has done amazing work since, and we now work in the sector as peers and love the contribution that each other make. So really, I think this point of being given challenges, being able to rise to the challenge and having leaders who trust you enough to give you the challenge and provide the mentorship is one of the great spaces that we need here. And I want to say that mentorship and creating opportunities goes in both directions. There's a stage where we just want to receive mentorship. We want to receive opportunities. But we need to receive and give to be in a well-functioning space. And every one of us, no matter where we sit on the career trajectory, have people that we can be mentoring simultaneously as we are doing the mentoring. The next point I want to raise is working in an enabling environment. And to some degree, I've spoken about aspects of this already because that leadership provides an enabling environment. But an enabling environment is also one where if you're a researcher, you can be funded. If you are a researcher, you have the infrastructure that you need to work with, or if you're working in administration or support, you have the tools that you need, you have the ability to communicate, etc. That enabling environment really allows us to shine, and it allows us to find that satisfaction in work, which pushes us forward as required. One of the things that I've watched my male colleagues do so well over the years is to build networks. And networks are really, really important. It's actually one of the things I've struggled with in life, because when I joined the professional sector, and I am an engineer, it was a time at which engineers counted for less than 10%, women counted for less than 10% of people in the profession. And so the networking always happened much more easily in an environment in which I was not so welcome. But what we need to learn is that building these networks, no matter how hard, is so, so important. And I was interested that one of my colleagues commented that not staying too long in one position or at one institution in her career so far has really helped her to establish solid networks locally and globally. And these always come in handy when searching for new opportunities. So that too is interesting. And for myself, when I've had to pick up challenging roles at a stage of my life when maybe I didn't think I was quite ready yet, it is those roles that have really helped me create the networks that have stood me in good stead moving on. So I think that I spoke right at the beginning about setting goals and how goal setting is so important. And I want to come back to that, because our careers don't just happen. And I talked earlier on about intentionally making decisions about where you want to go. And once intentionally made the decision about where you want to go and take on those first steps, taking steps around planning and setting goals becomes really critical to get there. And that's where my 5-year plans came into place. Always slightly out of my reach, but somehow always attained. And that really took me through the early part of my career well. One of my colleagues added in here that planning out a funding roadmap in the first year of being an academic, working with the research office to do this. This covered securing initial small startup grants, then multi-year grants were targeted, and then getting NRF rated. Having a 5-year plan for this made a massive confidence difference in my early years, and it has set me up for later years. So I think that just beds down that idea of goal setting and planning. So I'm going to move now a little bit more into us as a person. And probably if you were only to allow me to say one thing in this talk, the first thing I would say is believe in yourself. Believe in who you are, what your values are, and what you can achieve. And this has been quite a difficult thing to do in a world that has had a very specific way of handling the workplace. That's opening up a lot now. But even still, we need to have confidence to believe in ourselves. We always move further when we do so. So in the one of my colleagues, actually a very senior colleague, said to me, "You don't need to go with the flow. You can make your own decisions, and you can decide how you want to do things." My take, to add on to that, is push yourself. Push yourself to achieve with kindness. Don't over push yourself, because that's never good for us, but push yourself with kindness. In believing in oneself and working with one's values, I believe that we succeed when we're values driven. And one of the key things which has come out in the conversations I've been having in preparing for this talk is the strength of trust, the ability to share fears without fear of judgment, room for others to share the same, creating trust. And earlier on, I read you a quote of another one of my colleagues who spoke about being able to speak and brainstorm without fear of people judging you. Trust is a major space, and creating a safe environment of trust really allows us to bring the best out in ourselves. I think another value that many of us push for is excellence. Simply to excel at what we do, and that pulls us to be given the opportunities and pulls us into the next space. And my young colleague said to me, my main drive is simply excelling at what I do. No matter how small the role or position, I need to excel. So I think that because you value the output of the job that you're doing, is another really key thing in the value space. So this is about choosing a job that we do because we value what the job is going to create for others as well as for ourselves. And so again, one of my colleagues said to make career decisions which are based on the need to make a difference, not the need to make money. And selecting a job because you can make a difference there in so many ways. I was delighted she was talking about a job at UCT here. A job which allows people to thrive and which allows UCT to play its role in the community. And I think that as we look through these values, we see that there are many styles of leadership. And as we see more and more women in leadership, we see that more and more styles can be accepted. And I think that has been a huge transition during the time of my career, is just that acceptance of different styles of leadership. And many of us will want to lead quietly. Quiet leadership. Quiet leadership can be very effective. It can be as effective as extrovert leadership. Many of us like to lead from the bottom, so it's not completely pushing from the front, but often it is a form of leadership that can be really deep and really nurturing to those around us. I think most importantly, my comment about styles of leadership is be yourself, draw on your own strengths, and don't try and be somebody else. And then finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about the support of one's colleagues and family. So many of us women in leadership are also, we also have families. We're also mums, partners, daughters, and so on. We often carry a large part of that family system. Some comments that came from my colleagues: having a senior leadership that support me having a family too. This has been critical for me, and it would have been a deal breaker if they didn't. Also, I never felt like I was overlooked for growth or development opportunities. I never felt that my having children counted against me. I'm so grateful for this, as it is not often people's lived experience. And another said, flexible understanding supervisors, especially when it comes to childcare. This allows women to continue growing their careers as opposed to being stuck once they've decided to have that having a family is important. And from my own side, I will speak very strongly on that, that being able to place my family alongside my career with equal importance, maybe more importance, being able to have the career of to have a senior and busy career while having a family who have thrived is an absolutely key part of who I am. And then we need to ask, how do we thrive in situations like this, and how do our families thrive in situations like this? And it's usually family support. And again, a number of my colleagues have spoken to this. The support of a family in the career trajectory of a woman is so, so important. We're not all so lucky. And for those who aren't so lucky to have supportive families, and I know many of us don't, creating that support network, I think, is absolutely critical to career success. And there's also obviously the support of colleagues that I've already spoken about. So I'm going to transition now and speak just briefly on some of the initiatives at UCT around building the careers of women. And I think the first real important one has been to recognize the need to build the careers of women much more strongly than we have over the whole trajectory of my time at UCT. And that we strongly recognize the need to seek talent among our many women, and UCT staff is, we obviously have many talented women on our staff. A program that have been really excited that we've just recently started is the Research Leadership Program, which is targeted at senior women, at women who are in mid-career, to accelerate their move through that next part of their career of being internationally recognized researchers. and top staff. This is academic staff at UCT, and it's interesting to look at what we've put into that program. And part of that program looks at how we grow research, how we build our networks, things that I've been talking about already. Quite a lot of that program looks at how we function in the corporate environment, how we are viewed by people around us, how we are assertive, and really looks to build the influence and assertiveness and leadership skills of women at this point of their career. And I think that this ends up being here because for so many of us it hasn't been put into our younger years as explicitly as it would have been for many of our male colleagues. We're similarly in the early career space working at building programs which are very specific around mentoring our women scientists, our women researchers in this way. And then in the professional support staff, we have a number of programs as well, which are looking particularly UCT has been involved in the HERS program with the run through the United States for many, many years, since I was a young academic. Again, looking to provide those very specific contributions to build careers. I think I want to conclude at this point. And in concluding, I would like to say, I think that as women, we have a wonderful opportunity at the moment. The world seems to have come alive to realize that there are that women make up 50% of the population and therefore 50% of the talent, and that opportunity is really needed for this 50%. And so the world is really looking out for women leadership and women contribution in a way, at least politically, which is great. I have to say that it doesn't always come through into the workplace and into society in the same way. It's not always as easy, as society is not always as ready. And I think we have a really important role to play with, so I can't see my audience completely, but imagining who is sitting in the audience, I think we have a really important role to play in supporting our colleagues in their trajectory, career trajectories, in raising our colleagues, and in standing firm on expectations, not because of our gender, but because of who we are professionally. Something that I've done since I was 22 years old and refused to pour the tea for the managing director of the company that had just appointed me. I think we have to stand very strong for who we are in our professional spaces. And sometimes I have to say, and for those who know me, they'll think this is a very strange thing for me to say, but sometimes swanking your achievements really helps. I remember just how much it helped me when I could put doctor in front of my name and suddenly was perceived in a different way from Mrs. Harrison. And as one of my colleagues said, in jest, but fairly seriously at the end of her a discussion with me, having the word professor in my title, no doubt this gives status and opens doors, which builds confidence as a leader. And she and I were both in the engineering world of the 80s, where being a woman meant that there were many things you weren't allowed, such as a bank account or a house mortgage or any of the things that actually allows life to happen. Let me come back to my 4 closing points. The 4 points I really would like you to take away is that excellence trumps all. And as women, striving for excellence is something which is absolutely essential. We need to outperform many. Secondly, goals and aims. If we're not driven by intentionality and intentional goals and aims, we won't go exactly where we want to go. If we set goals, we will usually reach them. Secondly, I'd like to really indicate the importance of being driven by values. When we're driven by our own values, we are absolutely comfortable with how we walk the path of our careers. And in being comfortable in our own skin, we can bring so much more to to the space than when we're living somebody else's life. Thirdly, I would like to say, please bring new thinking. Bring new thinking to the spaces you're in, and be brave enough to just put it on the table and walk with it. And fourthly, I spoke a lot about opportunities and being given opportunities and rising to them. And those opportunities often come from those who are mentoring us. And I'd like to end by saying having a mentor is so important in each of our careers. And equally well, being mentored, and equally well, mentoring others is critical, and we each should do it. My dear colleague and friend passed on now, Bongani Mayosi, always said, lift as you rise. And I think it's one of the key things we need to do as women, is lift as we rise. And remember that our successes are the successes of our fellow women, and our failures will make the lives of the fellow women around us more difficult to achieve their successes. So let's go out and be successful together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Harrison. I hope you heard that round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to open up for Q&A. I think we do have a little bit of time together, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we have a few minutes, yeah.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen in the room, I think Prof. Harrison has dropped a lot of food for thought, I'd like to say. Because a lot of us are of the view that, you know, you got to work hard, you got to be tough. But I think what I got from this morning's presentation, and thank you for that keynote, Prof. Harrison, is one, I need to just trust myself. Two, I think it's important for me to be kind to myself. And three, it's very important that the notion of care is something that we take forward in our lives, but also we embed in our institutions. And as a senior member of staff myself, it's important in how I then provide that care to those who work within the unit that I provide leadership to, but also that I request for more care from those whom I report to, because that support is so critical. So, ladies and gentlemen, any questions for Prof. Harrison this morning? Or comments? I'm going to request that you please use the, what do we call this box? It's a very fancy box in front of you. I'm not too sure what it's actually called. But you all have a fancy box in front of you where you press a button, you speak into it, and when you're done, please just then press the button again so that someone else can make use of it. I never quite got the name of what that thing is called. Does anybody know? Okay, so we're just going to call it an audio box for this morning. So over to you, ma'am. If you could, just introduce your name, which institution you're from, and then if you could pose your comment or question to Prof. Harrison. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Onesimo, and I am from Walter Sisulu University. Prof had said something about creating a safe environment for yourself. So my question to Prof is that how do we then try to create a safe and trustworthy environment, mostly dominated by men who usually think that we after their positions? Thank you.
That's a very good question. Prof, if you'd allow me, may I note 3 hands and then you respond to all 3? Or would you like to do them individually?
No, that's all right. I'll take notes.
Thank you, Prof. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. I am Babalo Fundakamapoza from Sifako Makgatho Health Sciences University with the most beautiful team up there. I am currently working with the SWIP chapter. as a lecturer in the institution. I'd like to congratulate Prof for having done such a beautiful, outstanding work and the inroads that she has made, especially in a male-dominated area. But Prof, you only had to face sexism and not racism. Black women have got two major things that they need to deal with, which is something that we are facing today as we go along, especially also in academia. Do you have any programs that you can share with us, or any tools, or even with the tools that you currently are utilizing within your space, on how we can bridge this gap? Secondly, Prof is bringing up something that is very important, trust as being a commodity. Trust is a commodity, Prof. And that as somebody who only had to face sexism, the only thing you started with trust from a position where you were given trust and you were to lose it if you didn't do what you needed to do. But for some of us, we start at zero. So you start with no trust and you have to build yourself up, which is something that breaks us. And Prof, one other comment that I'd like to bring in also in a form of a question is that if you were a black woman, and with the investment and the time and all the sacrifices that you needed to do to be able to reach where you are, how much more would you have done as a black woman, and how long it would have taken you? And is there anybody who's cognizant of the fact that the reason why we sometimes don't reach is because of our blackness? And Prof, all councils of universities have got quotas on which we have to have quotas of women in certain leadership positions. But I've realized that this is not measured at departmental level. Do you think it's something that can be considered, that we need to put this lifting and making sure that women leaders get to make it from departmental level and make it some form of KPAs, and that if you do not have these KPAs, then you would have to lose your job, and that there's some form of consequent management. Congratulations once more, Prof. You've given us a lot of things to think about.
Thank you very much. Any others before I hand over to Prof to respond? Going once, twice? Okay, over to you, Prof Harrison.
Thanks very much. I think the last one counted for 3, so that's good. So thanks, Seymour, for your question around the safe environments. I think safe environments are, you know what, we can speak about many things that would be ideal to take us forward. Obviously, ideality doesn't work on the ground. So my approach to this has been over the years, and I think continues to be, that one needs to work to create some spaces where we can do the kind of things I've been talking about in my talk. And that by having some spaces like that, we then build the strength in ourselves to handle the difficult spaces. And there are many difficult spaces. And I acknowledge that I'm speaking from the point of a woman and not from a black woman. We'll move there in just a minute, but there are many difficult spaces. So the safe environment space then is not something you're going to find in every part of your life every day, not for any of us. None of us walk in a safe environment all the time. The point that I would like to make here is that I think it's really important to try and create for yourself an environment where you have that safe environment, that safe space. It may be that initially it's a very small environment which is created with some close colleagues, where you can share in a way that there is trust and there is care and there is the ability to build each other. It may be that is a very, very small space, but even that small space gives you the opportunity to be able to reflect on the activities of the day, of the activities of those not safe spaces, and to build together a route as to how one deals with them. I think we need in our daily lives to build the capacity through safe spaces such as that to be able to handle the many not safe spaces that we each face each day. And I fully acknowledge that for some in the room, you face them for a much greater portion of the day than others, including myself. And I fully acknowledge that. So I hope that helps, Onisimo. I'd like to come next to the lady at SMU, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. And you're absolutely right. There are two parts to this difficult to the difficult environment in which we find ourselves. The one is sexism, and the other is racism. And I can only observe the environment of needing to deal with both sexism and racism simultaneously. I cannot experience it. I can watch my colleagues and I can look out for their experiences, but I cannot experience it. And in talking to the 8 women that I spoke to, I chose women of all races in South Africa. And we had some actually fairly robust conversations around the differences. One of the women had been a student on this campus shortly after I joined as a staff member, after I'd been a student here, but in the same department as I had studied. And she spoke of the difficulties that she was experiencing that time as a Black woman, and I could only speak about the difficulties I was experiencing as a white woman. The challenge becomes much greater. And from my perspective, which is a flawed perspective for all the reasons I've just told you, I believe that many of the things that I've said are valuable in both environments. I think that the Black woman is just dealing with a much more extreme environment, much more prejudice, much more oppression, and a much harder road to walk. I think that I will go back to, so I do think that we can walk with a number of the things I've said. It's just a harder path. I do think that trust is really, really important. And I've worked in environments where there has been trust, where there has been deep trust, and I've worked in environments where there's been no trust. And I do think that one of the things which breaks us down most is working in an environment where there is no trust. The question is often, how do we build trust? And I think we build it in kernels. We build it from small groups and we build it outwards. And I think in our society, we actually have to build that trust across groupings of people. So it's easy for me to build a trust circle with a few white women. It's easy for you to build a trust circle with a few Black women. Can we put those two circles together, and can we still have the trust? And can we actually get a trust circle which has white women, Black women, white men, and Black men in it, and still have a trust circle? Because if we begin to be able to get small kernels like that, I believe we'll begin to transition our society. So I suspect I haven't dealt with your question well enough, and I suspect we would love to have a deep conversation about it one-on-one. I suspect it's very difficult for me to deal with completely here, other than to recognize the hard space we're in. And then you spoke about as a Black woman, quotas and the quotas within the university system. In our university system, we've now moved our equity targets right down into faculties and into service department clusters. So our equity targets are now in groupings of roughly 100 staff members. And that means that there's no hiding anymore. They're done in clusters of, say, about 100 staff members. And they also apply across different stages of career, different pay classes, whatever we want to call them. And so that actually gives a big granularity, and it means that it's much less easy to ignore our different groupings of groupings across those clusters. And I think this is going to it's a very interesting space, because this is really going to change the demographics, I believe, of our university quite quickly. But on the other hand, it also means that we're always looking for staff out of a much smaller pool of people, because if we would like to employ, a particular demographic in a very particular discipline at a very specific level, we're making our pool quite small, because they're often only 2 people like that in the country, and maybe they're employed at our sister universities. So I think that it's going to be very positive in many ways, but I think we'll also have to think hard about how it works for us. And I hope that helps. I'm sure my time's up.
Thank you very much, Prof. Harrison. I think these are critical conversations. I do believe that 1 hour is not enough. And I do believe we need to continue the conversation and the engagements. I have made some personal notes from your presentation, Prof. Harrison, one of which I had one question, and that was around how do you balance research, a senior management role, and a family at the same time? And that's a bit of a personal question that I just need some guidance on, because between my dry eyes and everything else, I'm battling, Prof. But we can have that conversation offline.
So I think we can have that conversation offline, and I think what I will say here is that all of these things are balancing acts, and this is why I say so strongly that we need to believe in ourselves. But the other thing I said strongly is that our support networks are really important. But I'm always open to that conversation. I think it's a really interesting one, and I think we will learn from each other. So anytime.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'll be in touch. So, Prof, just a big thank you and a warm thank you on behalf of NASDEV and the delegates here. I do know, and just to let those in the room know, that Prof was called on a few days ago, and Prof,
on Tuesday.
Yes. And I have to say, just your willingness to share with us, and just a well thought out presentation, but also I'm grateful for the fact that you drew on a number of women's experiences, and you were able to really reflect on that. And I think from what I got from your presentation personally, I can only reflect on my own views here, is that it's about the trust, it's about the network, and like you say, it's just about believing in yourself. But also, we can't walk this journey alone, and it's about how, one, I'm able to say, Prof, I need your help. Please help me understand how to approach this better. But me also being available to help others and lift as I rise. So thank you. And we will definitely lean on you going forward. I'm putting it out there today. And just thank you for the contribution you make and for representing us all at that particular seat that you hold and chair so well. So thank you very much, Prof. Harrison.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the opportunity, and good luck for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Prof. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to hand over to Simon, who will be taking over from me, and he'll be... I'm just bringing him forward before I finish the sentence. So this is Simon. For those of you who don't know, Simon's been part of the team that's helping us host the Women in Leadership Conference. And yeah, most of the topics that were actually presented here today, believe it or not, were not formulated by women. It was actually formulated by this man on my right. So I think it's important that I also give Simon the time, and you also understand that men too, if they really want to, can be intentional in shaping the agenda of women, can be intentional in shaping the discourse and helping us do more collaboratively, because we can't do this alone. So I'm going to hand over to Simon. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I certainly hope everyone is well this morning. I know after last night, I mean, my goodness. So we have now reached the second session of the program, which I will be facilitating. And in that ambit, we will be beginning with our rapid fire talks. Now, just to give you a brief introduction to our rapid fire talks, I think I will just ask our presenters for this segment, Ms. Sekedi Mabata, as well as Dr. Vuyo Mtuedwa from respectively University of Limpopo and CPUT, to please come forward, as they will be engaging in the rapid fire talks with us today. Now, most of you will ask me, what is a rapid fire talk? Now, a rapid fire talk will be the presentations, or research presentations rather, that our two researchers have submitted, and each talk will be 15 minutes long. So in the 15 minutes, they will go through their presentations, and then the next speaker will come on for the next 15 minutes and go through her presentation. Then afterwards, we will then have a constructive Q&A as well as a dialogue whereby we are going to unpack the topics that they will be discussing in further detail. Are we all aligned? Wonderful. So I am going to begin with Ms. Sekedi Mabata, who is approaching. And her research topic, is the promotion of female employees to managerial posts, including the conceptual analysis of the South African trends, challenges, and prospects in the workplace. Now, we do know that this is an overarching topic that we are talking about this morning, so thank you to Ms. Sekedi for joining us today. It's much appreciated. To introduce her, Sekedi Mabata is a master's candidate, currently studying for her master's in agricultural economics at the University of Limpopo. Her past leadership experiences and roles include being the Deputy Secretary for the Agricultural Management and Extension Student Association, the Deputy Senior Mentor for the Center of Academic Excellence, a Supplemental Instruction Leader, School Council Chairperson, Peer Counselor at the Student Counseling and Development Center, the first female president of the Transactional Student Representative Council, as well as the University of Limpopo Council additional member. She currently holds the position of Deputy Chairperson of the South African Sweden University Forum. Please give her a round of applause. The stage is yours.
Okay. Morning. Good morning, everyone. Is my mic? Am I audible? Yeah, I'm not. Can you assist me?
Yeah, just bring it close. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Oh, I greeted. Greetings, everyone. Let me take this opportunity and welcome everyone to my presence. I am Mabata Sekedi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor in the University of Limpopo. Why don't you look surprised, guys? The Deputy Vice Chancellor, or I look like one? No, I'm just saying I'm a student in agricultural economics, and my area of focus in academic research, I focus on the African trade openness, in agriculture, obviously. And it's not easy, hey, I have to admit, coming after the Deputy Vice Chancellor, but we'll just see. I'm shaking right now, but I think we'll get through it. So just to get into the presentation, my presentation goes by the title of The Promotion of Female Employees to Managerial Posts, the Conceptual Analysis of the South African Trends, Challenges, and Prospects in the Workplaces. So next slide, please. Okay. On the introduction and the background, the study was motivated by the fifth goal of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is focused on the gender equality. Global attention is also on gender equality, as I may say now. And then there's also literature, as I would say, that has revealed that gender inequality, it negatively impacts the economy. And this was supported also by literature from Rihon, when he argued that gender inequality is a problematic issue as it lowers the well-being and is regarded as a form of injustice in the very concept of equity. And then still on the introduction and the background, this year, 2022, it also marks the 26 years since the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Ever since that took place in 1995, South Africa has responded to a call to empower women and redress to empower women and redress gender equality, mainly in the workplaces. So in terms of also the South African Constitution of 1996, where am I? Of 1996, or the Section 9 of the South African Constitution, it proves that the South African new government is committed to redressing gender equality in the economy, in the workplace. It also addresses that no one should be mistreated, discriminated against their gender, like, or race, as I forgot the name of her name, but yeah, she also said that, like, against their gender and race, everyone has a right to equal opportunity. So moving on, can I get the next slide, please, so that I can, okay, understanding the gender. Let me just scroll down, and then in the moment you can be drinking water, taking a sip, and then, oh yeah, there we are, understanding gender equality and women empowerment. This paper addresses that the gender equality implies a situation in which men and women enjoy the same opportunities, rights, outcomes, obligations in all spheres of life. Equality, according to the paper, also does not mean that women and men will become the same, but that women and men's rights, responsibilities, and opportunities will depend on whether they are, will not depend actually, on whether they are born male or female. Women empowerment, on the other side, is a situation in which women are given opportunity to participate fully in social, political, and economic spheres. Women empowerment, we can just simplify it by saying it means just increasing educational opportunities of women, that they are able to make meaningful contribution, decisions about themselves and also their families. And then women empowerment is also a critical aspect of achieving gender equality, because if we say that we want to equate women and men, it means that we have more to do. We have to equip women with the right skills and education, so that we can try to close the bridge between the two genders. Can I get the next slide, please? And then the principle of women empowerment. According to the UN Global Compact and the UL Women Conference, that conference, it collaborated and it came with the principle of women empowerment, meaning that, like, I'm actually trying to reference like where I got the principle of women empowerment from. We have like 7 principles. The first one is to create a high level of corporate leadership for gender equality, treat everyone equally at work, respecting and supporting non-discriminating and human rights. The second one is to treat everyone equally at work, respecting and supporting non-discrimination and human rights. The third one is to see that the health, well-being, and safety for all workers, either male or female, is maintained well. And then going to the fourth one is to uplift education, training, and professional development for women. The fifth one is to administer supply chain marketing practices and enterprise development that empower women. The sixth one is to champion equality through community initiative and advocacy. And the last one is to estimate and report publicly on progress to create gender equality. Can I get the next slide, please? Women in managerial posts in the 27 years of democracy, legislative prescriptive for women empowerment. It's been almost 2 decades after the end of apartheid in South Africa. The government promised to undertake a broad action against gender inequality. However, the pace of South African transformation, changes in South Africa, is still moving at a slow pace. And this gender inequality and women empowerment is a case that needs urgent and serious attention, as it it's indicated then in the private sector, women hold only 12% of senior and top management position. I know it might come as these days it seems like everything is easy for women and women are making it up there, but I'm dealing with statistics here, like researched statistics, meaning that what we see, it's not really what's happening, because we would believe from a distance, we would believe that, okay, women are now making it up, we are 50-50, but it's not, we are not yet there, though we are gradually getting there. And this implies that even in the private sector, South African women have not managed to close the gender equality gap. There's women end up working in precarious forms of employment with low earnings and little financial security. And women in most, just a moment. This laptop is acting up. But it's, yeah, most women end up engaging themselves in the livelihood activities in order to generate economic benefits and sustain themselves. The World Economic Gender Gap Report, also that was released in 2013, revealed that in South Africa, as compared to other countries, women earn less money than men, though they're doing the same job practice, which is believed to have been scrapped in the last 2 decades of democracy. And another research article confirms that there has been positive movement in recruiting more women into high occupational levels in the workplace. Nevertheless, there is still more to be achieved on this issue. And then also there is also Brian, who studied gender imbalances in the workplaces and observed that men and women might have similar opportunities to get in the workplaces, yet most women tend to fall behind in terms of getting promotion and managerial position. Companies also fail to find a clear plan on how to match the gap between men and women in the workplaces. Apart from women empowerment and the gender equity bill, the South African established the policy framework titled South African National Policy Framework for Women Empowerment and Gender Equality. The presidency also proposed for the framework to strategize the vision of gender equality and how unfair discrimination can be eliminated. It deals with guidelines for South Africa as a nation to rectify the injustices created by apartheid regime policies. It also said that the gender policy framework is responsible for ensuring that practical steps to ensure gender equality are monitored and become the center of all structures of institution. As previously discussed, like the democratic government of South Africa has put place extensive statutory measures to promote gender equality and eliminate unfair workplace discrimination. However, it is critical to track the progress, effectiveness of this framework to determine whether they are achieving the desired result in the workplace. Having multiple legislative frameworks will not change the status of women in the workplace. It is effectiveness which these frameworks are implemented that will bring about the change. And then here I just have a table which shows that there's only been, from 2019 to 2021, there's only been 25.4% of female in the top management position across the institutions. And then in 2020, it increased to 25.9%, while the one for male is at 75.1%. In 2021, the female percentage increased to 26.8%, while the male one is still on 74.2%. And then moving on to the legislative prescriptive for women empowerment, we have the Constitution of South Africa that I have referred to as in the beginning, which shows that the right of all South African citizens have to be confirmed and enhanced with the democratic principle of human dignity. And then moving to the other one, we have the Employment Equity Act of Act 55 of 1998. And then this legislation was enacted in order to promote equal opportunity and fair labor practices throughout the country. Its main goal is to promote equal opportunity and fair treatment in workplaces by eliminating unfair discrimination and implementing affirmative action measures to redress the disadvantages in employment experienced by design groups and ensuring their equitable representation in all occupational categories and level of the workforce. However, the arguments against job fairness in the country are interpreted in several ways. It should be noted that the 1996 Constitution of the South Africa will push equally that it will be categorized into distinct treatments. This article focuses on the section 6 of the EAE because it contains provision that may be effective in addressing issues that female leaders face in the workplaces. And according also to the EAE, according to the EAE, direct discrimination is proved when an employer treats a woman less favorably than a man in the same job. And then moving to the affirmative action policy of 1998, the AAP, it was implemented in the country to mitigate the effect of the apartheid inheritance. The legislative framework aims to eliminate economic disparities among individuals. And then moving to the Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill 2013, the bill sought to ensure that by 2015, all government agencies and private firms must have filled at least a minimum of 50% of all senior and top management posts with women. And then the next slides, where to from here, since we have all the legislative drawn down and they support the women in empowerment. What do we do from the study suggests that we can bring women on board, since the literature supports that women on board bring different perspective to the difficult issues facing today's corporations, resulting in better decision making and innovation. It has also been researched and found that the more companies that hire people of different genders and background, the more competitive they will be, since diversity helps companies overcome talent shortages by enlarging their talent pools. And then another study and research also showed that women on board increase profits. It shows that companies with one or more women on board have delivered average returns on equity, lower gearing, and better average growth than companies with only men on board. The research has also found that the net income growth for companies with women on board has averaged 14% over the past 6 years, compared to 10% of those with no female representation on board. So as I conclude, we are concluding by saying that the inclusive of the development of women can be achieved by empowering women. The universities can play a greater role in imparting vocational and skill development programs, putting resources into poor women's hands while promoting gender equality in the household and in society results in large development payouts, and also expanding women's opportunity in public works, agriculture, finance, and other sectors can also accelerate economic growth and help to mitigate the effect of the current financial crisis. And then also we must practice implementing the legislative that we have instead of just having them drawn up because they do no good. If it's something, it's just written and it's there, but it's not really implemented. So meaning that implementation of what we have wrote would also do the women of this country well. And that was the last one, and I thank you very much for me.
Thank you. Ooh, okay now. Thank you so much for such a wonderful, and I really would like to think that this is essentially a topic that we really need to discuss in further detail. Now, Sigedi will be sitting over there, and then we're going to have a Q&A. Unfortunately, our other panelist, Dr. Vuyo, is unable to be here because she had a family emergency. So we will proceed in asking our questions and answers. But I think before we go there, it is quite imperative that we take cognizance of what was done in the brilliant research done by Ms. Sigedi. And I think that when you look at gender equality and it being one of the 5th sustainable goals that we have throughout the world, you will get to see that opportunity provision does not come as easily to the girl child as it comes to the boy child. So it is essentially just a few things which, as you were talking, I was also just looking on the internet to actually just find out why is it that globally we've got more women than men, number one. But when you look at the gender representation, even in the workplace, it's quite skewed in the sense that when we looked at the stats as of 2017, in South Africa, 28% of women hold senior management positions, with only 3% having a female CEO. And 31% of all businesses in South Africa do not even have one female representative on their senior management posts. And this is significantly lower than the global average, because the global average is at 8% in terms of female CEOs, and we are like at 3%. So when you look at those stats, I mean, it just actually raises an eyebrow. And you think of factors such as education provision for the girl child, which does not come as easily as it does to the boy child because of, just child-headed households that we have. Inability to access education in some countries, even in South Africa, because of either discrimination or, you're a girl child, you're just supposed to be at home taking care of the family. And access to opportunity provision. And when you look at all of those factors that are all on the ground, it's easy for all of us to really understand as to why the stats look the way they do, because they start at a very, very, I won't even say a molecular level. In the sense that if you are not able to go to school as a girl child, maybe even because of topics that we're going to discuss, such as period poverty, you're missing school, you're missing tests, you're unable to go to school properly, and you end up not being able to hold those senior management positions. But for the boy child, it's quite different, including a discrimination in the workplace. I'm pretty sure when we think about all those factors coming in together, you can get a picture, a very grim picture of what is happening in society. So thank you for that, Sigedi. I really appreciate that. Now we're going to be opening up our Q&A, and I really would like us to engage further in this conversation. So I'm going to be taking 3 rounds of questions, and Sigedi, you can respond from your audio box that is there. And I would like to see who would like to ask a question. Yes. I'll note first hand, I'll note second hand, and I'll note the third. As per custom, please note that when you do ask your question, please introduce yourself, institution where you come from, and then pose your question. Thank you. Start over there.
No, thank you very much. Yes, sure. Okay, ladies, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Motlogela Paul Moema. I'm from the University of the Free State, and I want to give inputs from a point of privilege. Now, I say point of privilege, colleagues, because those of us who operate in spaces where you engage young men, you'll find that the most difficult task to begin with is getting men to acknowledge their own privileges. You see, I am the firstborn son of the firstborn son. My dad was the firstborn son, I'm the firstborn son, in a very patriarchal home. I'm named after my grandfather, my father's father. So even growing up, my mother could not scold me like other kids, because from a custom point of view, I am her father-in-law. So she must choose her words very carefully when speaking to me. I'm saying this, colleagues, the background is that I speak from a point of privilege, because privilege is all I've known, purely by being born a male and being the firstborn child. Now with that, we tend to be, Madam, thank you very much for the presentation. I enjoyed the presentation, and I want to speak on the Employee Equity Act, because in my other responsibility, I'm also a unionist. What I find, colleagues, in the space, particularly speaking to that aspect, is that we want to be polite about transformation. This is in all respects. When it comes to transformation from a race point of view, but most importantly for this conversation, even when it comes to empowerment of women. We deal with associations. Some associations have it in the constitution that there must be at least a minimum of 50% representation of women. They are almost designated. It must be secretary, treasurer, like it's entrenched. So there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of changing perceptions. But I love systems, because the act, colleagues, what we find is that institutions are truthless. To answer that question, madam, institutions are truthless. Every institution, all universities that we come from, there's an equity audit that's done for every university, and those records are made public. And they will tell you that institution so is the least transformed. I remember 4 years ago, University of the Free State had the second least transformed council in the country, most dominated by white males. Now this audit comes out like the Zondo Commission. We now know this is happening, but there's no recourse. It's just knowledge that's there. The university fails an equity audit, and then we still move on with our lives. But also when it comes to when I say we try to be polite about it, when you sit in a job situation, shortlistings and interviews, and you say no white person must be considered for the position, it sounds racist when you say it, and people cringe. But you see, that's what redress is supposed to be. We must get to a point where positions are designated that if we do not find a woman for this position to meet the equity profile, then we must re-advertise, even if it's 3 times. Because now that's how it is. I mean, look at NASDEV. I'm very critical also. Look at NASDEV. When you look at our list of NEC, we've got 3 women. The whole list of NECs. So again, we sit in a pool of privilege because it's Father's Day. We talk about the same soccer teams and the same rugby matches. But these are things that we would need to correct. But in doing so, when the time comes for elections, ladies, particularly, you must also be unapologetic about your bias to empower women. They're trying to balance the do the right thing, or if it feels right. Transformation never felt right. Like it is bound to leave people uncomfortable, and we must be deliberate in that. But more than anything, the Employment Equity Act, good, like our constitution and all other policies, very good on paper, but implementation thereof is what's lacking. But most importantly, even if it's executed well, where it's found wanting, there is nothing to redress. When you find that we are failing in this area, we just find out that we're failing in this area. There's really nothing that follows beyond that. No, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Motlogela, for a very passionate comment over there. I really, that is quite a good one. I had noted that we did have another hand. Yes, please take the stage.
Let me take this opportunity and greet the House in large. I am Mabala Pejo from Sisulu University. Usisi mentioned about women in managerial posts. So I want to ask, what prevents women from getting positions in managerial posts?
Could you please repeat that?
I want to know, what prevents women from getting in managerial posts or positions?
Okay, noted. So the question is, what prevents women in getting managerial posts? All right. Sekedi, please do note that question. And then our third question was over there.
Thank you very much. My name is Wendy Ndlela from Sisulu University. The presentation was quite informative. My question is, what are the barriers for women attempting to gain managerial experience, and how do we overcome these barriers? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we will start with the first question over there. And Sekedi, that question was, what makes women not get into managerial posts and the factors that influence that? If you could just answer that question for us.
Thank you very much for that question. I think the two questions are more or less like related, so I'll just cover them all at once. I think, as maybe I've mentioned, what would prevent women, as also my over there has, my brother over there, my privileged brother has also mentioned, privilege would also be one of the things preventing women from climbing up. And then also the discrimination, also the mentality maybe that we hold, and also not implementing the policies which were written by our government is also part and parcel of the problem that we are facing. Also the when you undermine someone, you call it what? Yeah, women are also like undermined in like workplaces, like it's such things, such factors which I believe prevents our women from getting up to the top there. Thank you very much.
Right. I think I also have a personal question that I'd like to ask. And that question is, do you think that it is the legislature, or do you think that it is the practices in the workplace that do not make women ascend into managerial positions? The question is, do you think it is the legislative practices that prevent women from being unable to enter and be promoted into senior managerial positions? Or do you think it is more especially just workplace issues that affect that? Yes.
Oh yeah, I definitely, the second one, obviously, because like what I was also saying there, it's that we have the legislatures, like the rules, the conferences which are held, they have very nice papers that we have to follow, like they have very proper structured papers. It's just the implementation. We are good in planning and writing and sitting in conferences, discussing, but when it comes to implement what we're actually saying, it's another thing. And also the accountability, there's no one really who would come after us and check if really what we have drafted down, are we implementing, what's happening. So that's where I think the problem lies. Yeah, I think.
All right, thank you. I've noted a lot of hands now. So I've noted your hand, then the hand up there. Okay, I'll come to the two of you, but first, second, and third.
You mean me?
All right, if you could ask your question.
Okay. Greetings to the House at Large. My name is Lgbtiq Plus from Nelson Mandela University. I have a contribution, not really a question. So, he spoke about the Equity Act. It's been over 20 years that we've had that constitution and still nothing has happened. So really we need to talk about reform, you know. The lady mentioned that there's 12% of women in leadership roles, and that's quite little, you know. Looking back as to how long we've traveled, 12% is quite little. So I think when we promote women to managerial positions, we're just dealing with the issue on a surface level, you know. What we really need to do is look at it at a structural level, you know, and this is where policy evaluation comes in place. You know, as the times are changing, we need to reform, and that's where true transformation is. Secondly, in understanding gender equality, I think we need to talk about gender equity, you know. My opinion is that women who are African and Black are at the bottom of the totem pole, you know. So we really need to redress them based on their individual unique needs as opposed to equality as a whole. You understand what I mean? Yeah, yeah, that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that contribution. And then, next question.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, it's an input as well. I'm trying to add to answer that question, yeah, what prevents women from getting employment? I personally think the patriarchal system plays a vital role in this one, wherein they use the social construct of gender role to exclude women. Some institutions, though they don't mention it, will say we cannot hire a woman in this position because not so long they will be telling us about pregnancy, this and that. So they do have a way of excluding women from getting those senior positions. Again, we as women, we don't believe in ourselves and we don't support each other. Maybe we should start there, have a way of supporting each other. If a woman is in a managerial position and maybe they need to aid, if that woman is the one who's in charge of that project of hiring somebody, definitely she will hire a man instead of a woman. We don't really support each other, and we need to work on our on that behavior. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that contribution. Then I'm going to go to my next question over there. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Kinelo Natu. I am from Nelson Mandela University. I think I have two questions. As you know that trans women have been historically and also currently, while they have been experiencing some sort of exclusion. So be it in such gatherings, systematically, in politics, and even in social spaces like your restaurants, they are being excluded. So my question here is that when we speak about gender equality, do we also include trans women? And also, maybe we should revisit the concept of what a woman really is. My second question would be, how do we go about tackling government policies in recognition of trans women? Maybe also, I'm sure most of us here are in the SRC, and this is quite a challenging a topic for all of us, because of course we're in the university space. We are involved in terms of, policy amendments and all of those things, but not entirely. So we do need that sort of advice to say that how do we tackle certain policies in recognition and inclusion of trans women? Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then I'm then going to ask over there, if you could ask your question. Yes.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tuli. I'm from Lgbtiq University in Kimberley. Mine is more of a comment and maybe a question to Ms. Mabata as well. So I agree with the first two speakers that addressed us this morning, and I also agree with all the colleagues that have shared their comments on the platform. But I just feel that women empowerment is a balancing act between opportunity and the state of readiness as an individual. So my question to Ms. Mabata is whether the study did touch on the rate of uptake in terms of career development plans in the workplace, because employers, in many instances, there are opportunities, they do create programs, but sometimes it's up to the individual to partake in that. So the will to grow is one thing, but are we ready? I think that's another very important question. So just the rate of uptake in organizations in terms of the policies and processes that are in place. How far do we go as women? I'll make an example. Performance management, it's got an aspect of performance development plans. So when we sign these agreements, do we come forward to say, I want to grow and become a senior manager, and I would like to participate or enroll in such a program, in such a development program? Do we do those things? Because the opportunity is there for me to take, but am I taking it? Because the employer can't do everything for me. At some point, I need to play my part as well.
All right, thank you so much. So, Sekedi, just for us to recap the questions. The first question, well, it was two questions. It looked at trans women and the exclusion of trans women. And it then asked if they are included in the chat of gender equity holistically, particularly within the promotion to senior managerial positions, should they be in institutions of higher learning? And then the second question was, are we tackling government policies enough in redressing the inclusion of trans women within these spaces? Can take it away.
Thank you very much. I think that was a question from Gineilo, and it's a very thought-provoking question. Well, I haven't, I would say yes, from my point, when I speak of women, I include like all the women trans, but then with the constitution and when it goes deep, I feel like through you, of course, you can just open up a round of hands so that we can get a discussion from everyone. I feel like we have brilliant minds in here, and we have more people who can make better contributions with regards to that, if it's okay, of course. Meaning that I don't have really a direct answer, but I'm also willing to learn. If maybe you can open it up for the floor, and then yes, thank you very much.
All right, and I think that in response to that, I will give two people the chance to respond to the question. And I'll repeat the question again. Are trans women included in the chat of gender equity in relation to the promotion to senior managerial positions? And the next one was, are we tackling government policies enough in readdressing the inclusion of trans women? The floor is now open to two people. I will take first hand over there, and then second hand, Mohammed, will be you. So if you could just take it away.
Thank you. Earlier on, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Raisire Mampa from University of Limpopo. I'm working at the health center. I basically think that the rights of the TGs are equally human rights, so that is the bottom line. However, as the minority population, there's still a lot to do to sensitize our institutions with regard to the TG's needs and I would say rights. For now, as and when we fight for the rights of women, it feels like we are indeed excluding them. I'll just cite one example. With the universities, you find that the toilets, ablution facilities, is either a male or female. There's no one for the minority populations. So they do have for their own needs. We might say their rights are basically human rights, but they do have specific needs. So we need to have a way of including them in our demands. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Prof.
Yes. Okay. Good morning. I'm Hanguisi, Mabandu, Muzusi. You know, that question of including trans women just challenged me as one of the advocates for LGBTIQ individuals in higher education. We were trying to fight and make sure that they are included in almost everything. But when it comes to gender equity, we did not even highlight it properly. I think what we are going to do, we are going to challenge the institutions to say, when you say women, because if we just say women and we don't include specifically trans women as an element by itself, which needs to be covered, we'll still exclude them. But if we say, like we say, white women, Indian, colored, so we need to have a section of trans women, so that when we say we are looking at EE of the institution, we should cover them. Otherwise, we are just swallowing everybody, and we think we are focusing on gender equity. So that's a really something which needs to be taken into consideration. and I am going to report it to the group who are working with the next 10, which is mostly the universities in higher education, not only in South Africa, but inside it, to say, here's a challenge. How can we push this? Because we are not doing that at all.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Now we will be engaging further with Professor Azvi Hanguisi, Mabandu Muzusi, after our comfort break. But unfortunately, due to time constraints, I cannot take any more questions, but there is one remaining question, which was asked by Tuli from Lgbtiq University. And Segedi, that question was, did your study show the career uptake or the uptake of staff development plans of women in the workplace who want to show a willingness to grow in relation to them saying, yes, I want to become a senior manager, and the workplace has made those provisions available, but maybe there is not sufficient staff intake in relation to the staff development plans. So what would your response be in that?
Oh, thank you very much for that question, but no, it did not really touch on that, but it's a, I think it's a great topic also, or a section that I might consider to add, and then I think I'll have, like, off the conference, I'll just have maybe a quick chat with her so that I can see how to go about it.
All right, thank you so much. And that concludes our session, which was aptly titled by the conceptual analysis of the South African trends, challenges, and prospects in the workplace. Now, outside, we will reconvene in 15 minutes discussing the mid-morning session, which speaks to inclusivity, diversity, and transformation in institutions of higher learning. Biba will be talking about and please know we do allow any coffee, tea, or snacks in here, so please may all the refreshments be eaten outside and consumed outside. Thank you.
sword. Didn't space. Didn't space.
Yeah, I'll have to touch here. It is. Yeah.
It's not a new concept.
It's not a new
You know,
concept.
it's not a new thing. And everything that I do. So we're having on the 20, you see, when you read it, on the 24th of September, it's my late brother's unveiling. So it's my late brother's unveiling and my grandparents, as well as the Lobola celebration for my niece, who's now my child, my late brother's child. And it's also her birthday on the same day. So we're doing a very big hoo-ha. Yeah. So we're busy with that. And then my aunt is asking, so who's your things that we are programmed in? I look at it as like, me. introducing? Did you not introduce what was yeah? Yes. Yes, you can. Woo. Yes, you can. Yes, you definitely can. That's all you need. The speaker just needs that.
Put it strategically. I want to see a pages, but I won't see anything. It's fine.
Does she have power? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Whilst we wait for our delegates outside who are wrapping up their meal, we will be starting in exactly 2 minutes. So please text your colleagues to tell them that at exactly 11:55, we are resuming with the program. So if you could just give it 2 more minutes, and then we will begin. Thank you. Okay, it is 11:55, and I hope everyone is energized after just our light refreshments that we have had. And we're going to be moving on to a very interesting part of the program. I'm very passionate about it, so it's one of my favorite parts. So oh, sorry. Okay. So, welcome to the mid-morning session of our NASDEV Women in Leadership Conference. And the topic that we will be discussing in this session will be LGBTQIA+ inclusivity in higher education. And this will be looking at transformation in relation to policies as well as frameworks. This part will delve deeper into highlighting the inclusivity of people who identify as part of the LGBTQIA plus community, with an emphasis on higher education policies, frameworks, which address the inclusivity of the community in university culture and practice. Now, allow me to introduce a very, very renowned person who will be speaking in great depth around this topic. Professor Azvi Hanguisi, Helen Mabandu Muzusi, is an NRF-rated researcher and the head of research and graduate studies at the University of South Africa. Her research niche is HIV and LGBTQIA+, especially in rural communities. Her focus is not only on academia, but also on issues surrounding social issues and activism. Her activism is more evident in her advocacy for LGBTQIA+ persons. This is shown in her publications, seminars, dialogues, awareness campaigns, and the number of students she supervises to broaden the community understanding and acceptance of the LGBTQIA+ community from 2011 to date. She has published 63 articles in peer-reviewed journals, 2 books, and 3 chapters. She is a co-editor of a book entitled Silence LGBTI Experiences and Identities in Institutions of Higher Education. She has supervised 18 doctoral and 27 master's students to completion. Professor Mabandu Muzusi has a passion for supporting and developing young academics, which is evident in the establishment of the postdoctoral incubation program for academics who have just obtained their PhD. Over the years, Professor Mabandu Muzusi has sustained her record of academic excellence, which is evidenced by winning of several research-related awards, including, we'll start. Guys, these bios are heavy. Hey. This is what we call academic excellence. One day, I want to be you. The Chancellor's Calabash Award for Outstanding Educator at the University of South Africa. The Chancellor's Excellence in Research Award at the University of South Africa. The Women in Science Award for the Distinguished Women Scientist at the National Department of Science and Technology, as well as an Excellence in Research Women's Award, Leadership in Research at the University of South Africa. Now, I'm going to ask you if you could just give a nice round of applause as Professor Mabandu comes.
Dimasiari. Anyway. Anerione. Good afternoon, colleagues. I feel so humbled to be invited in this conference, Women in Leadership. Although I think I'm also going there, Women in Leadership. I've seen something which was written next to my name. I'm not the head of human sciences, but I'm the head of research and graduate studies at the College of Human Sciences. So what I do every day is to oversee research. My presentation is LGBTQIA+ inclusivity in higher education, focus, transformation, policies, and framework. However, I've just decided to do it my way because sometimes you just think people know what we're talking about. When we talk about LGBTIQ+, this is an acronym that encompasses all minority sexual orientations and gender identities and expression and atypical biological sex or intersex. Brody et al. Define LGBTIQ plus as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, queer, and other diverse sexual orientations and gender identities expression. Let me just go down further and define these terms like lesbian. When we talk about lesbian, we're talking about a woman who is attracted to other women emotionally and or sexually. Gay, we're talking about a male person who is emotionally or sexually attracted to people of the same gender, meaning that male attracted to males. Bisexual is a person who is emotionally or sexually attracted to both men and women. So previously, most of people, the moment they hear bisexual, they used to confuse it with intersex, where they would think when we're talking about bisexual, we're talking about a person with both a female and male organs. That's not the truth, but it's sexual orientation to both males and female. Then we have transgender, who is a person whose gender identity and assigned sex at birth do not correspond. I think there was a question raised on transgender women, meaning that that person has been born assigned sex, the assigned sex is a male one. The person has penis. So, but emotionally, physically, and all otherwise, the person feel like a female. They behave as a female, they are females. So those are the ones who most of the time you find that they are excluded, and some people just club them as lesbian or gay, whereas that's not the truth. Then we have a queer, which is an umbrella term used to describe people who think of their sexual orientation or gender identity as outside societal norms or questioning individuals who are exploring their sexual orientation and or gender identity. We have A, which is asexual. They are nowhere, asexual. Then you read that. Then we also have plus, which signifies inclusivity. We are talking about inclusivity, including other populations, groups relating to sexual orientation, atypical, birth sex or gender identity and expression, as well as intersex, asexual, non-binary, and gender non-conforming individual. So we are going to talk about LGBTIQA+ in higher education. This community is among the highly marginalized in the society. And you find that they are prone to stigma, discrimination, violence, any type of violence based on their sexual orientation and gender identity. The challenge is this is not only happening in the community, but it's also happening in the institutions of higher education, the institution of learned individuals, whom we expect that they will be understanding the diversity. But you find that most of those stigma and discrimination are portrayed in those institutions. And when you look at those institutions, there are policies which are talking about we are not going to discriminate, and others even have the statement regarding transphobia, homophobia, those big statements where they are going to say, we are not going to tolerate homophobia, we are not going to do. So when you look at those policies, they are so fancy, they are so attractive, and we also have our constitution So we assume that, okay, people in higher institution are not going to discriminate. Furthermore, some institutions even have policies which indicate non-discrimination to LGBTQIA+ individuals, which is written. But here's the reality. I've conducted several studies related to the experiences of LGBTIQ, then men who have sex with men, and because when we talk about men who have sex with men, we're including also the gay in that, and also some heterosexual women, some heterosexual men who will still have sex with a man, though they don't identify as gay. So we are also including which is contested because it becomes so problematic when people think of transgender women. Some put transgender women as men based on their the fact that they have penis, and they group them as men, whereas they are not men. So those are some of the logistical challenges which, when they talk about MSM, they end up including transgender women, but excluding transgender men. So those are some of the terms which need to be worked on. Then we also have, there's another study which I've conducted with colleagues where we were trying to deconstruct taboo or madura against LGBTIQ individuals, because at one of the universities in rural area, when they see a gender non-conforming person, especially a transgender woman, their reaction was just, yo, madura way, like, yo, taboo. So instead of calling a person with a name, the person was called madura wherever. So we had to try and deconstruct those madura. And also human rights violation and its impact on mental well-being of LGBTIQ students in South African rural university. Because of seeing how the LGBTIQ individuals have been discriminated, have been violated, and what impact does that have? And also issues related to transgender student experiences of online education during COVID-19 pandemic era in rural Eastern Cape area of South Africa. The issue is sometimes people will think, okay, because now there's online, maybe the LGBTIQ individuals are safe from stigma and discrimination, which is not the case. Then we also have several, I don't want to read all of them. There's the other one which we wrote on, how do you expect us to survive? That was the lamentation of female sex workers in Zimbabwe who are included under the plus. And also survival strategies of HIV positive transgender women during the COVID-19 lockdown. And I'm not sure if I need to read all of them, but maybe you will have to Google me. But I'm just doing this because I'm just bringing this snippet so that when I come with the results, you should see that it's not some thuds. There are studies which have been conducted. The one which is on studying sexuality, LGBTIQ experiences in institutions of higher education in Southern Africa. This one, we didn't include only South Africa, but also included some university like University of Namibia, University of Malawi, and so that we see what is happening in SADC. That's why when she raised the question about the transgender women, and I said, no, we'll collaborate with this Net 10 so that we'll see what can we come up with, if we need to come up with a statement or something. Then also citizenship rights, discrimination, and stigmatization of LGBTIQ students by healthcare providers at South African rural-based university, which is so touching because we think that healthcare providers need to provide non-discriminating services. But what we see, they're the ones who are also discriminating against LGBTIQ individuals. And the other one was on religion-related stigma and discrimination, where bazalwane, they becomes the core of stigmatization of individual. And that's, what is it? That beliefs is taken again and carried into the institutions of higher education, where you find that some students who are staying with bazalwane or sharing the room, in the morning they will even be sprinkled with water to say, we're chasing away the demons. So you find that there is a lot, and this other one was just people sharing about their experiences of being LGBTIQ in higher education. And also the experiences of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex students regarding sports participation in a South African rural-based university, where you find that when they want to participate in sport, they will be said, you can't play soccer. That was mostly for transgender men. You cannot play female soccer because you walk like a man. And when they go to men, men will say, no ways, this is not for female. But a person is a transgender man. So they don't want the person to be there. So there's a lot which we found based on these studies. And also the attitude of students towards LGBTIQ individuals. You find that the fellow students who are supposed to support their fellow students are the ones who are perpetrating the stigma and discrimination, meaning that this is like a generalized stigma and discrimination. So basically those are the snippets of the research which have been conducted or which I was involved in or which I was leading on LGBTIQ in higher education. Based on all that, we ended up writing a book which is called Silence LGBTI Experiences and Identities in Institutions of Higher Learning in South Africa. This book has just been published. I think it's not even a month old, where we have contributors from all those SADC universities. Then also the book chapters. My chapter was focusing, which is in this very book, Advocacy, Care and Support Model for LGBTIQ students in South African rural-based university. I'll be talking about this model when we go down. Then we also have violence against LGBTIQ persons in South Africa. Something have been cut when we were trying to finalize. But when you see Muzusi, you know the beginning is Mabandu Muzusi. So don't be surprised. Then we also have surviving heterosexism, where some of LGBTIQ individuals were forced to become parents because they want the community to go off their back. When you say, okay, because you find that some people in the institution of higher education, they will try to come out. If it's a transgender man, he will try to behave the way he feel he's supposed to behave. But the moment somebody from the community heard about that, they go and call the parents. And the parents will force the person to be married or to get pregnant as soon as possible. So what they usually do is they will fall pregnant with a friend, and then they'll be able to stay with their partner because they will just say, okay, no, now she's a woman, she's a royal woman, she has a child. And also the males, the gay individual, and also maybe a transgender female, because in the community they won't even understand them. They'll be forced to impregnate somebody so that otherwise they will have to leave the school. So those are some of the things which we're experiencing, which we LGBTIQ individuals were experiencing, and that's what we documented. So in summary, they are the findings. Some of the findings, I'll just bring the quotation. Some of the findings, I will just summarize the findings. One person was saying, before I came to this university, I was living openly as a lesbian. When I arrived at the university, one of my classmates showed me a lesbian couple and mentioned that I should not go near them because they are bitch. When I started dating girls, people gossiped about me, saying that I am a bitch, I'm satanic, and I'm demon-possessed. Others mentioned that I am afraid of dick. That forced me and even other LGBTI students in this university to engage in a heterosexual relationship to prove that we are normal, while privately continue with our homosexual relationship. Think about this statement, think about HIV, think about prevention. Then the other one was, I was born a lesbian. In fact, I know that inside I am a lesbian. My parents referred me to the psychologist here in this university. The psychologist told me that it is just a psychological problem. She told me that I should have a boyfriend and dress in a feminine manner. To tell you the honest fact, when I'm with him, I feel nothing except unnecessary hurt and irritation. This lady came for HIV counseling and testing, and the way she was dressed, I've never seen it. She was putting on a bra, like it's a grayish, which was visible, and a summer dress with flower and hunter's boots. And I could see, like, what's happening? She said, no, the psychologist told me to put on the dress. So that's why I'm doing this, to behave feminine. But these are the learned community in institutions of higher education. Then people in the community assume that whenever they see people engage in same-sex relationship, it is a bad omen. Whenever bad thing happen in the family or in the community, even in the country, like when it is not raining or when there are floods, mass accident, and then I'll say the looting, I'll say also the COVID, the community members will always blame the queer individuals. They say we're bringing bad omen to the community. If one is recognized as such in the community, people can even necklace and burn you to death. The chief of the place where I stay does not want to hear anything about homosexuality. One day at Koroni, that is traditional gathering at the chief's scroll, he said that if I hear that anybody is engaged in this matura of men having sex with men and females having sex with female, I'm going to banish them, the person with his or her whole family, from my country. So to summarize the experiences in higher education, this is what is happening. LGBTIQ individuals are excluded from activities, are discriminated based on the structural discrimination, like the forms which we have in most of institutions, which are supposed to fill, it's male and female. Then the toilets, you see male and female toilets. Though with other universities like the University of Mpumalanga, they've created the unisex toilets. But what happened? People decided to go inside and say male toilet, female toilet, though the door is the same. Meaning that even when the university is trying, but people will still make sure that they don't allow that. The sporting codes I've mentioned, where they'll say this sport is specifically for females, this is for males. But when they say males, they would say they are focusing only on straight males and females, not other gender and sexual diversity. There's also hate crime, where you find that LGBTIQ students are even killed on campus, and name callings, where they're called all types of names, and also exposed to violence of all spheres. And the worst part, if they are violated, the management will do nothing, the security will do nothing, nobody will do anything. Then use of derogatory words, some are even used in the classroom. Then discrimination in all the university spaces by almost all the sectors. This might even include the funding, just simple funding at the university. I remember one student who was saying she was trying to apply for bursary. She went to make follow-up with other people. Then others were given a bursary. The moment she arrived, they say, no, she wrote something like, I'm a lesbian. We are not going to fund you. And that just became an issue. And that's what LGBTIQ individuals are facing. Where there is, I remember one of the trans women who at first was staying in female residence. And with a friend, it was okay. Until somebody, those people who are the housemasters or whatever, came and say, you are the boy, you are a man, this is for females. He said, I'm a female. I said, no, you are a man, you need to go to that. The person just come to the office to say, if this is happening, I am leaving, because if I go to male residence, it means whoever wants to explore, to have sex with men, they'll start with me. So we have to intervene somehow. Then the sources of those stigma, we have mentioned issues of religion, we have mentioned issues of culture, that's why they will say it's a taboo, it's a matura. Others is just peer pressure, where somebody see, okay, no, some people are discriminating, even if maybe you had a friend who is a lesbian. But when you have that peer pressure, you decide to say, no, I no longer befriend this person. Then some of the things which are sources are regulations and social expectation. They just say, if you have been born with a penis, you are supposed to behave this way. And that makes a lot of challenges. And what is the impact of that stigma and discrimination against LGBTIQA plus individuals? You find that they are not performing well academically. The reason being, they go to the classroom, they will be stigmatized. They will go to even the lecturer. So sometimes some will just decide not to go. Or sometimes if you are known, you'll just be marked negatively, even if a person has performed well. And also others end up developing psychosocial disorders, depression, attempting suicide, and all other mental related disorder. Others just decide to say, it's not working for me, let me quit school. Or forced to study specific courses because of safety. Where you find that maybe what can I say? A transgender female, a transgender man feel like he wants to do engineering. And when they go there, they say, no, it's not for females. So you'll find that most of LGBTIQ individuals will end up doing nursing, will end up doing social work, will end up doing sociology, psychology, those spaces where they feel a bit safer, which is also problematic. Then others, you find that they are forced to be in multiple concurrent behavior because if they're afraid to be seen during the day with the partner of their choice, they will have to have a community partner, a token partner. After hours, they will have the partner which is needed or which is recommended by the community. Then sometimes there's issues of staying in abusive relationship where a person feel like even if my partner is abusing me, if I leave this relationship, who is going to date me again? Because in some spaces, especially rural spaces, people don't want to come out as lesbian or as gay. Then intentional exposure to HIV infection. I've just written it intentionally, though it's not intentional, where some people are forced to engage in microwave sex wherever they get a partner, whether it's an airport or wherever, because they are afraid. They'll just have sex immediately, where sometimes they don't even have a condom. Because I remember in one of the paper, one person said, I didn't want to miss this opportunity, so I got somebody at the airport. We have sex. When I tested the person, the results were positive. Then I said, you are HIV positive. He just said, that man at the airport. Then I said, man at the airport? What really happened? Then he started to explain to me. That's where it just makes me feel like if I don't do anything as an academic, we are not going to win even the battle against HIV and AIDS. That is zero HIV infection. It will be mission impossible if we are not inclusive in our program to all individuals. So what did we do? We didn't just sit when we get that, all those findings. We started with the intervention. One is trying to destabilize heteronormativity in higher education. That next 10 is focusing on that. How do we destabilize that? Because everything is male and female, every structure. So that's what we're trying to do, even the language use. And try to create safe space, like making sure that the bathrooms are gender neutral, having a help desk dealing with specific LGBTIQ issues. You can remember most of the university, I think from 2012, they have a coordinator who is dealing specifically with LGBTIQ related challenges. And then representation in all major decision-making committee. That measure is MAJOR. Like here, I know this NASDEV is also a major decision-making committee. So when you hear that, you can decide to say, no, let's do something about that. And also forming LGBTIQ organization on campus, and also trying to write the statement on intolerance of homo, trans, any phobia towards LGBTIQ individuals, and trying to deconstruct taboo. So all these, I've decided to package them in a model which is called LGBTIQ Advocacy Model, which focus on LGBTIQ individuals, university, higher education sector, and society. On LGBTE, do I still have time? Yes. Okay, it's fine. I wanted to fly. This is the intervention model. There's LGBTIQA plus individuals there. That's one of the elements, which sometimes you find that if we don't empower people we want to advocate for, you find that you will be fighting alone. But if they're empowered, they know their rights. We also form the support group, counseling where they need to be counseled, and also involving them in some of the research, and also advocating for LGBTIQ themselves to assess their own rights. Because if they are quiet and they're not trying to advocate for themselves, sometimes it becomes problematic. But you don't advocate for yourself if you don't have information, if you don't know your rights. Then we also have the university community. How do we change the university community? By hosting the dialogues, dialogues on LGBTIQ. I remember when I started at UNISA, the SRA student or SRC student, they didn't want to hear anything about LGBTIQ. But the moment I engaged them in dialogue, one of them was called Stanley Namakota. He ended up now becoming an advocate who, whether he's greeting people or whatever, he won't leave LGBTIQ individuals to show that now they are recognizing them. Issues of seminars, roundtable discussion, sensitization workshop, because the academics and students need to be sensitized. Radio talks, and also cross-sexual and cross-gender sports, unisex bathroom, and then also trying to make sure that LGBTIQ student structure are registered, because if they are formally recognized on campus, I know they can work well, and actively challenging discriminatory policies. Then at the higher education sector, what we tried to do was to make sure that we have special issues where we try to consolidate the experiences from wherever to try to challenge heteronormativity, and also hosting the conferences, presenting papers. And I'm trying also to finalize a chapter on assessing and addressing the healthcare needs for LGBTIQ individuals for general nursing science book. Because you find that if we expect nurses to be knowledgeable and they are not knowledgeable, they will be the one who starts from delivery. The moment they deliver a woman, they see it's like this one is like intersex. Then previously they'll just say which one is more dominant, or ask the mother, which child do you want, a girl or a boy? Then the mother will say, okay, I have 3 boys. Now I need a girl. So they cut the penis. Then the person will remain a girl. So, but if the nurses are well educated, they know what is happening, because there are intersex people who are suffering now, saying that that's what happened to them. But the moment they cut the penis, when they leave, when they start to grow up, they grow up being boyish, male-ish, and whatever, but the penis is gone. So that's why we are trying to make sure that if we have that module, that will be helpful, and for nursing science. And also, we'll see what else can we do. And the society, mostly with society, we do radio talks, community indaba, workshop with religious leaders, dialogue with community leaders in order to deconstruct Matura. This is just like an annual conference here, Deconstructing Matura, where we gather with people from rural area, and we bring the traditional healer leaders, then combine them with academics and LGBTIQ students. The last one we hosted at Univen, we went there with a transgender man. Then when he arrived there, everybody was saying, nda, like they was putting on the tie and whatever. Then after the dialogue, and then when the person said, when I came here, you see a man, and I'm a man. but I've been born, I don't have a penis. Then they started to say, he said, I have not changed. I'm still the one who entered the room. So do you think I've made myself? Then we also have religious leader in this dialogue, where when we say we are with them, we say, religious leader, communicate, dialogue, debate using a Bible, where that very man said, I've been created by God. The Bible is saying that. All he created them. So the moment we say, don't tell us, no, we'll just be compelled because of the Constitution, we say, your Constitution is a Bible. Look at the Bible, what support, or how are you supposed to inform, to support fellow human beings? Then others will come with love thy neighbors, others will come with Sodom and Gomorrah. So you'll find pastors fighting, which we also plan to have a conference specifically for pastors. Then with the elderly, the traditional people will say, you have a name in Chivenda, which you say, this person is called Chitabane. Where does this word come from? Did you say it's an African who brought this word? Then they ended up saying, no, we remember this was there, but usually previously what we used to do, we will kill them. If we see the child being born and start to behave some abnormally, that child will be killed. If it's not killed during birth, they will kill the child on the way. If he escape, he go to traditional school, he will die in a circumcision school or female, the Domba dance and all those cultural school. So they were the people who they were killed. But others will say, no, but we know some of the traditional healers are lesbian, are gay. And the moment we bring that, and those people are respected in the community, we are starting to try and deconstruct the taboo so that the community will be a good area. So these are some of the implementation when we were doing anti-stigma and discrimination campaign, even calling people like Amnesty International to come to our institution to assist. The issues of roundtable discussion and kicking away stigma and discrimination, where we just organize a soccer, and not soccer, sport tournament, where we say we want to kick away stigma and discrimination. We invite everybody, also the gender non-conforming individuals, and we participate and also write things like the banners. This is one of the deconstructing taboo. You could see the community people, community elders who have been invited. Then as final thought, to avert such practices as stigma and discrimination, the institutions of higher education have a full responsibility, ranging from policy implementation, not only policy writing, statements against any form of phobias, infrastructural design, activities, recreational activities, and also the day-to-day institutional culture need to be transformed. There should be consequence management for any sign of exclusion, whether it's covert, whether it's overt, and ndolibuwa.
You can stand there. You can stand there.
Okay, that's okay.
I'll speak from here. Prof, I would like to believe that was very engaging and quite thought-provoking. The issues that you have addressed in there, I don't think I even thought that far. And it's really wonderful to see the extensive work that you have done, particularly within the LGBTQIA+ space. And I definitely know that there is more to be done by more people, but you have set a good foundation for future professors such as Simon, who will one day venture into this field of study. Now, we all know how we're going to do this. We're going to open up for questions and answers. So I will start because I'm very passionate when it comes to this, because I identify as LGBTQI+ myself. And I think the question, I think I want to pose it to you, but I think because we're all student development practitioners and professionals who are seated here, I think this is a question that is overarching to everyone. And particularly for me, it's when you spoke about how a lot of students, when they enter the space, that is when some of the problems that we see in higher education come in. And knowing all of us here who have got an integrated first-year experience program, whereby we help students bridge the gap from high school into university, the question I would ask is, are universities doing enough in addressing inclusivity as well as understanding of the LGBTQIA+ persons from the very first day they enter the institution? Because I believe that if maybe we got that right from the very beginning, some of the issues that we would be addressing from your studies would either be menial or non-existent. So that's the question I want to ask. Are universities doing enough in addressing inclusivity and understanding of LGBTQIA+ persons from the first year of study? And then other questions. I'll take one question up there, and then I'll take a question from behind me. And then once they answer the 3 questions, we will then go on to the next round of questions. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Zipum Simango from Lgbtiq University, Kimberley in the Northern Cape. I'm not sure whether mine is a question or a comment, but it's related to something you raised in terms of health practitioners now, when they're encountered with a child who has both sexes, and they give the parents the choice to choose for said child. My mother is a nurse by profession, and working in the public sector, she was encountered with such a situation just not very far back. I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago. And she said when she came back home, what not just astonished but saddened her was the fact that if the parent was in a private hospital, they would have been given more information. They would have been given more choice in terms of how to go about navigating this. But because of the public sector, which is maybe some of our underlying issues as well, not just to start it from the level of study, but also the policies that are in place in our between public and private health sectors, in terms of how do we then educate mothers and fathers of these newborn kids and not put them in a space where they now have to choose, and their choice has many implications on this individual who's going to grow up now confused because of the fact that they feel something different, but they are something different outside, but internally it's very different. And maybe we don't need to just start from the nursing or medical schools and the teachings itself, but we need to find a way as well of changing the policies within the public and private health sectors that are already in place, in order for those who are already there, because there are many individuals as well who are there who have old mindsets that have not been changed, and they stuck to their ways. They cannot see beyond what they've been taught, what they know, and what is supposed to be. And things that are coming up now, because that's what it's perceived. It's perceived as new era things. It's not something that used to be there. It's like, these new ones, this new generation, they're coming up with different things, ilaba, type of thing. How do we then change them? And I think that's where we need to start as well, with the older generation that's already there in the workplace, to conscientize them and to make them aware of the implications that putting a parent who's supposed to be excited about holding this child, but now has this humongous decision to be making in the face of people who are supposed to be learned and know better. Thank you.
Sorry about that. All right, thank you so much for that question. And then I'm going to note the question behind me.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Anani Nonke Mtalaliso from CPUT, Belleville campus. And I'll be talking from a position of being a leader in a queer space, or rather leading a queer organization, because early this year, just a few of my peers, we decided to open up an organization called the CPUT Queer Unicorns at CPUT, and it was quite a fight having to actually have the organization recognized by the institution. And upon that, we discovered that a lot of even queer people are not educated about the LGBTQIA plus and everything that entails that, including who they are, understanding what it is, and like having to have different, like know the differences between everything else. So mine is not a question. I'd suggest, or rather say that everything should start at a high school level, where students are old enough to understand what it is that they're going through. Because when we get to university, some people, that's where many queer people discover themselves, or rather realize, but no man, this is actually who I am by seeing somebody else. But why is it that I relate to their lifestyle more than I do to the other people? Talking about, like, as you mentioned, the forced femininity by our families. You know, we are as young women, we are always forced to be wearing dresses and act feminine, whereas we know that we feel deep inside that we represent more masculinity than we do femininity. But when we get to a space where there are more queer people, and that's where we actually realize, well, no man, I actually am this kind of a person and not what my family wants me to be. So if ever we really want to champion this, I think we should start at high school level, introduce such topics, have such conversations with high school learners, so that when they get to university, the transformation is much more easier than it would if ever they were not educated. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Prof, just to go back in the three questions that were posed amidst the comments, the first question is, if you can answer for me, is, are universities doing enough in addressing inclusivity and understanding of LGBTQIA plus persons from first year?
The university are not doing anything. I don't want to say this in public, but something which forced me to not to get higher position at University of Venda was related to me starting to support LGBTIQ individuals. I wanted to host awareness campaign. I was the HIV/AIDS coordinator for Univen. I wanted to host a campaign which was called Anti-Stigma and Discrimination Campaign. So, against LGBTIQ individuals. That was supported, and I organized. A day before the event, I was told the management have refused. They say you cannot market LGBTIQ in the community. Then I decided to say, okay, what do I do now? I need to go and get my own fund. I got funds from outside and said, I want to do anti-stigma and discrimination campaign for HIV, AIDS, and other discriminatable whatever. So I supported that. Then, because I feel that we really needed to make awareness. And what happened, because by then I've already started the LGBTIQ support group, and also there were peer educators, general HIV/AIDS peer educators. I said, you are going to work together. The peer educators, general peer educators said, Prof, we are not working with gays and lesbians. You rather do it yourself. We cannot do that. So I had to make an emergency diversity management workshop or with peer educators so that they can work with LGBTIQ. Then we have 2 banners. One was on LGBTIQ, one was on HIV, and 2 stations. That station of LGBTIQ was full, where people were asking questions, which you really see that there is a need. But the university does not embrace that. They allow us to do awareness campaign, the orientation week, where we do everything. We'll do the orientation focus on HIV, but that in most of the university is no area. I want to bring the issue here, I forgot your name, regarding the community. Even if we say we want to start it in higher education, the problem is there is SGB will say no. So that's why you saw my model. It also have the society. So that if we start by leveling the space in the society, it means that even the parents will know that a child can be born being intersex, a child is allowed, can behave the way they want to behave. Allow them. There are other children when they're still very young. They'll take let's say a male. You buy all the toys. The male throw them away and pick a doll. And the woman should understand that the parents and the community should understand, okay, let the child be what she wants to be, and at a certain age they will choose. Because also the policy now, I'm not sure in which policy, but the parents are no longer allowed to decide for the child. They have to wait for the child to be grown up and decide what they want to be. But the problem is the form, Road to Health card. It's male and female. So when you have to tick there, you need to say male or female. So it's not this is what can I say? A gross mammoth task, which if we all together try to do whatever we can do in the spaces we are in, is then that we can win the battle. Because even if we empower them in higher education, that's why in higher education they open up, then a person first week will say, no, I think I'm a lesbian. After the workshop, Prof, thank you for that. I'm not a lesbian, you know. I'm a transgender male. So the issue of even LGBTIQ plus individuals don't understand themselves because nobody have taught them anyway. It's a huge task which we need to make, even awareness at whatever space, because this becomes a vicious cycle. Wherever we start, we can have an impact. So I think I've answered all 3. Okay.
Yes, Prof, you actually did answer all 3 questions. Another round of questions. I am going to note the first hand up there, going to note the second hand here, and then there was a hand up there that came up first. So it's going to be first, second, third. You can ask. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof, for the very wonderful presentation. My name is Matrim Sandisani. I'm from the University of Venda. Yesterday we had a presentation from Her Majesty, and when she started, she asked if it is possible to can present a presentation in Zulu, and the whole say, the entire hall said yes. So I'm going to ask you, is it possible that I can ask you these questions in Venda?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
No, thank you very much. Universities must be the fountains of wisdom. And be that as it may, the whole entire public or the communities which is surrounding the university must benefit from the university. I'm saying this because, not because I want to speak on behalf of the University of Venda. What you are saying, I know. It is the reality. It happened in the University of Venda a long time ago. And at some point, we were also in the student leadership. And we happened to sit with the requisition from the LGBTI, which wanted student recognition from the SRC. That was in 2012. I was the president of the SRC at that time. And my response was that for you to be recognized, you need to produce 100 membership. Yes. So they brought the membership. And we said, no, we want to see warm bodies. Yeah. We want to see all those people. They must come and line here. Because we were of the view at that time that if they do not exist, they were bogus. So 10, 11 years later, we are here now. We are advocating for student programs. Yes. In the University of Venda, we hosted Mr. and Mrs. Univen last year, of which the Mrs. Univen, she's there. The second one is what? You call it what? Miss Personality or something? Miss Personality is gay. Is what? Yeah, she's a lesbian. I'm saying this to answer your question that you have been deprived the position in the University of Venda because you were advocating for these things. So since you have left, things are no longer the same. We are also inclusive of the LGBTI community together with the SRC. Yeah. In the student leadership, they are there. They are also helping the university to transform. So I want to say this, the community awareness are very much important to be conducted, simply because the university does not live in an isolation. And as part of that, those programs, when we take it to the chief's yard, we take it to the churches and everywhere, it also helps the society to gain knowledge that these things, this topic must be conducted in the community so that people must know and understand what is it about. It's not a personal choice.
Can I just quickly interject? Due to time constraints, could you please wrap up and asking the relevant question? Thanks.
No, thank you very much. I wanted to say that now, if the universities are not welcoming this initiative of accepting the LGBTI community, you then have students who are gays or lesbian in campus. When they get home, they strike and to find themselves to act as everything is normal. At the end of the day, they don't go home even during recess. Yes. Or if they go home, immediately when they say university is opening today, they are there asking for temporary accommodation because they are not safe at home. Yes. So these are the topics that we need to have. Then lastly, she said something very much which I wrote here, that these topics must start at the Department of Basic Education. But it must not start as a topic. The Department of Basic Education must hire gays and lesbians to be teachers. Yeah. The department must hire them. If that clause which we see there, where people living with disability are encouraged to apply, it must also be written there, because once these kids see them in action, they see this thing is a reality. They only spend 3 years in the university. There's nothing that you can change. Mara, if you have gays and lesbians who are teachers teaching there, practicing from standard 6 up until grade 12, once you get there, you know this thing is there. Then my question is that we have student residencies, which how do we bring the inclusivity in the residencies to say, if we're saying we're categorizing this ones is for the lesbian, this ones is for the gay, we can also be labeled as if we are doing segregation or separation or whatever. then how do you think we can approach these things going towards the student residents? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that question and comment. The next question. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the informative presentation, Prof. But I think everybody has a role to play, as much as maybe the university isn't doing enough, the legislature or whoever, but also members in the LGBTQI must also stand up and fight against these stereotypes. Because what will happen is that members of the LGBTQI will be the first people to create these stereotypes by, for example, having a preference of feminine gays, but not really understanding masculine lesbians. There'll be that stereotype of feminine gays, they make up whatever, it's fine. But when a woman now wears masculine brands, your Brentwood, your whatever, then there's going to be that stereotype of why is she making herself a man, yada da da, you know. So I believe that the community itself must stand up and defend itself before anybody else can do anything about it. Because if there are people in the community who allow these stereotypes, who are part of these stereotypes, and it also goes back to the education that people who understand whatever is happening should educate whoever, because now you can't be bisexual and then not understand an asexual person just because they're not you. Then it's going to be useless. Whatever intervention is going to happen is not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And then the last question.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'd like to thank NASDEV for having brought us a giant. It goes to show the kind of level of work that you had to do for us to bring to get this thing, the conference together. You know, when somebody is being introduced, you start looking at yourself and having an introspection. We'd really like to appreciate what you've done for bringing Prof here, because it's just not about what we get, but it's also about what we become when we leave here. We sometimes think we've got enough information until you get to listen to a giant like this and realize that also as an individual, we've got gaps that you need to close. Prof, you just don't do research. We see a lot of research. Myself, I'm within an institution. I didn't introduce myself. Babalo Fundagamaposa from Sifako Makatu Health Sciences University. I am not a researcher, but I read a lot. Well, I research because I need to, but that's not my strength. So you see a lot of people in our institutions doing a lot of research. But what we get to see with the kind of the glimpse that you've given us is that you are doing groundbreaking research that changes people's lives. And that's what we are seeking, which is also information that we should be able to integrate with our own teaching and learning. And I think for that, it's something that we also need to further salute you for. I'm going to kindly request that maybe can you also share us the presentation by Prof, because there's a lot of things that she quickly just went through that I think we need to also go and look back and see how we can change ourselves and the communities that we live in. There's a few people that have suggested that we need to introduce the issue of us being different in our orientation and our attraction only at high school level. This information, I think it needs to start with us as individuals, or the change whenever somebody says, I am pregnant. Whenever people say, I have a boy, people go and buy blue clothes or whatever color. We need to change the narrative that whenever somebody says, I have a boy, you go and buy a toy, a doll. Because we need to change how if it doesn't matter the sexual orientation, how we get to see life. That for a boy child, you can buy a pink top and there is nothing wrong with it. It makes me remember of the advert that it says you went somewhere and you drink pink drinks. Pink drinks are for everyone. So that will also make sure that we live in a homogeneous communities where we don't get charged because of what we are wearing. It can also be further introduced by introduction of families, because if you go and read on the books in junior school, they will only give you 3 different types of families, and that's what our children grow up with. If we can start from there and introduce that children do get to know that there's different types of family setups, that I think also will assist even before we get to higher junior. Prof, just a few things now on the presentations themselves. you have presented that we do find professionals that also would then leave their professional, are unable to separate themselves from their beliefs, and that they would say when somebody is being brought to themselves, you made an example of somebody who was taken to a psychologist, and then the psychologist could not separate themselves from belief. Do you think our programs of teaching in our institutions are teaching our professionals that you need to be professional and you need to separate yourself from your own thinking? And how do you think we can bridge out that gap? Secondly, Prof, you've brought something that is very important and very close to my heart, where you were saying there's a research that was done on sex workers in Zimbabwe, and where they were asking, how do you expect us to survive? I just want to find out if, do you have any information or have you done any research to the effect in South Africa, and maybe what is your thinking also on legalization of sexual, of sex work, especially because if you look at sex work, it's one of those first professionals, especially for female professional work. Do you think it's something that we should be embracing as a country? And lastly, in the different types of sexual orientations, have you seen if there's any difference in the acceptance for those that are aligned to male alignment? I might not be correct in how I phrase this, but is there any difference in the acceptance for those that are mainly male alignment, male aligned, or female aligned? For instance, make an example of gay versus lesbian, that maybe have we seen a more acceptance on gays versus lesbian, and then all other sexual orientations that might be male and female orientated? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. There was a question at the back, and I noted you. If you could just please ask, it was in the glasses there at the back, if you could just please ask your question, but please keep it short and concise, and then I will then get Prof to answer all the questions that have been posed in one format.
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Fundi Salomane, Residence Coordinator from Cape Peninsula University of Technology. First of all, it's a comment. I would like to say thank you very much to the information that you share with us, because as a residence coordinator in our working station, we are facing a lot. My question to you, Prof, first, I would like to know why the numbers of parents, they cannot discipline their children by saying that I'm at 2000, there's nothing we can do. Number two, as I indicated before that I'm working in the residence. What makes the male students to prove himself to have more than 5 girlfriends in the same residence? I'm raising this question because I am a female. As we are females, we are having that things, let me hold on, things will be okay. To find that there is no such. What it will be the next step? You'll see a student isolating herself, maybe mental illness, depression started because she is hurt. She was hoping maybe the partner, he will change. To find that instead of changing, he is doing worse. Thank you, Prof.
All right, thank you so much. So, Prof, as we run down the questions from question 1 to question 5, the first question...
I had grabs. I think I have...
Are you sure?
When I get stuck, you remind me.
No problem.
I'll start with the last one of saying why boys are having so many girlfriends. There's a study which I also conducted on use of contraceptives and whatever, where most of the time while I was, people were coming, will be saying number of girlfriends, the SRC will say, member will say 15, then somebody will say 50 in the last year. Then I said, what's happening? They said, no, that's how to prove our manhood. We compete with that. So we spoke about HIV, and also at Univen we used to have a motto which says, physical appearance has nothing to do with HIV status. Based on that, the fresher, they say freshers what. That's where all the new people are coming, who are coming are proposed. A person will take one to the room and giving her the room, one to the room, giving her the key, one to the room, what. Then the moment I said, do you know that they are, because they said, no, they're virgins. And I said, are you aware that people are even born with HIV? So when you are saying they're virgins, what is going to happen? So sometimes I don't even know what to do, but it just needs awareness. Like in the process of trying to do what you're doing, you might end up infecting yourself, infecting others, and because most of them, they will do that within 3 months while they're still in the window period, and go to somebody else, which is so dangerous. But there's nothing we can do except awareness. Then the issues of War 2000 is not issues of all parents. It's issues of some parents, but there's also issues of peer pressure, which we need to see how to address it in the community level. Then, Bomatere Musa, I'm so grateful that the seed that started at Univen has flourished up to this far. That's why even this construction of Matura, I think I was at Univen in 2019, we were just blocked by. So I didn't start it and desert Univen. I usually come and make sure that things are done. And those 100 signatures, one of them was mine. And because I wanted them to do the LGBTIQ structure to be, then I just say, no, even mine. And other people who have come here for HIV testing, can you sign so that you give them what you want? But the good thing, we ended up having some warm bodies who stood up, and you saw that there's a reality, and thanks for that. So this, I'm just targeting that because it begins with you. One person can stand up and make a change. That's based on Univen's, my studies at Univen, and also that stigma and discrimination. When I was presenting the finding in 2012 in Hayes, what came up was saying from that presentation, Hayes, what do we call Hayes now? Higher Education HIV/AIDS, I don't know what it's called now. Huh? Higher Education South Africa. They felt that this stigma and discrimination and attitudes, and it might not be only at Univen. So after my presentation, they commissioned the study in all the universities, and also fund, I think, 14 universities to have a LGBTI coordinator, a person who is identified as LGBT IQ, to be a coordinator there. So one person might change, yes, you start wherever you are, but no matter how, if you are consistent and persistent in what you are doing, you will end up making change. The fruit I seeing 12 years after now, 10 years after. But when I started to just say, Prof. Azvi, Sister Helen, our Sister Helen by then. But the issue is, it begins with you. You start, things will happen. Then the issue of the preference, or some people preferring gay, lesbian, who are most accepted, who are not most accepted. We have not conducted a study related to that. However, most of the time, I find that transgender women, because they are vocal and out and so friendly, they are the ones who are mostly seen, mostly supported and but you find them with a group of friends. But with transgender men, sometimes people just think, they're rude. That's what people say, like they walk like men and whatever. So they are not so preferred, but because people have lack of understanding and say they think they are making themselves men and whatever. So that's what I've observed, but I have not studied that, which might be a food for thought to be studied. Then there was another question. You can remind me now.
Prof, the next question was, in relation to the effects in South Africa on the sex worker, on the sex worker research that you've done, emanating from the research that you've done in Zim, they were looking at what is the acceptance in South Africa in relation to the sex work, and if we should be supporting, legalization, thank you, that's the word, the legalization and the decriminalization of sex work, particularly with people, affecting those who are in LGBTQIA plus communities. So that was the overarching quote, and the question would be, how do we go about looking at how best to legalize and decriminalize sex work, particularly affecting those in LGBTQIA plus communities, in South Africa, based on the research and the information that you have gathered from the work that you did on sex work in Zimbabwe?
I think legalization will be perfect, because the way they are trafficked, the way they are killed, is so touching. There's a paper which I wrote on Blesser's refuge for refugee girls, where I was even seeing them, if they have not yet legalized it, let them become blessees, so that they have a blesser who is known, who will come, and even the friends and colleagues, and they know, no, that car, the VW777 is for this person. So that's for protection. But when I wrote that paper, it was also based on, if it's not legalized, where the person would say, Prof. Azvi have been picked with by Simon Perry, is going to be a problem. So if it's legalized, you are sure or no, we even take the picture of Perry and, oh, they are gone now, they will be back. So that will make them safer. But that battle, people are debating with religion and whatever. You know, religion is like, it's a core on saying we are legalizing sin, whereas you are not stopping it by not legalizing it. Then your question was on?
It was a comment. You actually did answer, but her question was, how do we foster a notion in breaking self-inflicted stereotypes in the LGBTQIA plus community? And that was in relation to when they said that it's quite easy for a man to be accepted in society for being a feminine gay, but when the lens is reversed and you then see a masculine lesbian woman, then it's quite hard for society to grasp that notion. And that was when that question then emanated on how do we foster a notion in breaking self-inflicted stereotypes within the LGBTQIA plus community.
Thank you for that. I think when you're using that model of self, the model I've developed, the first one is on individual level, where if they're empowered and understand what is happening, that will be helpful. Because of that lack of empowerment, that's why you are seeing the alphabets continuously continuing. It started somewhere, then because somebody, no, I don't want to be, I'm not like her, so I'm a queer. I'm not like her, I'm this one. But if they understand one another, each other, which needs empowerment, because when you are divided amongst yourself, it becomes a problem. I wanted to start, the gender-neutral toilets at UNISA. Then LGBTIQ individuals were fighting amongst themselves, whereas the VC have given me a go-ahead to say, Prof. Azvi, just see what you can implement. Others will say, we'll be targeted in the toilet. We'll do. We ended up not implementing. But if people are united, I think that will be helpful.
Prof, I'm going to keep you on that podium for just 2 more questions. Just 2 more. 2 more. I'm just going to hold you hostage just for 2 more questions. The one question emanates from my colleague over here, Terence, and then he actually has been trying to ask a question, so I had to. But it's okay. If you promise me that when I ask for 2, you will keep it 1 line and not. Are we sure? Sure. All right. Short and concise, kort and vondag. Okay. So, first question, Terence. Second question, I'll go up there. I will have to skip you because you've been asking questions, unfortunately. So it will be second question up there, then third question here. All right. So, take it away, Terence.
Thank you, Prof. My question is from a human capital perspective. Isn't it about time that the human capital policy also looks at reviewing in terms of, in an interview, trying to figure out in terms of your knowledge about the LGBTIQ plus community? Because specifically, even, for people that work with students, they can have a great impact in terms of how they speak to them if they are not knowledgeable of the LGBTI community. So my question is, isn't it about time that the human capital try to factor in a policy that reviews that so that you don't find a resident coordinator that is discriminative? Yeah.
Thank you. Right. Thank you so much for that question, Terence. Next question.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Huh? Is it me?
No, it's the lady.
At the back?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
But don't worry, you can always engage with Professor Mabandu Muzusi after the session. Okay, can I maybe then ask that she answers the question, then you can comment at the end. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I am Mgqithi Makajo from the University of Venda. Mr. Mateli Musa asked you a question related to residents' life, right? So let me paraphrase it because I didn't hear the answers. So we had a challenge wherein we were in the Constitutional Summit, wherein some of my colleagues, they were like, LGBT community must have their own residences. So the challenge that we had was, okay, so, in the universities, when we come to allocations, right, maybe you find that maybe in University of Venda, we have the limited rooms, right? So let's say we say this other is for LGBT community. And then so, what should then be the procedure? Because now, as the student representatives, when student comes and be like, you find that maybe students, they want the on-campus rooms, and you find that maybe they just come and say, we are LGBT community, we are from LGBT community. So then what should then be the procedure? Because the reasons for us to actually have those other residences is for them to be to feel safe. So with students, anything can happen. You find that maybe they just come and say, we belong to this community, whereas they don't belong to that community. So what then should be the procedure to allocate those students? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then last question, and then we'll follow with the comment.
Greetings, everyone. I hope everyone's well. Thank you, Prof, for the very informative presentation. My name is Sipho Patesi. I'm from the Nelson Mandela University. My question is, are there any policies, laws, or regulations in workplaces or higher institutions that protect the LGBTQI plus community? And if there are they enough? And lastly, I would like to add, I think that more should be done to inform people about the community. I follow a page on Instagram called Keep the Energy, and more gay children are committing suicide and getting bullied. I think more should be done in the more should be done to protect the community. And as the previous I think speaker mentioned that it could start at a high school level. So the LGBTQI community could be maybe a chapter in LO, and Yeah, so students can learn. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that question. And then the last comment for the session.
Thank you. My name is Gineilwe Nadu. I am from Nelson Mandela University. I am non-binary. My pronouns are they and them. Firstly, I want to thank Prof for such an insightful and well-articulated, well-researched presentation on the LGBT, sexuality, and gender. But I want to express also my disappointment to NASDEV. It is such a big organization, and it is also involved in, I'd assume, in higher decision-making concerning students. Arranging such, they have arranged such an informative conference without any practice or practicality. I say this because I've had several unpleasant experiences in the morning, you know. Firstly, my tag was, I got misgendered by getting a tag that is tagged Miss. And secondly, I asked that I changed the t-shirt to, a larger size, and the lady assumed that I'm a small because I am petite, and of course of the way that I look, and I look. So people often misgender us. People often make wild assumptions that because I have breasts and qualities of women and also features of women, vagina and all, we all identify as women. And I think that NASDEV made a huge mistake for assuming such. And Prof, maybe you can also advise in terms of how we can move, or NASDEV can move after this conference, because it is quite unpleasant for me, my own personal experience.
All right. Oh, sorry. Are you sorted? Did you? All right. Sorry, I can't take any more questions now because, unfortunately, it's such a very invigorating session. Before I ask for Prof, I feel like your comment, I would like to give it precedence in this matter, in the sense that I'm going to call on the Deputy President, who's seated right behind me, who will articulate and respond to your comment. So, Deputy President.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your comment. It's noted with appreciation. I never want to be defensive. I think it's very unattractive when you are defensive. But I also think it's very important that we use platforms appropriately and we also reflect. So we embrace technology, we rely on technology. This entire registration process has been made electronic for the purpose of accuracy, and everybody encouraged in this room was encouraged repeatedly to register online by punching in your title, your size, your requirements to ensure that we meet your needs, ma'am. Now, if, and I'm aware that there's human error, maybe within the organization of maybe your institution or colleagues, it didn't go according to plan, it's important that I acknowledge our volunteers outside and respective NEC members who are helping because they work with the information we're provided with. I don't think it's fair, ma'am. So everybody here inputted their own information according to your needs, and we simply worked with what we were provided with, ma'am. It was not intentional, and maybe I shouldn't call you ma'am, because maybe you don't identify as ma'am, and I respect that. But it's important for you then to educate and input the correct information so that we are able to address you correctly. And on behalf of NASDEV, I'd just like to apologize for the experience you had.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that comment. Thank you, Deputy President. Now, Professor, I'm going to come on to you. If I can just go through the questions that were asked quickly. The first one was on the human capital policy that looks at reviewing knowledge surrounding LGBTQIA plus community. The question was, is it about time that we factor in policies which address the human capital policy when identifying people who work directly, like in residences with students, in terms of their knowledge and capacity surrounding LGBTQIA plus awareness? Then the second question was from the Constitution Summit, whereby students have come and asked for LGBTQIA plus aligned residences. The question is, what is the procedure in this regard in ensuring that these residences are built, but do not build segregation, but cohesion rather?
Stop there first.
All right.
Okay, that's first one, yeah, human capital. I think that's, I don't even know how it needs to be emphasized to say that one of the questions, because you remember with some questions, there are questions we focus on interpersonal relationship. Maybe we will need a question which focus on diversity, but that one, I don't even know how can we influence the panel, because each and every panel have their way of creating their own question. The issue of the room allocation, that's also another challenge where you find that LGBTIQ individuals, you might need to have a meeting with them and ask them what is it that exactly they want. Like what I thought, okay, we need to give them the gender-neutral toilets, which will be designated on certain areas. And they say, no, will be targeted and be raped. So sometimes you might think that you are solving the problem, whereas that will be known that it is a gay center. So whatever you want to do, whether we want to ban or whatever, you might need to go there. So what is necessary is to say, where do you like to be allocated? If they want to be in whatever race, maybe what needs to be abolished is to name male or female race. You just say student resident, and you use it that way. So the same will be with that allocation. I think there was a question related to where do we allocate them, how do we allocate them? Because sometimes when I identify as a trans female, and you want to put me at LGBTIQ center, I'm a female. I need to go there. If I'm a trans male and I feel I want to go to the male race, I need to go there. Maybe the challenge might be with the intersex, but even when they're intersex, there is somewhere where they feel that they more belong. So asking people where they want to be, that will be the solution rather than creating another discrimination.
Oh, lovely. I like that answer. Yeah. The last question which was asked was, are there enough policies and laws which protect LGBTQIA plus persons in the workplace? And if so, what are the institutions doing in enforcing them and protecting the rights of LGBTQIA plus persons?
The policies are so many, from the Constitution of South Africa, the policy of the institution, if it's higher education, even higher education policies. When I started my presentation, I said the policies are there, but they are not implemented. And towards the end, I was saying, if there's no consequence management of violation of policies, the policy will just be there and the behavior and practices will be in another area. So we just need consequence management, which is not there in most of the institutions.
And with that being said, we're finally bringing this session to a close. Prof, we cannot thank you enough for elaborating on the topic of inclusivity and transformation for LGBTQIA plus persons. Can we please give Prof a round of applause? And then in giving our speakers today a token of appreciation, including Professor Mabandu Muzusi, as well as Ms. Sekedi Mabata. Please come forward, Sekedi, if you don't mind. I will please call on the Deputy President of NASDEV, Nicole Morris, as well as our NEC member, Dulcie, who will give over the token of appreciation.
So it's only Limpopo. Where?
Maybe in the front. Maybe in the front.
Okay, in the front, okay. Okay.
And then put the pictures there. Take them down, Chelsea. Thank you. And then, while you guys do the picture, I'll do announcements. Thank you very much to our presenters. They're going to have a photo op while that's happening. I'm going to then do quick announcements. Because we multitask, you know. It's very important. So as you can see, I think we've had a good morning. I have to say I appreciate the discussions, I appreciate the debate, I appreciate the honesty. It's important. And I appreciate just the manner in which we engage in these really complex matters. I don't want to call them wicked problems, because I don't think they're wicked problems per se, but I think it's complex. And because of the interdependencies, all of us have a part to play in providing a solution to the challenge. You can leave that there for now, that's fine. What we're going to do now is we're going to break for lunch. The lunch venue is outside of Senate Chamber, so you're going to exit this building and you are going to turn left. All right, you're going to walk straight through that parking lot, and then you will see a hall on your right, and it is called MH USIP. All right, but the lovely gentleman at the back, Mzo, the SG of NASDEV, will be there to guide you to make sure you don't get lost. Because we're in full term, I'm going to humbly request that everybody just wear their tag for the purpose of identification into the venue, and do enjoy lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, may I humbly ask that we please be back by, let's say, 2:30, because our colleagues from Eddie have a full afternoon planned and we've already eaten into their time. Thank you. Thank you very much, that question, I don't know. Which one? The one of titles and so forth.
Yes, so that's what we do with them.
It happens.
Yes.
But
there's a treatment
Just to reiterate what has been said by Dulcie, you are more than welcome to leave your laptops and your bags here, but please do take your cell phones with you, as security will be here to safeguard all our belongings as we proceed for lunch. Thank you.
Right. So,
it will come to you when you least expect it. Wonderful day to and she found me. Yes, and she was spoken to speak when I was outside. You know, when I start appreciation, it was not coming to you.
Eva, look at you.
How are you?
I'm well.
What a pleasure.
Coming to the risk. We're in your valley. But,
Yes,
but,
my valley, my little kingdom. I heard the Queen was here last night.
and
I loved that.
I was, of course, completely out of my depth because I did not have enough time to adequately prepare for protocol.
I know.
And so,
I just got protocol for days.
and I didn't even have an outfit for it. So that
But I'm
is
sure
it.
went well. What an honor, hey, though.
It was really quite remarkable and quite a remarkable woman.
Yes.
So that was really
Well done for that.
that was good. That was good.
That's brilliant. Oh, it's
Oh,
stream already. So I'm on.
Freak. Must I get? Is the mic on? Sorry guys. Sorry everyone that I streamed to. But apparently we're streaming. She says we're streaming.
It's my technical problem. The ice cream I get must start this one. I just imagine. Maar ik heb van gewoon een patiënt die mag want er een beschermingsspel. Die mensen staan van zeker recall daarvoor.
Yeah, it is.
Hello, darling. How are you? You like this? I heard there was robust discussion. I'm told the team said I mustn't be so loud when the other microphone because apparently I'm streaming. Really? So we are both streaming now. And they're all listening to us. Hi, folks.
There's your presentation.
So they will just watch there.
That's fine.
Yeah, we need to
Okay.
establish that because it has
Yeah, but because I think if they speak, then we'll just swap the HDMI stuff around. Yeah.
no, but or just
Yes. Yes.
I was worried.
Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing? Now, I certainly had the best lamb curry and roti. Oh, God, I'm still thinking about it from lunch. And I know that, we've eaten, now we're just in that mellow mood. It's in the afternoon. But I would please like to ask if you could still stay engaged for the afternoon part of the program. And I'm very excited for this one because it speaks to something that's very close to my heart, which is entrepreneurship, particularly in higher education. And the theme is entrepreneurship in higher education, positioning student women for economic success. And this is brought to us by our partners for the NASDEV Women in Leadership Conference, which is the Student Women Economic Empowerment Program, also known as SWEEP, as well as Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education. Now, SWEEP is in EDHE, so don't confuse the two. They're not separate. They work together as one, including University South Africa. And in opening the proceedings of the day, I will hand over to one of my favorite people around, Dr. Nora Clark, who is going to take us through the afternoon's proceedings alongside her colleagues. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and very, very nice to be with you, and very sad to be with you in the graveyard shift, lunchtime, and the way that the eyelids are pulled down by the heavy stomach, those lines that are connecting the eyelids with the stomach, and the heavier the stomach is, the more the eyelids pull down. That's that biological function that you're all aware of. Am I right? The anatomy people, yes? Can you confirm that? Yes? Thank you. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, a big thank you to the NASDEV NEC for the invitation for EDHE to partner in this wonderful Women in Leadership Conference, really the get-together of the year, I think, in terms of students' affairs and services professionals. I like the angle on professionals and the wonderful way in which we started the event yesterday, last night. I mean, we did not see that one coming. Who knew beforehand that the Queen was going to show up? Who knew? Did the gossip get out? Oh, you see who are the people who are connected to the gossip lines. Yes. And now, colleagues, I want to ask that we quickly stop a moment and say, I want to first hear from you before we get started on the discussion. I want to know, those of you who were there last night and who heard Ndlovukazi speak, what was the key takeaway for you in one line? May I please have some answers, some responses? Was there something that touched you in what she had shared, in the message that she had shared? And any one of you in the audience, please share your key takeaway from the Queen's speech yesterday. Yes, please, ma'am. There we go. As Nicole calls it, the sound box.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys are well and full. So my name is Pagamile Mazibugo. I think my biggest take home from yesterday's Queen's address was the importance of recognizing that we are human beings, and by virtue, we are emotional beings and we should not neglect that. So for me, it was spiritual healing. Yeah, I think that will be the essence of her address, spiritual healing.
Straight talking, and that aspect, you know, I'll give her that applause, please. and you know, I think the fact that we might have expected something really complicated coming from our keynote speaker, and she spoke to our hearts because she spoke simply about what matters to us as women. Let's hear another comment, please, another key takeaway. Who was struck by something specific? Let's hear from our student women. Who was there last night? Gugu, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr., for this opportunity to speak. What stood out for me was her why. She spoke of her organization and how she's trying to reach young boys. And I think as a mother, she spoke from the fact that she had young boys. So her why was so strong that it extended outside of just her family, but into her community. So that just made me realize that if you are to change your community, you must have a strong why. And your strong why could just literally be something as close as your own children or your own personal relationship to the problem. But yeah, thank you.
Absolutely, Gugu, because what can we be more committed to than that is what is closest to our own hearts? What absolutely lovely takeaway there. And one more. I would like to just hear from one more person sharing some thoughts. Do I see a Rhodes jacket there? What is that lovely navy jacket with a red emblem? Is it Lgbtiq? Lgbtiq, yes, there we go. May I ask you to share your thoughts with us, please?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. What I took and what always stands up for me is that we have so many women in South Africa, in the world, but we look down on each other, we don't support each other. So what I can take home is that as a student and us having to face elections coming in, what is there that I'm going to do to encourage and continue to encourage a young woman to rise and become?
Beautiful. Let's give a round of applause for that comment as well. Because that, I think, was perhaps the purpose also of the Queen's message yesterday, was to really mobilize us for action and for acting differently and acting in greater support of each other as well. And student colleagues and university colleagues, that is specifically what this afternoon's discussion is going to be focused on. Focused on how we can help each other better position for, if on the one hand, if you are a student or a graduate, better position yourself for really successful economic participation, but also, secondly, how we as university staff members can support our students, and in this case, particularly our student women, in positioning themselves strongly for economic participation and for a strong economic future. So the session theme this afternoon is focused around entrepreneurship in higher education, but about specifically positioning student women for economic success. Not only participation, but success. How do we do that? And what is the role and the power that each of us have in achieving this majestic goal? Because our dream in EDHE is to see every student in this country equipped for economic participation. In other words, not for employment, but for generating your own income in a successful and hopefully a pleasant and hopefully exciting way that really speaks to your own passions, your own interests, your own skill set, and that hopefully builds on the academic investment that you have made in your own life. So when we, in introducing this session and just in kind of creating the big picture for our discussion this afternoon, and we're going to listen to the student voices, we're going to listen to the voices of professional women in the world of work, and we are going to listen to the voices of student affairs professionals, and then we're going to, very importantly, listen to the voices of everyone in the audience who is willing to share their own perspectives on this matter. And the question here is, what has been happening in terms of the of positioning student women for economic empowerment? And I want to say here, self-empowerment. Remember, if we say someone else empowers me, then I say that that person has power over me. But if we talk about self-empowerment, we recognize that I have power to make choices for myself. Yes, my circumstances might be extremely difficult or challenging, but I'm not going to say that others have the power over my life and my future. I'm going to claim that power and say, this is my economic future, this is something I'm going to take control over, and how am I going to do it? And I know it sounds very fanciful. We're going to try and make things practical. So EDHE, or Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education, is a program, and this is the big picture. I said, let's look at what's happening nationally. It's a program of the Department of Higher Education and Training, and it's funded through the University Capacity Development Program. We're starting to have additional other funding streams coming in, but it sits and is housed in the representative organization of the 26 public universities in South Africa, being called USAF, Universities South Africa, not to be confused with UNISA, of course. So Universities South Africa. And that is our home. And that is the organization that addresses matters that are relevant to all the public universities. And the vice-chancellors of the different universities make up the board of USAF. Now, our home as EDHE is in USAF. And what EDHE is it's a platform that's been in existence, whether not everyone knows of it yet, for about 5-6 years now, funded only for about 4 years, across and working across all the public universities. And it is really the platform for university entrepreneurship, and not only student entrepreneurship, other aspects of entrepreneurship as well. So although the purpose of our discussion today is focused on student entrepreneurship, when we look at the work of EDHE, it also looks at entrepreneurship through teaching, learning, and research, and it also looks at creating universities, entrepreneurial universities, in which student entrepreneurship and other aspects of entrepreneurship can be supported and encouraged and flourish. And of course, the work that we do is very closely aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. And the one that's most important here today is, of course, number 5, gender equality. You had a very interesting and robust conversation before lunch related to this matter. Now, something really historical happened a month ago at the annual EDHE Lgbtiq. It's been our 6th annual Lgbtiq, 500 plus people gathered in Gqeberha, and we were co-hosted by Nelson Mandela University. Every year we go to a different province, and the Lgbtiq is co-hosted by a different university. We want to make sure we get everywhere. And we were there and realized before, and in planning and in preparing for that event, we realized that student support professionals, student affairs officers, were largely still quiet in the space of student entrepreneurship. And in conversations with the leadership of NASDEV and the leadership of SASAP, we realized that there is an appetite for closer collaboration and for partnership. And you know, if you are a student entrepreneur, you would know that support in the university for student entrepreneurs is still lacking in many ways. Because not many people who are on staff at universities understand what, or number one, know that student entrepreneurs are there and exist and are doing their thing and hustling and doing business while they are studying. But on the other hand, they also don't know what their own role is in trying to support student entrepreneurs. But you would be very well aware that a student nowadays cannot simply have one plan for their economic future. You can no longer only think in terms of employment. As a student nowadays, you know that you've got to have a plan A and a plan B. And business might be your plan A, but business might also be your plan B, as your backup plan perhaps. So we know now, and what we envision and what we are working towards through EDHE, is we envision that every student who leaves a university is equipped with a basic understanding of entrepreneurship and business, so that you can go and hustle, go and make a plan, go and carve out your own economic future. Nobody says it's going to be easy, but hey, you've got that choice. It's one of your options that you can consider. So what we then saw happen at this Lgbtiq is we saw the leadership of NASDEV and the leadership of the student affairs officers at quite a number of universities respond to our invitation to come and sign a pledge in support of student entrepreneurs, a pledge that says that this university's student affairs office is going to be supporting student entrepreneurs. It's something that the student entrepreneurs in the space had been asking for since 2018. And now the leaders in student affairs and services have stood up and have started signing this pledge. We will have this ceremony more often, and you, as student leaders, might gently and respectfully remind the leaders of the student affairs offices that they have agreed to support student affairs professionals. Here is the pledge on the board. It's on our Lgbtiq slide still. So we have had a very, very serious ceremony. And I can promise you the leaders took this very seriously. So I will give you time to perhaps read through it at a later stage, but really it talks to the recognition of student entrepreneurship. It talks to finding out who are the student entrepreneurs in universities. Because if you're hustling, you're trying to make a living for yourself, you don't have time to waste going to meet people and say, "Oh, please help us." You're like working on your coursework. What do you say? Chowing course. Is that, you still say that? Yeah, you're chowing course and you're now getting to get the business going. And in that sense, there isn't always time to go fighting about, the rights of student entrepreneurs. We want to be your partner in that. We want to fight for your rights in getting support and recognition in your universities. So it's about listening. Sometimes we just want people to listen to us and say, really, just this is what's happening. And by the way, these pointers are not, these points on the pledge are not points that we thought up. There is a very specific, dedicated community of practice for a studentpreneurs community of practice. Some of their leadership is in the room right now. And that community of practice consists of 26, one per university, 26 entrepreneurs who are also in good academic standing and who don't have other massive complications and responsibilities in their lives, so that they can focus on doing business successfully and being successful in their studies, but then also being the voice of student entrepreneurs to EDI as a national entity. Because remember, we don't work with we only work with the universities. We seldom have contact with students ourselves. it is the responsibility of the universities to have the connection with students. But we want to listen to a few informed student voices in terms of directing us at where we have to go. And I want to just ask, in the room we have at least 2 members of the Studentpreneurs Community of Practice. Would you please, I'm putting you on the spot here, please introduce yourselves with, who would maybe just raise your hands first, please. There we go. Thank you. So can I ask that you just introduce yourselves, tell us what is your institution, your name, your institution, what are you studying, and what is your, and just maybe the name of your business, and then let's hope people go and follow you, hey, on social media or Insta or whatever. Let's go. Shall we start maybe with the deputy chairperson? Look at Ngobise looking surprised there.
No. Doc, I was still trying to figure out the technology and how it works. Thank you. So I'm Ngobise Mahlangu. I'm here at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm studying Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery. Name of the company is Medical Services, and I'm the deputy chairperson of the Studentpreneur COP.
Thank you very much. So UKZN is represented. And then our 2 ladies in front, please. Gugu, would you like to go first?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Gugulethu Dlamini. I go to Sefako Health Science University, and I'm a COP member there. I'm studying a Bachelor of Science honors degree in medical microbiology. My company's name is Hlafuna Nati. It's a social impact business. Thank you.
Okay, hi, my name is Naledi Matole. I am the Deputy Chairperson for Student Entrepreneurship at Sefako Health Sciences University. I'm currently doing my Master's in Health Sciences. Unfortunately, my business is still in ideation stage, but I'm here to support.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So colleagues, you will understand, ideally we want to listen to over 1 million student voices. Really, we want to, but it's not practical. So we have 1 per university, and that changes year on year. And don't worry, they don't get special privileges or benefits, or, they don't get a stipend or anything. They're just doing it because they care. So don't worry, there's no special privileges there. What we started worrying about is we realized that 2/3 of students at universities are women. 2/3. Did you know that? Way more student women in universities than student men, especially when it comes to graduating. More student women graduate than student men. And it's not blaming anyone or saying one is better than the other or that's something, it's just the numbers. What we do also notice is that every year, Eddie or EDHE, we call ourselves from Eddie runs an annual entrepreneurship intervarsity. It's a big national competition to identify the top student entrepreneur of the year, and also the university that's backing and supporting that entrepreneur. But in that competition, where's Msandi? My colleague Sandile Shabalala is busy doing his job around here somewhere, and Sandile is responsible for the student projects in Eddie, and one of these is this InterVarsity. And there's Sandile Shabalala. You have to get to know this guy. He's just generally super awesome. Sandile. So he's a guy who fights for students when we sometimes get distracted by university business or staff matters. He's the one who's got to say, hey, but the students, right? And so he's your friend. And what we have noticed in this year's InterVarsity, it's our 3rd or our 4th InterVarsity, Msandi? It's our 4th InterVarsity. And what we've noticed is that only 1/3 of entries, of successful entries, were from student women. Why? Why? And we've been asking ourselves that, and there are a number of theories and there's a little bit of evidence, but really it's a concern, because when it comes to the risk of unemployment, it's not like we have less of a risk because we are women. We have as much a risk for unemployment as men would have. So we need to be as interested in entrepreneurship as men should be. And in that sense, we established a sweep. And sweep is deliberately tongue-in-cheek, ironic. Because, you know, women's place is in the kitchen with a broomstick. Right? Haha, not. We sweep economically. We sweep across the country. We sweep. We even ride on our broomsticks if we need to be, or fly on them if we need to be. We are taking the sweep word and we're reclaiming it for ourselves as a word of empowerment, student women economic empowerment. And sweep is a project of Eddie. And you would have seen Frances Zoa over here. Frances, there we go. This is Frances Zoa. And Frances is the, I want to say, you're very young for a mother of sweep, but she's the mother of sweep. Frances is just the one who she leads sweep as a project, and she is forever fighting for the benefits of the people of sweep. So sweep is aimed at advancing gender equity and the socio-economic empowerment of student women. But Frances likes to call it a sisterhood because it's got big sisters, like me and her, and it's got younger sisters, like our student women. And what we're saying is we're working with professional women in the world of work who say, I don't have much money to invest or anything, but I can create opportunities for student women in my workplace. Or I can mentor someone. Or I can invite someone to my workplace to come and job shadow me. Or I can just be that big sister that you can call if you don't know how to handle this situation in your life. We know that so many student women don't have the necessary support structures, and the professional women are out there and they're saying, I want to be a big sister to someone. And that is what sweep also involves. So we are looking also at addressing the barriers, firstly identifying, but secondly addressing the barriers to entrepreneurship that student women are facing. And the model, there's actually a model around this, and it's really an empowerment model. And this model is based on making the most of your academic studies. If you, as a student woman, are here in this room or listening to this at a later stage, you've invested so much in going to university. Your family, someone else, others might have invested, but you've put in so much effort. It's an investment that you had made, it's an investment that you should be able to leverage to strengthen your role in the economy as you advance. So this model is aimed at skills. Yes, there's a little bit of training, but also, and mostly, the creation of opportunities. Because we hear that student women say to us, we don't have the right networks. Networks, you hear a lot about networks and partnerships and so on. Sometimes I know many people, but I don't necessarily know the people who can open doors for me in my economic future. And that's what sweep is trying to bring together here. We focus firstly on professional and employability skills and opportunities, because we've heard that many student women still prefer the perceived stability of a job. And here I am, I'm also in a job, so I understand that. But sometimes that job does not come to fruition. Sometimes we just don't get what we thought we would find. Then there's that safety net of, if you've got that toolkit, that basic understanding of business and entrepreneurship, you can still carve out some form of economic participation for yourself. We call that entrepreneurship and economic activation skills and opportunities. And then thirdly, sometimes things go wrong, and sometimes things don't work out, whether you have your own business or whether you have a job. Sometimes the money is just not there. And then we need to be superwomen. then we need to know how to survive. Then we need to know how to be resilient, how to be strong. And in that sense, that is where we are bringing in SWEEP to say, let's help ourselves really become these tough superwomen who can persevere and survive, even if it's a short part of our lives, where we really have to do the difficult things to get the food on the table. Right, so there's a big why, the reasoning, and there's a big connection between the role of the woman in society and the role of the woman in entrepreneurship. And we know, and we've seen, based on research, that one of the reasons why student women are careful of entrepreneurship is also because of the risks associated and the perceived risks associated with entrepreneurship. But also, to quote the Queen from last night, also because in many ways, we as women are a little bit or a lot broken. We're dealing with other stuff. We're recovering from other stuff. We've got to navigate other stuff. And now you want me to do business? You must be joking. Right, so that is the kind of conversation that we want to have. We see how the dots are connected, and in the rest of the session we're going to go there. Who is SWEEP is aimed at, and I'm going to be wrapping up. My colleague Richard is giving me the evil eye because I'm going on too long. Student members and professional members. So professional women in work, and here I'm calling on university staff members. I know you are working in the field of student affairs and student support services, but you might still have a little place in your heart or a little hour in your week. I have Friday afternoons. Friday afternoons between 3 and 4. That's my time for mentorship. Maybe you are a staff member and you say, I can give 1 hour a week. The rest of the week is crazy, but hey, none of us feel like real work at 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, do we? So that's the best. It's the dessert of my work week, is to meet with 1 or 2 people that I mentor. Maybe you want to do that as well. Maybe you can think of becoming a professional member of SWEEP and just in general helps spread awareness. By the way, there is an opportunity to sign up as a SWEEP member outside. You've seen the table outside, the kiosk, where you can go and sign up as a SWEEP member or as an EDI member or both. We'll talk to you about that. There's a whole model. We're not going to talk about it now. There's a whole, by the way, maybe we have to talk about it because we're a small team in a little office in Pretoria, but we need to work with partners who provide us the skills, training, and the opportunities. So we just facilitate these things. What do we do? What have we done so far on a tiny budget? We had to just be creative. So we had a three-day workshop in the beginning of the year. We've had a range of 4 webinars, because these things don't cost money to arrange. Hey, you have to work clever. And then, of course, we've got big plans for next year. But you have already got a support network in terms of SWEEP. You have sisters and you have a few brothers. And the sisters are in the SWEEP student chapters. You might think, what? We know of no SWEEP student chapters. You will hear from them just now. And your brothers and your sisters, your few brothers and your many sisters are in the EDI team, and I would like to introduce them to you, because one thing about the why, my student colleagues spoke earlier about what the Queen said is you need to understand your why. You will see that the EDI people sometimes do things with a lot of passion. We become a bit much sometimes, especially me. We do a lot of things with a lot of passion and a very strong focus on excellence and going all out and really going big with a little. But it's because we understand our why. It's because we know what drives us. And what drives us is very strongly related to the work of SWEEP and the work of EDI. May I ask my colleagues, in the EDI team members who are here, to just perhaps rise, please. Rise, woman. and rise, man. We have one man and another man. You've met Sandile, and we've got... And you have Frances, who's the mother of Sweep, and you've got Leratu, who is our... Leratu and Richard over here in front. They make up the stakeholder unit, and they work with all 60 EDI communities of practice. There is a community of practice even for entrepreneurial alumni. Alumni who thought they were going to get a job and then they didn't. And now what? What must I do now? I didn't learn about entrepreneurship when I was in varsity. So Richard and Leratu are the two people you need to talk to about that community of practice. And then you've got Msandi here, Sandile Shabalala, and Leratu Makonyane, and Makonyane, excuse Leratu. And then, of course, Kutsu Moleko over here. If you go and follow us on social media, you'll see it's a buzz. Everything is NASDEV world today, because Kutso is our media and marketing officer, and she's just driving, publications, articles across social media platforms, and so they are the people who are they're not just doing a job. They are doing a job that they firmly believe in, and that is to see how we can support students and the economy for the future. So thank you, team. We have we have a few colleagues back at the office. We have our project manager and our project coordinator, and now we have 3 interns who are also back in the office in Pretoria, and I'm quite sure that they are watching now. Hello, shout out to Eddie team in Pretoria. There we go. It's like, hi, Mom. Hi, Mom. Right, Mom and the Eddie team. Right. But then I want to show you something else. At this most recent Lekgotla a month ago, at NMU, Nelson Mandela University, and that is where I have to give a shout out, and I'm so sorry that I'm not seeing the NEC of NASDEV in the room here. So such a pity. Because Dr. Sebake, there they are, there they are. Dr. Sebake is spearheading something really special at Nelson Mandela University. And that is, he is in his role, because he's the president of NASDEV, ne? And he is spearheading the positioning of student women for entrepreneurship in that university. And the vehicle for that they have created, and that's the first student chapter. And we are now going to emulate that. Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University, under the leadership of Dr. Babalu and Gugu. Gugu Letu is next in line. They are like, come on, guys, you've got to get this going. We want to start the sweep chapter here, but the first sweep chapter was started a month ago officially, although they had been sneakily busy before then, at Nelson Mandela University. So we've got the president of the sweep chapter here, Atlehang. Would you just maybe say hi? And not only Atlehang, over there I see, I thought you would be here. There's Mona Lisa is back there. Where are the, won't all the Nelson Mandela sweep chapter ladies put up your hands? Who else am I missing? Because I see Mona Lisa is here. It's Atli and Mona Lisa? So it's the president and the deputy president of the sweep chapter at Nelson Mandela University who have traveled all the way here to be part of this event. So thank you, ladies, for continuing to make NMU and sweep proud. So with that, colleagues, I am ending my very long session, wishing you success as you take charge of your own economic empowerment, whether you be a woman in work or a woman in university still studying. But here we are going to go towards our... Thank you. That's it. Thank you. We are going to hand over to the much more interesting people in the conversation today, in the room today, and that is a panel made up of student and 1 or 2 graduate women. No, really, yes, student and graduate women in entrepreneurship, the ones who are actually living the life already, And we are going to start with this panel discussion on student and graduate women in business, exploring resources and support mechanisms to level the playing field. And what we're talking about here is we're talking about resources and support mechanisms in the university, not new money that has to come in. What is already in the university that can be made available to support student women? We don't always have to go and say, oh, funding. No, not everything's about funding. University is rich in all kinds of wonderful existing resources. How do we leverage those resources? And we are going to listen to the experts sharing their thoughts on this matter with us. And then we're going to move on to two other sessions. But I firstly want to introduce our moderator for this session. And this is Ms. Nobuhle Mzobe. And she's founder of Fryverse. Nobuhle Mzobe is a UKZN alumna and vice president of Enactus. Yes, Enactus, hey? Shout out to Enactus. They do tremendous work, hey? Yes, so you want to give Enactus a round of applause, please. Thank you. So, Nobuhle holds a Bachelor of Social Science in Legal Studies and Forensic Criminology and is currently enrolled for a Bachelor of Law. And Ms. Mzobe is the founder of a small fast food business called Fryverse. And it's probably small now, but it's probably going to go places. Who knows? Nobuhle, student colleagues, please enter the stage. Thank you.
Ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for the warm round of applause. And indeed, it is such an honor to be surrounded by such people of influence and people of impact. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome the panel of student women in business. Please join me, ladies. All right. There was some awful silence. All right. All right. Thank you so much for joining me. And for those of us who have just joined us, welcome to the NASDEV Women in Leadership Conference. So with me, I'm just going to allow my panel to introduce themselves. I strongly believe that it does more justice to introduce yourself and highlight the things that you would like us to know about yourself. Ms. Pagamile the Great, please.
1, 2. Okay. So, good afternoon, colleagues. Once again, my name is Pagamile Mazibugo. I'm a founder and CEO of Pagamile Mazibugo Foundation, as well as Pagama Solutions. I hold 2 degrees, Bachelor of Education and Honors in Education, which were both completed with summa cum laude. I think that is very important, considering your address saying that we participate but ensure success and excellence. So yeah, and I'm happy to be here and looking forward to engage with you ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was our one and only Pagamile the Great, who is also a winner, ma'am.
please kindly take us through that journey.
Busha, you making me on the spot. But I am one of the top 3 winners for the EDHE Student Design Competition winner 2022.
Thank you so much for that, Miss Pagamile. Atlehong, please take us away.
Hello, everybody. My name is Atlehang Nguta, and I am the chairperson of SWEEP Student Chapter at Nelson Mandela University. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, one thing about people of excellence, they know what we call being short and sweet. That was short and sweet. Thank you so much, Atlehang. Ms. Naledi, please.
Okay, hi everyone. As previously mentioned, I'm from Sefako Health Sciences University. I am a postgraduate student, but I'm currently also working in the basic hand and microsurgery department, where we train postgraduate surgeons that are specializing in various disciplines. And I'm extremely passionate about student entrepreneurship.
Thank you so much, Ms. Naledi. Ms. Guguletu, please also take us through your intro.
Good afternoon once again. As mentioned, my name is Guguletu and I'm from Sefako Health Science University. With everything mentioned, I also am a chairperson of a student entrepreneurship and innovative hub on campus, and we just drive entrepreneurship from a student perspective and just amplified what the university is already trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for those intros. Talk about being surrounded by people of excellence. On that note, there is more and more people of excellence, and I will let now the virtual team to introduce themselves. Ms. Diva, please do introduce yourself. If you are speaking, you are on mute.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Tobego Mafu. I'm the founder of Lgbtiq Poultry. I'm an author and poultry farmer based in Kazache location, Edendale, Pietermaritzburg. I'm also the National Young Star Entrepreneur, second runner-up for 2022.
Thank you for the intro. Let us allow again Ms. Diva Mobedi to introduce herself. All right.
From the Urban University of Technology. I was also one of the dealing with recycling. We also do sewing training classes, to actually free sewing training classes to the youth and old people, as well as a modest wear designer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Ms. Diva is having connectivity issues, but just to repeat her introduction, she's a DUT's graduate student of fashion and textile design. In 2017, she started a company after winning her first entrepreneurship competition. It's a company that focuses on enhancing the Muslim wear. And the other part of fashion by Lila focuses on equipping unemployed individuals by teaching them how to sew for free so that they can find work in factories or start their own businesses. Thank you. So for our topic of discussion today, we have exploring resources and support mechanisms to level the playing field. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just to refer to the previous speaker's words, resources are not only in the form of funding, but every other thing that you can possibly access in university. So specifically as women, I would like my panel to just share their personal experiences or the challenges that they have faced in the working environment as studentpreneurs.
I'll go. Thank you for the question. I think personally for me, when I stepped into entrepreneurship, I didn't have a mentor or someone to look up to. So it was a trial and error. I had to learn as I went. And the more I pressed in was the more I started to identify women that were doing the very same thing, but just silently. And then in that way, we're able to amplify it and then push forward. But it was mainly trial and error. But I think persistency kept me pushing through all of that. So thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us, Ms. Guguletu. I am quite sure that it's a common thing amongst women to not feel held ahead or be able to amplify whatever they're doing. So, Naledi, do you also want to share your experience?
All right, so since I've been involved in student entrepreneurship, I have been identifying some of the challenges that the students have. And just like Gugu has mentioned, mentorship is a huge problem or a huge challenge. And the reason why it's so important is that, or why it's so close to my heart is female students struggle to get female mentorship. It is a real thing. I myself, I have never been privy to having a female mentor me. And when you have a male counterpart mentor you, then you are told you are forward, or you are, you know, you want to be in the good books with the boss. So it is a problem, because that is how some of the females fall prey to certain men who take advantage, who identify that in the workplace or in the business, they do not receive that mentorship. And when those same girls then come out and say, you know what, the intention was for him to mentor me, but things went left, it is the same females who refuse to mentor her that stand by that very man. So I think mentorship is very important, and for students to be in the right space. Mentorship doesn't necessarily mean that you give someone your money or things like that. It just means that when there's an event, you take them with you so that they're exposed to the right people and that they're in the right rooms.
No. Thank you so much, Naledi, for amplifying the importance of mentorship. In Zulu, gebat indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. So that is what we need mentors for, to give us direction and to show us the way. Ms. Atlehang.
Sure. I think before we can even explore the resources, we should maybe study the concept of being a student woman. And in us understanding and having a clear definition as to who are student women in business, then we would know exactly what resources are required. Just to give you a background, we grew up in households that are very cultural. You know, we follow cultural beliefs, social beliefs, and then already as girls, we grow up with this mindset that we need to most probably do everything in the house while your brother sits at home. So I think the point of departure as to identifying what resources should be there should be also understanding what does the girl child need. And I think looking at the internal space of universities, I think mentorship is very important. And also maybe university leaders can look at introducing more extra co-curricular activities that are specifically designed for women, which include mentorship, entrepreneurship courses that are specifically designed for women. I know for sure that at my university we have a program called She Journeys. It's a safe space for women to be vulnerable, to talk about each and everything that they go through, and students are interested in it. It's not only for female students, but also female students that are in other faculties. So I think enlarging the capacity of the extra co-curricular programs that are offered at our universities. Yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you for that, Atlehang. Miss Pagamile the Great, do you want to jump in?
Lovely, lovely insights, ladies. I think from my side, just to be add that, it's very important to firstly negotiate an understanding of why entrepreneurship is important. And with our students, like you said, there are other cultural beliefs, other dynamics that play part, in everything that we do. I mean, especially with the recent pandemic, our lives are just disorientated. So it's very important to firstly, I personally think, negotiate an understanding of what is this entrepreneurship, firstly, just a broad understanding of that. And then now coming into, the student woman in terms of why is it important for students to be engaged in entrepreneurship, meaning just eliminating gender for now, but just to understand the broader concept of student entrepreneurship. Because it's one thing now partaking into something that you understand, and it's another partaking or participating rather into something that you totally don't understand. So moving from that negotiating and understanding with the students, now equip the student woman, capacitate the student woman on how to really have successful businesses, not just any business, because I'm sure you see on the CPIC so many registered businesses, but are they running? You see? So I think it's very important to also the aspect of education to say, equip and capacitate women, especially as we've seen the role that they do. And also in my last take, as women also, we should really take initiative. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because we all say challenges, this, that, but it's very important also check in our individuals' roles and responsibility to say, what is my role into making my career or my entrepreneurship business successful? I think that will be my input.
Thank you so much, Pagamile. You touched on a very important topic of understanding entrepreneurship. I think that comes with understanding sustainability on whatever business that you start. It's very important to structure your business model in a way that it's going to be a sustainable business. So on that note, I'm just going to allow my virtual team to also breathe. Ms. Nontobego.
Yes, hello. May I just
Yes, you
begin?
may continue.
Okay, well, as I said before, I'm an author and I'm a poultry farmer. I'm from DUT. I've had the privilege of being incubated by DUT Innoviz. And I'm so glad that we're actually speaking about women in entrepreneurship, because I'm not going to speak in a whole scale manner. I'm going to speak about experiences that recently happened within my life in entrepreneurship. So I was part of a national competition called Young Star Entrepreneur. And one of the tasks that we had was to convince female entrepreneurs to buy stalls for an exhibition, for a national exhibition there. And I loved it when the previous speaker spoke about women understanding entrepreneurship and also understanding what it is to be an entrepreneur, because it was extremely hard trying to convince women to actually buy and purchase their own stalls. So sometimes it's not a lack of mentorship. Sometimes it really is the lack of initiative within an individual themselves. I ended up sponsoring 14 exhibition stalls for that exhibition at 500 Rand a stall. My company sponsored those stalls. Even after the sponsoring of the stalls, it was very hard convincing people to actually come. I've been privileged enough to actually, we're speaking about women-specific programs, right? And today I actually got my certificate from DUT for the Women in Agri program that we were incubated in. For the past five months, we've been in that program. So DUT really does offer a lot of mentorship on our side. In fact, the skills listed here, the modules that we did, included business management, food security, poultry production, crop production, mentorship, boot camp attendance, and entrepreneurship. I've been privileged enough to be exposed to a university that does give these opportunities to females, that does expose females to these types of opportunities and broadens the mindset really about what entrepreneurship is. And it's done wonders for me personally, for my business, because I'm at a level that I would not have been had I not been exposed to such programs and such things. And so I believe that it is very important to give women positions in leadership, but I also believe that it's very important for women to want to be in those positions and work to be in those positions as well. Thank you.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much for that. That was such a beautiful testimony. Moving on to Ms. Diva Mobedi. Please share with us your personal experiences within business as a woman.
I'm not sure I heard that, but I think I get the gist. So just like Ms. Ndobi, I don't know if I'm very vocal. I had a bit of network. Okay, you can hear me. Great. I think for me personally, after what everyone has mentioned, the only thing I can include or conclude is that women need to be confident in themselves. That's like the most important thing that we are lacking. We can do every single thing, but we're not confident enough to initiate the idea, to seek mentorship, to start. So personally for me, I think in my faculty or basically in my industry, it is very hard to penetrate into fashion, especially as an art designer or as an artist, because there is there's not much initiatives into those ideas. So I had the confidence to seek people or to seek organizations, and I was lucky enough to be also in DUT. But at that time, they weren't catering for the arts division, right? But for me to be in that position, or for me to be in their presence, it actually gave them an opportunity to try and assist us wherever we can. I think that was the very beginning of everything else. And now at DUT, we have all of those faculties. We've included fashion, we've included art and everything. So women need to be confident in themselves. They need to put aside every single thing. They need to, all the stigma, every single thing that includes of you can't start a business, you can't study with your mother, you can't do this and that. I think it's very important for us to believe in ourselves, because at some point we will be at a stage where someone will disencourage us. You know, no matter what the mentor says, no matter how the business is going, we will be disencouraged. But as a woman, I know we have that fire in us, and we always need to keep it burning, no matter if it's the flame or if it's the smoke that's left. We need to just keep blowing and moving forward. I think that's what I can say for now.
No, thank you so much, Ms. Mobedi. These are really impactful women in our communities, and I believe that we need more people like them, people that are confident enough to challenge the status quo and rise, man. Rise, be confident in your ideas, because each and every business that is successful today was once an idea. So you need that confidence to move it from merely an idea to becoming an actual business. So on that note, because we are sitting here with business people and people in leadership, what would you guys advise an aspiring business person at a standpoint where they want to start, but they don't know where to start? The how part. What advice would you then throw into those people?
Okay, thank you so much, Boshe. I think number one, in terms of, like we've said, or address the understanding, of entrepreneurship, you need to identify a problem. You can't just operate a business from an onset. You need to identify a problem and then what is the solution. That's the essence of what entrepreneurship entails, right? And then when you said that, just start where you are. I mean, with whatever that you have. You have your brain, you have your mouth to talk and network and recruit people. And another thing would be take yourself seriously. If you don't take yourself seriously, the other person will not. You know, and I know as women, we are facing, you know, double, even multiple oppression. You know, our realities are complex and marginalized in various ways. But we can't always say woman, woman, woman. If you need to do 2 times than a man, then do it. You know, if you need to do double of the work, then do it. Because if you keep on making excuses that I'm a woman, you'll never get anywhere. So my thing is, 1, believe in yourself like they said. And number 2, start where you are. And then number 3, take yourself seriously. And then number 4, do not make excuses. Opportunities are there, like we've seen. The sweep is here for economic participation. You don't need funding all the time. All the time, what you need is just to believe in yourself, and you'll be halfway there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And just to add on to what you said, I think, identify a problem. And also, I think it's very important to do your market research. You need to understand your customers. Do they really need the service or the product that you are offering to them? And I think you should formalize your business so that it can be taken serious. I think that's all I can say. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, just to add to that as well, I think a lot of the times we have a lot of ideas. We have different ways in which we want to solve problems. However, in order for you to understand is this the right business to start, it's important for you to lean it out. And that means take your idea to the people as soon as possible. If it's in a conversation, it's okay, tell your idea. Perhaps don't go into detail, but have conversations with people and say, you know, I'm looking to start this and this and this. Would you pay for this service? Would you buy this product? Does it meet a need that you're facing? Or I think it's also important that if you're going to solve a problem for a particular group of people, ask that group, how would you like this problem to be solved? Your solution always comes from the people who's facing that problem. Or else you'll end up I'm a scientist by academics, and we sit there with the problem and we solve the problem in the lab. But it's also important that you go out and look for the problem, look for the people who are facing the problem. How do you solve it? And then go and act like head on and solve that problem. Or else you're solving something that doesn't need to be solved, in essence. But yeah, share your ideas, lean it out, go straight to your market.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I think we've got really, really good advice from people who have practiced what they're advising us to do. So what I gathered here is that don't create a problem for you to solve it. Solve a problem that is there. It is very unfortunate that we are racing against time when our conversation is still flowing so awesomely. But I will have to wrap up this session. If you do want to engage with these people of influence, I believe you are most welcome to do so after this session. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you so much for having me.
Afternoon, everyone. Am I in the right team? I'm tall, very tall. Next in the session, we have a woman who needs no introduction. Somebody who launched SWEEP last year. SWEEP itself, not a SWEEP chapter, but the SWEEP program. She was there with us. This is Miss Mbali Bengu, founder and CEO of MindSwitch. Mbali is an esteemed serial entrepreneur, marketer, and author. She has a business called MindSwitch, and she graduated with a master's in business administration from the Graduate School of Business and Leadership at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Mbali, I know we are running against time, so yeah, as I said, you need no introduction. Please come through, and Mbali's going to take us through the panel work session, co-creating an action plan for volunteerism. Please give a round of applause for Mbali.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is still wide awake. Yeah? All right, cool. Thank you so much, Francis, for that beautiful introduction. Thank you, Sweep, extended family. It really, really is always an honor to be here and to really participate in such dialogues and narratives, because it's just so fun, you know, to know that there are students out there that actually want to start businesses, because I remember back in the day, I didn't have this opportunity. So this makes me really, really happy. So without further ado, what I'll do is I'll introduce my beautiful panel. It has been noted we are running, you know, a bit crazy on time, and it's my fault because, you know, one is heavily committed. But what I can promise is that I'm going to do my level best to make sure that we milk it as much as possible, we get as much information as possible that is needed, just really to initiate an action plan moving forward on how really we can initiate this collaboration between students as well as working women. I think there needs to be some sort of action plan. So let me start off by introducing Miss Amy Perimal, is that correct? Head of Entrepreneurial Development at Wonderberg, South Africa. Ms. Perimal has 10 years of experience in business restructure, business rescue, and startups, and she's currently studying business management. So if she could please come forward. Then we have Dr. Poppet Pillay, Director of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Rapid Incubator at the Durban University of Technology. The DUT CSERI develops and supports student and community enterprises through a range of interventions that includes workshops, mentorship and coaching, and site visits. Dr. Poppet really is currently a member of the steering committee of the IDC 4.0 IR maturity assessment in the leather and leather goods and footwear industry in South Africa. She has also been appointed as one of the directors for the Durban Textile and Leather Incubator that includes SEDA and Etegui Municipality as partners. Dr. Pillay has presented academic papers internationally and has contributed chapters on social entrepreneurship in 2 published academic books. What a power woman. Thank you so much, Dr. Pillay. Next up, we have Prof. Boitumelo Moleboheng, Associate Professor in the Department of Education, Psychology, and Vice Dean of Teaching and Learning in the Faculty of Education at the University of Johannesburg. Prof is passionate about career development across the lifespan and believes in approaching career transitioning of youth in general, and in particular, youth with neurodiverse needs. Her keen interest in children and youth with autism has seen her present in various forms, both nationally and internationally. Yay! What a power panel. I'm so excited. Welcome, ladies. Thank you so much for joining. And it really, really is an honor to really actually try and see how we can come up with an action plan. With the amount of minutes that we have, let's try and see what we can do and how we can initiate, or rather co-create, an action plan of volunteerism. How might we better support young women in business? That's actually the question that we're posing today. And it is interesting because universities all over the world, this is not just a sweep initiative, but universities all over the world are now looking at how do we create a co-creation system between the working world as well as also initiate that to studentpreneurs. So to make it simple, what I've decided to do is I've decided to break it up into 4 segments. And I'm sure because we're all in the business world, we know that we cannot run a an ecosystem, if I can call it like that, without these 4 basic things. So I will have to rely on your strengths and to guide me. But this is from my own thinking. People, we need to know, what people do we have on board? Are those people suitable to actually be able to create this volunteerism that we want to do, all right? So we cannot have volunteers that actually do not have the characters and the personalities to execute that job. So people are critical. Processes, right? What processes can the workforce do to make sure that when we have these collaborations, everything is glued together? Okay? Systems. We need to have systems in place, surely, all right? And the last thing that I added in was measurement. How do we measure if a volunteer, a woman is going to volunteer her time, her efforts, her passion to look after a student? How do we measure if there's actually been impact, whether that student has actually been helped or not? And I think it's an important thing, because you can have a mentor, but sometimes there's just nothing going on. She's busy, she's got her own agenda, and after some time, you start looking around and thinking, well, actually, nothing has actually happened. So surely there has to be those little 4 sort of glues that we can think of. So I want us to start off by speaking about people and character. And I think a lot of the students here in the room will agree with me when I say that when you are looking for volunteers, especially in the working world, we're looking for people who are passionate, right? So I want to sort of go to my first conversation. Ms. Perimal, let's talk about character. How do we choose the right people? What has been your experience from initiating volunteering from the working world and then passing all of that expertise and experience to a student? How do we choose the right people to do that, especially in the corporate sort of sector? Can we get some technical help? Are you good? There we go.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I believe that in any industry, you have to have people that are passionate and go-getters. It's easy for everyone to want success and to have their business on the map, but you as an individual, you need to stand out. In my first work experience, I had signed on for a job, but I was told I'll get paid. So I worked my first job 3 months for free. And I constantly expected to get a salary at the end of the month, and guess what? Nothing fell through. But as I continued in my work experience, I then found myself in a second job, and that job drained me. I was tested mentally, emotionally, physically. I had situations where I pulled 24 hours a day. And in order for you to be that person that stands out, for us to want to have to work with you, you need to show us that you are passionate and you're committed. And every business has its own culture. And that culture comes from the people that it employs. And the people that we look for are responsible, honest, trustworthy. So I would say when it comes to people, it's about yourself. You need to make sure that as much as you're going in to work for somebody else and you're going to be a volunteer, you need to make sure that your principles are standard and they're on the ground. And no matter what's thrown at you, because you never know what industry you're going to get called in to be a volunteer. So be prepared to do anything. And forget the term, it's not my job, it's not what I signed up for. Be prepared to take on anything.
That's powerful. That's really, really powerful. And I think as corporates, when we are trying to initiate the whole aspect of volunteering, it has to be a balancing of energies. So if the mentor is somebody who is equally passionate, then the mentee as well needs to be somebody who's also just as passionate, so that we can have this balance. Because sometimes in entrepreneurship, there is a bit of entitlement. You know, somebody must help me. I'm with sweep, so therefore I must get help. But it has to be the letting go of the ego and the letting go of the layers and allowing to soak in as much information as possible. So thank you so much. And I think that is a point. I hope someone is taking notes because we are locking it into different facets. So it would be good if somebody can sort of lock in the conversation. So people, definitely, I just want to also bounce with Dr. Pillay. What is your take? Especially, I want the conversation to be centered around corporate versus universities. What would you say is probably the biggest challenge when it comes to looking for people to volunteer their time?
Look, I think in corporates, people are very, very busy. And I would say that possibly even at university level as well, people in leadership positions are very, very busy. They have so many things that you have to balance. So I think these are some of the things that we just have to run with. We really just have to go with it. Anyway, we just have to go with it. But maybe I just want to suggest also that, you know, there are many women in leadership, many people in leadership and women in leadership positions, both in the corporate world as well as in the universities. And as a leader, I think one of the critical things that we are able to do is to listen. So listening to our staff. What are our staff needs? And I think even whether you're in the corporate environment or whether you're at university, as heads of department, as directors, some of the things you have the opportunity to be able to actually assist your staff, you know, to encourage them to study further, encourage them to be the best that they can be. I had the opportunity of being in a situation where there were two DVCs that were leaving. And one of the DVCs thanked everybody else, but she forgot to thank her staff. The other DVC thanked her staff and applauded them for studying further, for the support that they gave her when she was going through difficult times. And I think this just illustrates the importance of us as women, whether you're in the corporate world or whether you're in the whether you're in a university environment. We do have the ability to listen. We do have the ability to empathize with other people, and especially with our women, with our female staff, to be able to give them that encouragement and to support them in what they are doing. I think this is so critical.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Pillay. And I think it's important that we draw on the strengths of corporate women as well and working women. These are women that have been refined over time. They've had the necessary experience. They have been thrown in the deep ends almost every day. And this is really sort of the island that you can go to as entrepreneurs and as students and say, I'm willing to soak in as much information and knowledge as possible. But you have to be humble. And I think that's the critical part of it. And Dr. Pillay did say that they're very busy as well. So it's also a management and a respect of time as well. So I think as we speak, I'll also be giving you pointers as an entrepreneur myself and as somebody who has been through corporate, how we can refine you as a person before we start initiating this culture of volunteerism. All right. Prof, I'm going to ask you a question. What do you think is needed to succeed if you are a woman who is willing to volunteer her time and her experience? What is your definition or sort of your goal to see a young woman or even a senior woman giving off her time and her energy?
Thank you. I think I just want to take a step back that we need to recognize as women and as girl children that for us being different doesn't mean we are inferior. That's the first point. So there are certain things that I generally call when I work with girl children that we need to do some kind of mental detox. And in our mental detox box, as women, we understand detoxing very well. We always say we are detoxing everything. So it is, let's take that physical detox that we do with everything and just turn it into our mental detox space. Yes. And in our mental detox space, the first thing is realizing that opportunities whisper. And if you don't have a listening ear, they pass by. So as women, we need to be in a position where we really enlarge our ears to listen to these opportunities. Yes. And they take you to be assertive. To walk into that door, I always say, when you walk into a boardroom as a woman, you walk in with your stiletto, with your lipstick, with your pencil skate, and with your assertiveness in your heart. When you walk into that boardroom that's full of men, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you are a leader, you are. Now you have to turn or leave your womanhood and be a man. Walk in there and still remember that in the middle of the lipstick and the stiletto, you can still have your palms and your apron to be a complete woman. So for me, it's understanding that in those detoxing processes as women, we need to be able to work with things like, there are simple things that when a man is coming out there, we say, hey, they are assertive. When it is a woman, they say you are arrogant. Be arrogant, that's fine. If arrogance is the definition of assertiveness from a feminist side, it's okay. Be arrogant. But be sure of what you want, as my previous speaker says, say, and go out for it.
Very powerful. Very powerful words indeed. Opportunities whisper. They're not always going to be loud. And I think for me, the biggest thing is for the audience to understand that even as entrepreneurs, sometimes what might look a bit shady as a business is actually where the biggest pie is. And I think you need to also awaken to that and be totally aware of that. So my next point then is, what about students? I don't know what's happening with the tablet. It's doing amazing things in front of me. So what about students? My next point then is to say, of course, we have heard phenomenal women sitting on the panel and they are speaking confidently about who they are and what they have. What about students, the right skill sets for students? If you want assistance, what do you think you need to come out as? Surely you need to be confident. You need to be sure of what you want. You need to be assertive. You might not know exactly what it is, but there has to be that confidence that Prof spoke about being able to walk into a room and command presence. It's almost the soft skills that universities don't really teach us. And this is the opportunity for you to network with powerful women outside of the university space who can teach you these soft skills. So that then speaks about the people aspect. So I'm going to quickly then go through now to the process. So we've spoken about the people that make up this giant. How does then corporate or the working world initiate volunteerism? I know that sometimes in the working space, it can be an issue. There are deadlines. There's a CEO that wants, or maybe one of you is a CEO, you know. So one of you wants those specific deadlines. How do we, inside the working world, start that conversation and encourage as much women as possible to volunteer their time without putting it as a, sorry to say, charity case? Maybe we can have Dr. Pillay take this one.
Okay, well, look, I'm going to look at it from a slightly different angle here.
No problem.
Because I also think students, women, entrepreneurs, should also be volunteers themselves.
Absolutely.
They should volunteer for to assist their communities in some way, because that's how you get the recognition. You are seen to be doing something. You have the opportunity to network. And yesterday I was at a meeting, it was one of the SEW sessions in Pietermaritzburg, and we had this amazing woman who is very, very well recognized. She's a global leader. And one of the things she said she did was that she actually volunteered to assist her community. And by going on that platform and volunteering and supporting her local community, she received recognition globally. And so she was able to project her own business and grow her own business through that. So I think this is not just about volunteerism where you get, I mean, yes, I think it is important for companies and corporate as well as universities to volunteer to assist young women, and I think, but I also think that young women themselves should to take on the added thing of
initiative.
volunteering within their communities. Look at what is in your community. You don't have to go far. What are the key issues in your community that you can volunteer in? Look at, there are religious organizations, there are community-based organizations around you, and volunteer services. But there are also international women's organizations, and one of those is the African Women Entrepreneurship Cooperative. On Google, they're always looking for people, and you can do work through them, through other organizations as well. So
absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's a very powerful point to say that it doesn't always have to come from the working world. It can come from you guys. You guys have got the power to also put up your hand and say, actually, I want to do a 2-month stint at Unilever or Nivea or wherever the case is. Not because I want to get paid, but because A, there's power in a reference letter as well. Before you even start working, it shows the employer, it shows the prospect funder of your business that actually you've got the skills and you've got sort of, you know, the passion to be able to walk in and demand what you want. And that's attractive. So that energy of being a volunteer also can definitely start with you. I want to go to Ms. Perimal. Ms. Perimal, when we speak about the process, we are also speaking about collaboration. So how do you think companies and really universities can start or build that collaboration? How do we get that conversation going, especially from a corporate perspective? Yeah.
Oh, well, I feel that I'll just speak from the company that I'm currently with. With Wonderbag is all for women empowerment and going into the settlements, rural areas, communities that really need help. And they're providing a program to partner with women in these areas. But in order for you to become a partner with Wonderbag, you would then need to come in, submit your name, give us your details, and meet us halfway. So with Wonderbag, they provide a current program with nonprofit organizations where we allow communities to get 20 Rand per bag sold. But looking at what Sweep is trying to do, we are more than willing to work with future entrepreneurs and kids from colleges that want to make that extra cash.
That's amazing. And I think a lot of companies, if you guys take a closer look at some of the companies that you want to work with, a lot of companies are reaching out and saying, we want to help entrepreneurs, especially entrepreneurs in their startup years and in the early years. So be open to such opportunities and partner up with these companies as well. Prof, I would like to talk about really, when we speak about the process behind it, we're speaking also about the mechanics of it. How's it going to work? So looking at a working space, and all of us here are working in the panel, do you think working environment should initiate a system of interviewing prospect candidates who want to volunteer their time? The reason why I say this is because anybody in the working space can put up their hand and say, I want to volunteer an entrepreneur, I want to be a mentor, but that person does not have. Don't you think there should be an internal process that is sort of mandatory before anybody puts up their hands and says, I want to volunteer?
I think it is important, but also we need, for me, I always say interviews are key in the world of work, but interviews are also big locks in allowing younger people, younger generations into getting into a space. But also, they are being very much manipulated and used and abused in the system. So if we are to give the young girl, the young woman, a voice in the world of work, we need to begin to balance, yes, the importance of knowing who we're getting into our company, but also knowing what is it that we are pouring into this individual girl child. But also growing the girl child to understand that it's as simple as you said earlier on, many women who are in leadership like me, are extremely busy, they don't have the time. So how do you take a simple thing of saying, you know, Prof, I'm aware that you're busy, I'll type your minutes instead of you typing your minutes. Then I begin to say, okay, there seems to be skill for management or skills for secretariat. Come and type another set of minutes. Before you know it, I say, actually, there's a temporary position.
Yes.
You know, that's how, before you know it, when I am advertising that person, you already were in temp for 6 months. I'm advertising it. Guess who's going to be my first person? So it's how you smartly knit yourself into the world of work. Because it is never an easy work.
Absolutely. I really agree, Prof. It really is about finding the gaps. A friend of mine once said to me, find the gaps wherever you go. Because if you can fit into that gap, then you know that you've covered that gap. And I think there's power in what Prof is saying. So we're speaking about people, we're speaking about process. We are trying to understand how we can do it. Let's move on to a system, right? The engine. How do we see it working? Do we see the girl child walking into the offices like some corporates do, where there is a specific girl child event, they take a girl child to work? Do we see them staying in the office for 3 or 4 months? What is feasible and what can work that can benefit both the girl child as well as the working space? Because if I want to go to, you know, a young Unilever or a young Coca-Cola and I want to spend time there, I need to also make sure that I am satisfied as the entrepreneur or as the prospect new employee. So the system, let's talk about how is it initiated in the workplace? I want to start with the workplace before I go on to the onto the students. Perhaps Ms. Perimal, you speak a lot about your organization and you've got tons of experience in business rescue and business restructuring. How can we start a system of being able to make it a good thing to volunteer in the workplace and encourage the rest of the employees that are working there that are senior to start this engine of let's do this and make it compulsory somehow, some way?
I think everyone loves a good success story. So if you look at the workplace, like I said, it's difficult to have someone volunteer. But what I do, I don't look at CVs when I usually take on a staff or anything, because to me, paper, everyone looks good. But when you put someone in hot water, then you find out who the diamond is. And I look for diamonds. I look for people that are willing to go the extra mile. So when it comes to volunteering, I don't want to come and look for you to volunteer. You need to come and find me and say, this is what I would like to do. Can I be a part of this? So I think it's important for a student to take initiative. And you know, the thing is, I always say, you never know where you're going to end up. So no matter how you start, treat everybody with respect and give it 100%. Because a lot of people want to end up on the top, but they don't want to start at the bottom. But volunteering and you know, even with people that already have a position and a good position in a company, I don't think it's fair to just cast out students that do not have experience or need help. I think even if an hour or even half an hour or 15 minutes just empowering a student can take them a long way in life. You never know where people come from, and some people can be really struggling with homes that never told them or never gave them the support they needed to reach that success. But in the corporate world, we've experienced it. And we went through the mill with a lot of issues. But I feel that it works both ways. Initiative from the student side and from the corporate world, not to outcast people that want to volunteer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's power in that, because when it comes from both sides, then there's a balance.
Yeah.
But I just want to throw the question back to the panel and ask, I know that a lot of us are shy, you know, knocking on these big doors and speaking to these powerful people is a lot. And I think some of us will probably be tricked before we even get to the door. So I want to now sort of ask the panel, what are some fun and creative ways in which students can knock on your door and allow you to say, oh, well, that's quite interesting, because I'm sure there's a lot of people knocking on the doors. How do you stand out? Because I think that's where your brand speaks for itself. Dr. Pillay?
I think communication is key, first of all. And I think it's really about being open and having an open door policy. You know, I think people, if you're in a position of authority, or if you're a director or whatever it is, I think having an open door policy where your staff and where students are not afraid to come in and speak to you. Because I think that is the basis of just about everything in terms of, and also getting to know the people that you work with, your staff, getting to know your students, if you've got students, getting to know their backgrounds. Where do they come from? What kind of environment do they come from? Because when you know these things, it's really, and also we need to be humble as well. Yeah. We need to be humble, we need to keep an open mind, we need to understand where they come from, and I think that will actually, that's actually what helps. And I don't really want to brag, but I think in my team, for example, we have there's 7 of us now. Most of the team came in as interns. They started off as interns, and all of them have just grown phenomenally. Yes. They've all each one has taken over their own particular portfolio in the office. They run with their own business, but they've also been encouraged to study further and to start their own businesses as well. And that has created an atmosphere of trust. It's created an atmosphere of teamwork, and I think those are the kind of things. Keeping the place open, we have lots of fun together. We laugh together. We argue, but having that understanding of where we each come from, we're very diverse, but also embracing the diversity within our organization.
Sure. Thank you so much, Prof.
I think we need to recognize as women that we are natural nurturers. Nurturing is part of who we are, and our nurturing is identified in our breasts, the nipple that says who we are as nurturers. Of the 4, just to add on your story, of the staff members that I used to head as the head of Department of Educational Psychology, 4 of those junior staff members now are now full-time lecturers, and they were my students. And how they came about to, one of them actually, I was walking out of the class and she came to me and said, ma'am, I was still then Mrs., not even Prof. Mrs. Diale, can I carry your bag? And she accompanied me to the office. And I started, obviously, as an academic, asking questions. Who are you? I can see you are in the class of 600 students. You are just a number. But by you coming to me, you made yourself a person. You first identified yourself. So I asked, who are you? Okay, where are you coming from? From there, now and then she would come, do you need anything else for me to do? And today she's a PhD holder. She is an academic. She is a lecturer. So it is what my colleagues are saying. There's the song you all know, Uzoyithola kanjani uhlele khoneni. You will never get it. You have to go out there, search for it. Yes, there are crossroads, but definitely the bigger part of the crossroads, it's on your side. Absolutely. When I see you coming with force, I actually get attracted to your, to your force, and I can travel the path with you.
Wow. Power. And I think it's important to realize that effort is attractive. Today it's hot and everyone has got water next to them. On a normal day, if we do not have a conference, you wouldn't have water. So when you're going to the tuck shop, get one for the lecturer as well, and just place it on a table and say, it's hot today, Prof. Here's some water. And that, in a way, builds the brand without you even realizing it. Of course, you might be known as the teacher's pet, but who really cares? Okay? So I think building a system, the system is definitely there in corporate, it's in the working world. It's just that it's waiting for you guys to come and attack it. All right? And then when we finish with the system of things, when you guys are now interacting and engaging with the girl child and you're getting a lot of information and she's getting a lot of experience, and then there comes a time where maybe after 6 months she decides to leave, or maybe the volunteer stage is over, you know, you've said so you don't have time. How then do we measure these poor ladies that came and spent time at your offices and now they are gone back to university or they've graduated, they're sending their CVs, but they spend so much nice time? How are we measuring that? Because I want to leave here with the hope that if there is a young student that comes to the working world and for the life of her, she does not get promoted, she is still in a safe space. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the pre-stage, the during, and the post. What should we be measuring firstly when we are attracting the girl child in terms of making sure that she is sustainable when she leaves the safe space of volunteering? Do you want to take it, Ms. Perimo?
Firstly, I think if somebody had to come in and volunteer their time and their effort and spend so much time at a workspace, they deserve some recognition, a certificate or a reference letter. Because I feel that if you're going to spend six months in a position, you would have definitely learned something. Nobody can just spend their time, and it's a duty of the company that's taken on this girl child to then go on and give her, if she gets a job somewhere else, stand as a reference so that she knows she can count on somebody else.
Yes.
That's her having a mentor and a support structure within the work environment.
Yes.
Yeah, that's basically it.
And I think even if the corporates don't initiate that, say that I would like a reference letter, that's why I'm here, because that reference letter is power for the rest of your life.
Yes, it carries more weight than money.
Yes, definitely. Eh? Did you take notes? It carries more weight than money. That reference letter is power. Okay, so we are measuring that, and then where are we lacking? So from a working woman perspective or a working world perspective, as people that are in corporates, where's the lack or where are the gaps, if any? Prof, perhaps we can start with you. From being able to take care of the girl child when she leaves the nest, where are the gaps so that we can start building on those? Yeah.
I think the gaps are in us not really clearly putting the outcomes for the girl child. Because we're talking of the measurement, which is the end product.
Sure.
But we are measuring from where? What are the outcomes when this girl child walked in? What is it that I said in these 6 months I want to achieve with them? So that when I begin to measure, I'm not unrealistic, I'm not unfair, and I'm saying this is what we said we want to achieve, so this is where we are. But also realizing that sometimes, not actually sometimes, always, diamonds are always covered with mud. And you just have to take your time to polish and clean out the mud to get the diamond.
Wow.
And if we clean out that mud, 6 months sometimes might not be enough. But it's important to measure that they are not where they were when they came in. They might not be where you wanted them to be, but they have moved. What is it that they have moved? What can you recommend to the next incubator for them to grow further?
Yes, and I quite like that because you are able to then polish the diamond properly because you know what you're polishing for.
Yes.
So I want to pose this back to the students. When you are walking into an environment and you are going to be incubated, or you're going to be coached, or you're going to be looked after for 6 months, what do you want exactly from the working world? And I want to get some answers, because if we can bounce and exchange ideas, this would be a good thing. So I'm just going to pick on anyone because I don't have time for y'all. All right, there we go. Sorry, your mic?
Oh, sorry guys. Okay, let me first start by introducing myself. My name is Lgbtiq and I'm from Nelson Mandela University. So I think I'm going to add on and just answer the question. And I think a lot of our female students will also agree with what I'm about to say.
for us, there is really no way for us to come in because of the amount of gatekeeping that we experience from other women. It could be from the same institution, it could be from a supporting structure, and then you find yourself not only having to compete with men, right, and your fellow male counterparts, but to actually compete with women. And we find this on the women that we look up to. So, for example, if I look up to Prof. Doc and the lady from Vonderburg, right, I look up to you as your subordinate, but then you then gatekeep me because you are now intimidated at the fact that I might be better than you. When we are supposed to be working together because I live by the principle, so I've been in leadership for almost 12 years now, right? And I've lived with the principle that says the type of leader that you are is determined by how many leaders do you turn out in your duration of being a leader. How then can we actually do anything as the upcoming leaders when you are gatekeeping us?
You know what? I didn't want to say it, but you took it there. So, mad props to you. So, that then is the elephant in the room. That we have these conferences, we have these women's seminars, but then, as Prof said earlier on, it's also a mental detox. And the mental detox presents the barrier when you're going into corporate. How do we solve that issue? I'm throwing it back to you.
If I could respond, I think you are so much correct. We are our worst enemies.
Yes.
And the important thing that I can say is, if you are a mentor and your mentees don't become better than you, then you are failing in your job.
That's right.
Because a good mentor must build. I am my mother's child, but my mother brought me up to be far much better than her.
Exactly.
If I was at a level, then she failed in her job. So the role of the mentor is to build a mentee to be better than them. If I build as a leader, I must look up at you, not down at you and say, my leader, then you are not a leader. I must say, look at my product, my leader. So it is in the process. And sometimes claim your space as the upcoming young woman. Claim it.
Yeah.
That it's not going to be given to you on a silver platter, I can tell you.
Sure.
Yeah. Because probably some women think that as they move up the ladder, you are going to take their position, forgetting that the position is still there. So claim your space. Walk into it.
I love that. So then that becomes a criteria to say a mentor should be initiating a mentee to be a leader. And we need to then track and say, you mentored so-and-so. After 2 years, they're still in the same position. What's going on? After 4, they're still there. No, after 6 years, it can't be, And we call out that mentor. And I think that then becomes a criteria to say, can we start addressing the issue of that? I am also interested in looking for more. Yes, Dr. Pell?
I think I might differ here. Yeah. Because if somebody has been with a mentor who's even bad, as a person who's being mentored, you learn something. It's really a journey. It's not a means to an end. You're really on a journey. Sure. So whether a mentor hasn't been good or not, you as a person you've learned the difference between how to behave towards other people as well. So you should have learned from your experience. So I think in whatever we're doing, whether you're a mentor or whether you are somebody that's been a student or a young person, woman that's being mentored, I think this is a journey. We look at the good and we look at the bad. We take both of them and we turn our lives around with it. I think that's how we should look at it.
Because it also then initiates the student to walk in with their set of sort of outputs. So you also need to walk into this sort of semi-interview, this relationship, and say, well, actually, this is what I'm actually looking for. And you need to be assertive about that, because the mentor will also come with their own expectations. But at the end of the day, there should be then that bridging of those expectations. So don't be afraid to do that, because people will just do whatever they want to do and call it a mentorship when really it's actually nothing. So I think let's just be firm and clear on that. But thank you for that, because that shook the tables a bit. Then I want to still go on to the the post-volunteer phase. So this now specific girl child has left this relationship. Surely we should be initiating a form of post-relationship, taking her still under your nest, making sure that she is in the right environment, helping her with those soft skills. Do we really have time for that? Is it possible? I see Buzz is going.
Yes. Look, I think I think one of the things, if you're a mentor, one of the things you should be able to do is to network widely. And so, post your time of mentoring, you should be able to link them up with other people. Link them up to other organizations and other people. So it's not just, it doesn't end there, because this is a growing network.
Yes.
And actually encourage them to mentor other people as well, to mentor peers as well. So, you can have peer mentorship, having your networks where you're discussing issues, having forum groups, groups like that where you come together and talk about key issues. So those are some of the things you could do.
I love that. And that then also becomes a criteria. So we can add that under the list and say, well, actually, there should be a pass on the baton to the next one. And we need to track that and make sure that it's happening because we've groomed this girl child. Prof, anything else?
I think you've just said it, that it is a pattern.
Sure.
It's a relay. Grooming a girl child into the world of work, it's a relay. And it's an interesting relay because it's also a network. There was that advert of a brain of a woman. Those mixed, tied ways that go about, that's how it goes about. And it is in that process of the networking of saying, as Tumi is leaving my incubation, where to? But even if I'm sending her to Sandra, but there are 10 other doors that I would continuously open. One of the two gifts that, even if God has given all of us those, but the two gifts that God has specially created a woman exceptionally for is our sight and our hearing. So we always have our ears on the ground and our eyes looking everywhere. So for us as mentors, it is important that as we see opportunities, I already can pick up from my basket to say, this can fit so and so.
Yes.
So it is important to learn that.
Yes. That spider web is
Yes,
important.
that's spider web.
Yeah, that's
but also for the mentee to continuously come back and say, Prof, because we are busy, that's the reality. I could forget. So if you don't come back and say, hey, do you still remember me? Anything.
Yeah.
You might be knocking on the day that I've just put the phone down on an opportunity and I could direct it to you.
Awesome. No, I think we have done a good job, ladies. We discussed people, process, systems, and then how do we measure the girl child afterwards. And I think it's a continuous conversation, so sweep. Dr. Clark, I know that you'll run with it. Let us try and do as much as possible to really encourage and to strengthen the criteria and how do we fix this little animal that we're trying to do. So from my side and from the ladies, I thank you. Please do clap for them. They've done an exceptional job. And then reminder, there's a lucky draw after the last session. So it says here, please announce. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah, but thank you so much. Thank you. I was running out of time, but it was such a good, conversation that I had to stay. But thank you. I think it's done a lot, and I hope that you took in the nuggets and you will run with it. Thank you so much.
Very interesting and interactive session going on. We are still going on, so don't lose heart. We're still here. Right now, I'd like to introduce Mr. Lgbtiq. He's the stakeholder manager at EDHE, and he's presenting the last week's session. Give it up for Lgbtiq, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think that before that we carry on, let's all just get up quickly. It's been a brilliant 2 sessions now, but I think it is, after all, the graveyard shift, so we're going to lighten it a little bit. Okay, so first things first, if you have a jacket on, you can just loosen the buttons a little bit, and we are going to stretch. There we go. To the side. There we go. Okay. To the other side. Okay. There we go. Okay, and move the hips slightly. You know what they say? Okay, here we go. Bigger the hips, bigger the circles. Here we go. Okay, nice one. Okay, thank you for that. Then later on, as Mbali had said, we're going to have a lucky draw. I am honored to basically present or moderate the second last session for today. And I'm going to do that in collaboration with the wonderful Kutu Moleko, our marketing media officer, who's going to be taking notes, our director, Dr. Nora Clark, Mr. Simon Piri, program manager or project manager at KwaZulu-Natal University. So really, I've drawn on many things that have been said, smaller little nuggets throughout the day. But our topic for the last session, and it's really, I want to encourage all of you to take part. Okay, I'm going to look to you to give your input and share what you have experienced within your institutions to make sure that we have a last meaningful session today. So connecting the dots, the intersection between gender-based violence, economic participation, and empowering role of student development professionals within our institutions. Now, we all know that, unfortunately, in South Africa, there's still the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide continues to plague our society, with mostly women, children, individuals from LGBTQA plus communities being worst affected. Now, there are various forms of gender-based violence. Many times we just say GBV, but do we really have an intrinsic understanding of what that means in the various contexts that we live in? Violence against women and girls, violence against minority groups, intimate partner violence, domestic violence, sexual violence, economic gender-based violence, and indirect structural violence. Now, the numbers are staggering. Okay, these were just a few numbers that I got from the World Bank and from the South African Police Service. 35% of women worldwide have experienced either physical or sexual intimate partner violence or non-partner sexual violence. Globally, 7% of women have been sexually assaulted by someone other than a partner. Globally, as many as 38% of murders of women are committed by an intimate partner. Shocking. 200 million women have experienced female genital mutilation or cutting. Now, this is just something that was taken from, that is actually not October to December 2022, it's actually 2021. But if you just quickly look at these numbers, and these have been reported just from October to December, 15,000 cases of common assault with intent of grievous bodily harm, 6,600, 670 odd cases of rape, attempted murder, 201, 104 sexual assault, 232 murder. Shocking. But what makes it even worse is that one could actually go as far to say that this has been underreported. We know that that in our societies, that there's this notion that what's the police going to do about it? Is the matter going to be taken further? Are the persons or are they going to be properly persecuted for their crime? Maybe no. Then it's just silence. Okay. Now the question beckons. What's the picture within our academic institutions? Okay, I think that we are all quite familiar with the tragic story of Nene from the University of Cape Town, which really ignited a vigorous movement in our country. But what does it look like in our institutions? I really like this one poster that I saw. I think it's in the bottom middle there. She is all of us. We are her. There were also some ladies that posted, maybe I'm next. Okay, powerful stuff. But now I'm turning to you, and I really want to encourage you to open your mics, raise your hands. What are the unspoken realities within your universities? Yes, I heard that sigh. But what's the picture in your university? Is it something that is relatively bleak, negative? Is it being addressed? I'm going to open the floor. I'm going to encourage anyone. Yes, Simon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm back. I think what I can say, what I've seen primarily within my own university is that because GBV is evolving, and there's many new terms that are coming into play, there's many new forms of GBV that were not recognized before, which are recognized now, there is a certain lack in terms of policy revamping, as well as framework revamping that pins the forms of GBV that you will find, and how they are addressed. People themselves, they still do not know what constitutes GBV or the holistic scope of it. So if a staff member does not know what GBV is and how best to define it, and when a student comes to them to say that this is what has happened to me and stuff, it's easy for you to say, but is it GBV? Is this something that I need to take on the institution, or do I just direct you to a service provider or like a police station or something? So there's still that lack of understanding in terms of the due processes to follow when you're faced with something that is related to GBV, and also even in the policies and the frameworks, that is what is missing.
Yeah, I think definitely. Garnering a better understanding of what is gender-based violence would also aid academic support professionals or even fellow students to better identify it and to aid those victims of gender-based violence. Okay, but I would like to hear from other people as well. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Onesimo from Walter Sisulu University again. With my institution, it had been a matter of the school doing nothing, like the institution itself doing nothing, and then people getting justice from the different political parties. But that then gave the political parties so much power that they got arrogant, and then they were the ones committing these crimes because they knew that they were going to account to nobody. So now we've got like a very high stats of rape or assault, and more often than not, it's a political assault. So because there was mobilization, and then EFF and ANC, so it is okay for us to assault you, you know.
Yeah.
But I have hope. It looks hopeful that the GBV, there's GBV ambassadors, the student counseling unit is rising. So it looks like rather sooner than later, the institution is standing up and taking back the power and doing something to empower the victims. And, yes.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay, I think that's the one side of it. There's a little bit of hope. Yes, there at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Naomi from the University of the Free State. I think with our university, more or less similar to what you were saying, how some issues become issues of political contestation, because then the political organizations will take advantage of a situation just so they advance their own interests. But I think on the side of the university, I'd say that they are not doing enough, even in terms of just raising awareness pertaining to issues of gender-based violence, because it's not only one-sided. It's not only females that are affected by the issues of gender-based violence, but we also have males being affected by it, and we're not doing enough. I don't want to make this example, but we had a situation where a student was raped, and I'm saying was raped because right now there are stories of she was fighting with the boyfriend and then claimed that she was raped, but there's such stories. But I'm saying when it came out, students took to the streets and they were protesting and the likes, and in that no one was protecting the other student, the male student, or the alleged perpetrator. And I'm just saying that then we don't have, even as student leaders, we don't have guidelines in terms of how we need to be dealing with such situations. If a girl child comes to you and they say they have been raped, what do you do?
Yeah.
And what do you even do about the alleged perpetrator? Do we deal with the person as a perpetrator? Do we take it somewhere where until we know the truth, then we take a stance? But at the same time, what if it really happened? Then it means you are not providing the necessary support. So I'm just saying, I think as student leaders, we just somewhere there, we don't know how to deal with it.
Very
Thank you.
important point. Very nice. Okay, there at the back from a gentleman. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. My name is Bugarama Birumisa. I'm from Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University, SMU.
Yes.
So when it comes to these issues within universities, the university space is dynamic in the sense that people are there to learn, and some things such as GBV are taught in that space. Now, when there's a gap in teaching, which is what normally happens, or these dialogues that we're supposed to have, then even GBV goes swept under the carpet or unspoken for. Classic example. You grow up in a small community where if a guy hits a woman, he loves her, is correcting her. You come to a university space, no one tells you any different. You date someone, he hits you, you believe that's what's happening. And you keep it moving. It's few cases, but that's also what happens. Then there's also the one shocking reality in university that maybe you are seeing a guy doing his final year, then you have an altercation and he assaults you. Then the university will, or certain members will maybe, or his friends in politics want to protect, say, no, but he's almost done, gonna ruin his career. And those are just the realities of what's happening in universities. And not to mention that there's so many gaps in lack of policies, lack of support offices for such issues, such that we just end up, as I think the previous speaker said, that it becomes in the hands of the politics, whoever wants to champion the issue, and each case is dealt with so different. You don't know, there's never one straightforward procedure on how to handle these issues. And on top of that, it's compounded by just the general lack of knowledge on the issue.
Yeah. No, okay, great. I hear a few things, from you and the other lady. Lack of standard operating procedures, how to actually deal with gender-based violence. It also underlines, lack of policy. The question beckons what's being done with regard to policy within our institutions. I know that a lot of ground has been made at Nelson Mandela University, University of Cape Town, if we look at 2018, 2019, during that time. So, yeah, lady there.
Greetings, my name is Oliswa Njapa. I am from University of KwaZulu-Natal. So I think the previous speakers have covered me mostly. However, I'd like to speak on the point of that there are so many unreported cases. And when you are to look at it, it's because the students are actually afraid of what might happen to them because the perpetrator might be still within the residence or still within the university. So they're very much scared because the perpetrator knows where they live, or maybe you may still come across the perpetrator on campus. So it's different issues for us. It's different issues in different campuses. Sometimes you find that it is actually someone who is in leadership who's actually a perpetrator. So if it's someone who's up there who's a perpetrator, then what's going to happen to your case? Wow. And on top of that, there's staff issue of those who handle the cases. So now the case takes long for it to be attended to. Sometimes you may never even get the response from whoever is dealing with the case because we're hearing that they're understaffed and there are a number of cases that they're supposed to respond to. And then it goes back to what each campus, the service each campus has. For example, from my campus, there has been a case recently and the student had to go and report to another campus because of lack of services on the other campus. So we have those issues, and sometimes I might say it goes back to us as female leaders. You are there in leadership, and why are we not doing anything about it? And I understand it's because maybe you are scared that it will bring your name even on dirt, because maybe the male leaders will come to you to convince you to take a step back. Because these are the things that we experience. There's a lot of pressure that lies on us when you are handling such cases. And then, to a certain extent, it takes years. The turnaround time for these cases take a long time. So the victim might be very reluctant on the fact that they might report, and then till they finish the degree sometimes, and nothing has happened to the perpetrator. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Okay. I want to ask another question. Yes, Gugu or.
Okay. Just to add on that, I think it's very important also. When reading the question, what are the unspoken realities within our universities? I think the answer will be it's that it's unspoken. It remains uncomfortable, you know. It remains uncomfortable even at this small space we are in to even talk about it, because one, it reminds us of our, past experiences, because with GPV, you are affected either directly or indirectly. It's the second pandemic, like our president said. So for me, I think one word that I would make to answer that question would say it remains unspoken. Because even with the drives or the awareness campaigns that we see on social media, are they really impactful? So I think maybe moving forward would be just to say, maybe to caution the universities, even the students or the university communities, to say, if you are doing these drives and campaign, let us do it for the impact purposes and not just for ticking the boxes, saying that this university did A, B, and C, but to say, was there an impact? Are there now safe spaces, or are there networks now where victims can be supported, where other things can... So I'm saying, or I'm posing now a challenge to all of us to say, let's now maybe move away from talking about it and rather having an action-oriented solution that is impactful and practical.
Yes, I totally agree. I think that a lot has been done, in building awareness. And yes, not saying that type of awareness, should not be replicated and continued. But more action needs to be taken. Okay, but I'm going to then pose another question to you. Are women who earn their own income more empowered? Your thoughts? Prof.
I thought I was going to be a silent participant. I think we need to clearly differentiate between economics and empowerment. Okay. Those are two different aspects. Earning more income doesn't necessarily give you power. And if you see earning more income as giving you power, then you are actually an abuser. Earning more income makes you sustainable as a woman, that you can be able to take care of the others. But being a woman who can empower others doesn't need you to earn an income. It needs you to be assertive, to know that you are a natural as a woman, to know that the heartbeat of the community and the country is on your hands as a woman.
Good. Good. I want to hear more input. Anyone? There.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Lgbtiq from the University of Free State. I hear what Prof just mentioned, but I'd like to differ when it comes to a certain point. For example, when we speak about empowerment in this instance, in terms of gender-based violence, then we speak about a completely different situation. What do you mean? What do I mean by this? You get that in most situations of GPV, it is sometimes as a result of maybe not having economic freedom, that you stay with a partner that is continuously abusing you because you are dependent on them. You may be dependent emotionally, financially, and in many other aspects, especially when you look into the socio-economic backgrounds that some women come from. So in terms of empowerment with regards to GBV, then I actually do believe that some women who own their own income could be empowered. I'm not saying all of them, but statistics could also prove that some are actually more empowered because of of the financial independence that they have. And then you have those who are relying on their partners who are abusive, that you cannot even leave a relationship because you depend on this person. So where are you even going to start? Where do you even begin? So in situations of GBV, then women who don't own their own income in some instances are not truly empowered. Yeah, thank you.
Good. Anyone else? There at the back.
It's me again. Okay, so I would like to agree with both previous speakers, but I want to add on to and differ a bit with the lady from the University of Free State. And I mentioned that actually yesterday when we spoke about, so there was a webinar that we had at the university called Excellence is Stilettos, which I spoke in. And I touched on women empowerment because genuinely that's my brand. So I have a problem with how the world engages an empowered woman in general. Now, not even including the aspect of economic freedom that comes with you being a high earner. Understand one thing, and this is where I differ with the lady from UFS. Whether you're a high earner or not, gender-based violence is still there. There are men that will feel that they are emasculated because my woman is earning more than me. And so for them to reinforce their manhood, they will abuse the woman, just to boost their fragile male egos. Calling a spade, don't shoot me. Okay, and then secondly, there will be the group of men that will exert their manhood because they are providing that lifestyle to the woman. Because now she is not economically free enough or economically empowered enough to empower herself, right? So now the problem that I have here, and I just want to read the notes that I had yesterday, is that the world genuinely advocate for women empowerment, but they in turn don't know how to engage an empowered woman. I think that the main reason why there is such a major discourse with the term feminist is because society, this is why there's a major discourse with the term feminist. The society has to evolve in understanding that empowering a girl child is not challenging the masculinity of the boy child. Creating and most importantly, maintaining opportunities for women will assist in not just the betterment of the life of the woman and the family, but her community and her society as a whole. So that's why I agree and oppose her point, because I'm trying to make us understand how empowerment, both as an individual and as an economically active individual, how that, correlates and is codependent against the two. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to invite Dr. Clark to come in here. She's a brilliant social scientist. So.
This is such an emotive topic, isn't it? It's such an emotive discussion. Yeah. It touches all of us, actually, deeply. And, I heard this morning Professor Harrison's discussion about, we spoke about, someone said, but you speak as a white woman and I speak as a black woman. But, we both speak as women. And I know I speak as a white woman now. And I know that many aspects and many risks and many realities in the lives of black women are not there in my life. And I recognize that. But when we talk about this issue, it comes home to all of us one way or another. As Professor Diale said, regardless of your income status and the size of your income or your bank balance, it's something that is a reality to all of us because we all look over our shoulder, né? Where we go, we all have to double check, look over your shoulder. Some of us have to do it much more often and with much more, yes, it's just much more real for many of us. So if we talk about economic empowerment, remember, there's generally empowerment of women and self-empowerment, but if we talk about economic empowerment, The question is, does it give us more options to empower ourselves? And that's why I lean so strongly towards supporting our student colleague from UFS over there, because it's the question is, can I get out? Do I have a mechanism to get out of a problematic situation? Not am I walking on the street and fearing for my life. You know, there are so many different situations in which we as women feel disempowered or less empowered. So economic empowerment might be a tool for some forms of risk to our safety or to our economic safety. But there isn't there's no simple solution here, you know. It's really a complicated matter. The question is, if we look at this, the very important point that our student colleague from NMU made about, you know, the fact that if you as a woman are successful and you share your life with a man who feels threatened by your success or your larger income, and who therefore wants to keep you down, in whichever way, it can be verbally, it can be physically, it can be sexually, it can be whatever, does it then mean that I have to keep myself small? Must I now remain disempowered or less empowered because I don't want to cause discomfort to the man who has the power over me in my home? It's a tough one. Or do I still go? So I'm asking my lovely student colleague from NMU, help me with this one. It's complicated.
Okay, I know it's complicated, but let me try and uncomplicate it. The problem with us, and I'm going to say us in the context of young black women, right? Our problem is, and it's something that also got filtered down from our aunts, our mothers, our grandmothers, great-grandparents, matriarchal. We are taught the term of ukbekezela, right? Which in English is to withstand. So we are tested by our strength and our resilience. Ne? And these men, they can take it there sometimes to the point where you're just like, you know? So now the issue then comes in with how, because of the cultural aspect that comes with us being taught to ukbekezela, you will literally be blinded into an abusive relationship and you will remain there even though you have the means to step out of that marriage commitment relationship. Why? Because culturally we've been conditioned as women, across, especially people of color, we've been conditioned to accept the bare minimum because that we don't want to be single, we don't want to be alone, we don't want to have a cold side on the bed. You know, it's very rare for you to find a black woman as empowered as myself, as outspoken, as assertive, who's going to choose herself regardless. We are not taught to be selfish. We are taught to be selfless, even if it's detrimental to our own health. That is where the problem now is. I'm your future female president, by the way.
Prof.
I think I want to agree with the speakers and also agree with my UFS colleague there, because it is true, all these sides are true. What is important, I think, for us as women is to realize the four devils that are with us. That's patriarchy, culture, religion, and gender. Because realizing those four will actually probably, if you begin to break yourself out of this, you will address what she is saying, you will address what she is saying, because you begin to realize, in my field as a psychologist, I work with many women who actually hold positions of power in companies, but are the most abused in their families, in their relationships. And when they have the makeup and the lipstick, girl, you don't know, they beat you from here to here, where nobody can see, where the dress hides it. Whereas the normal township one will give you a blue eye. The smart ones beat you where people don't see, and people don't understand. And you are not able to come out and say,
hey, I am dying simply because you want this love. But simply because you are also told by certain idiomatic expressions, so you have to die if you get married until death do you part. You know, not until divorce do you part. So people are trapped by this cultural, this patriarchal, this religiosity. You know, what will people say when you are actually dying? And until we begin to unravel and unpack that, it doesn't matter how much economic power we can give to women, they will still be trapped.
Fantastic, thank you for that, Prof. And I think also, Dr. Clark, this is also something that, for sweep, I mean, something that even from the male colleague there at the back came through is the role of the women in society. How do we, address the certain paradigms around that as well? And it alludes to education. Someone else said earlier today, from an early age, to addressing, like even with the marginalized communities and gender-based violence, it's about education. Okay, yes, Prof. Oh, Doctor.
Thank you very much, and I'll also take the honor of being Prof. Just for today and for this discussion. You know, this is one of those things that literally finishes every part of me, spiritually, mentally, everything. And that's why I've been quiet, and I promised myself I'm not going to say anything. Because the question is that it's still about women. I don't think we should be addressing women. The question should not be about women, because we have not done anything. We are the ones that are being done. The question should be the opposite. It is men that we need to start asking questions on, and they need to answer. Because every time when we say, if we do this to a woman, this thing cuts across class, it cuts across color. And it is not women who have done anything wrong. It is men. We need to change the narrative, and we need to start asking questions about men. And I always ask one question. If we waited for the white people that had made apartheid, for them to create solutions for us, today we're still under the same problem. Why are we waiting for men to be part of a solution? What are we doing as women to change the narrative? We are the ones that raise children. We give birth to them. The question that I always ask, is it the egg, is it the womb that created these people that have got a problem? We need to start from there. We are the creators of human beings, and we are the ones that are under siege. How are we bringing up these children? Because before they become men and we love them, before they become our husbands and we love them, they are our children. If we have to ask a question to a woman, we have to ask them, from the day that sperm hit the egg, did you create a problem? Were you there? Because we are the ones that are co-creating together with God. In that space of that creation, did you create something wrong? Or on the day when you took them and you put them here, and you said to them, you are my son in an African culture, and you are senior to me at some point because you are a boy, and you are going to be senior to your own sisters. I always make a typical example, that we go and say we have seen a woman driver. We say women must cook. Please allow me. I have never seen a vagina holding a steering wheel. A driver is a driver, and it's not a female driver. If you are going to eat food, you need to know how to cook. Going beyond that, we have created a situation where we have made ourselves less of a human being than anybody else, especially black women. We have reduced our value. How do we do this? Sometimes value, as we're saying here, has got nothing to do with money. We go to a space where after work you run home, you go cooking, you go doing all these things. You become a chef because culturally, as Prof is saying, your husband cannot eat food from a help. You become a cleaner. You become a laundromat. At the same time, when we cannot ascend to positions because we cannot study, when your husband is sitting there and studying, it's because when you can't qualify anymore, and then we say we only finish at middle management, because that person there has got all these things at once. And then at the end of the day, because we also have to increase your own sexual intellectuality or sexual quotient, you need to go and deliver, which you can't. We need to change the narrative. We need to start looking at men, and the questions should be pointed at men. And we should come along with ourselves. We've got policies, we've got everything. But gender-based violence is increasing every day. And when we were sitting as issues saying here the problem is because the conversation is uncomfortable, it's because we take the blame for everything. Why are we doing this? When are we going to start saying, no, if somebody has done this, we stand against it. We stand together and we change the narrative. Starting from when we beat them and we grow up with them, and we don't want these questions anymore. We want men to be answerable for what they are doing. And whether they are your son or whether they are whoever, they need to be answerable. And it is the only way when we can break up from this. And Prophet, for all those that were here before, if we did a clean job and only stood up and we only went to the streets and we did not do underground work, we did not be having the Republic of South Africa today. Women need to regroup. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Doctor. Yes, okay. I'm going to take 2 comments. Simon on my side has been trying to raise his hand for a long while.
But it's related to?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. What an insightful conversation. But I just want to point the flow to another direction. And this is a direction from my self-reflection, from my experiences. So this is based on my experiences. Disclaimer. What I'm saying is that I totally understand you, Mama Mawoti. We have not done anything, Tina, as women. I disagree. You know why? It's very important, if we are having this discussion, to also be honest. And we also need to understand and recognize that sometimes women are toxic. Nathi bantu besifazane, we are toxic. And we need to understand and say now, reflect into understanding, saying, what contribution are we making into our own suffering? What is my contribution to this violence that I'm getting? Is it because of me? Is it because of the other person? So I'm just trying to point you to that direction. Let's not always say men, 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 men. But let's say me now. What is my role and contribution to this? Because now I've been like for example, a conversation, something like that. I'm now, you're able to sing. So what I'm trying to say, or for the crowd, for the floor to look at, is that what contribution are you making to your own suffering? Okay. And then also reflect on yourself in terms, am I toxic? Am I a good partner? Am I creating a space that is free and comfortable, not for me, but for both of us?
Okay. I hear you. Okay, I'm quickly going to go to a comment on Simon's side. I have to move to the latter part of my presentation. Simon, from your side.
Thank you. I would like to really just say that women are empowered, I think. But however, society is where the problem starts. I really believe that it starts off at the grassroots level, like with the girl child. And I think maybe I'm very passionate about a girl child because I do have one myself and I've got nieces, all of them, my little girls. And you see it in the indoctrination that comes even like from society, whereby they're told that girls do this, they don't do that, they do this. So even if a woman were to earn 10 times more than her partner, if she's in a heterosexual relationship and she's with a man, 10 times out of 9, they will tell you that, no, even if you earn much, submit to your man, do this to your man. Everything is always, the woman must always be the nurturer and the supporter and everything. Even if her cup runs empty, there is water that is expected to come out. And I think you even see it, even when we've got African traditional functions and everything. When you are a grieving widow, everything just falls on you and everything. But if the woman dies and the man is left behind, that man is walking free around the house like you wouldn't even tell that is the grieving, that is the widower. you know. So you see it in that sense whereby the empowerment needs to start at that level, whereby you instill that ethos in the girl child to say that you are great, you are powerful, you are capable of doing it. And we all need to actually treat boys and girls at the same level. A boy must wash the dishes the same way the girl must wash the dishes. Because this thing of saying that, no, you are the girl, you're going to get married one day. Who said I want to get married and be mixing meat in those 3-foot pots? No, that is not what marriage is about. And I think it's the misconception that society has in terms of what a woman is expected to do. And I tell you this for free, including myself, if they were to ever say, Simon, go and cook in that 3-foot pot, because I don't know how to do it, it will never ever happen. But a woman is expected to be flipping that pap that weighs more than 35 kgs in order to feed a nation. And that is actually rather unfair. So it needs to start at the grassroots level, whereby you empower women, tell and treat everyone at the same. And I think it's not even an equality thing now. It's like an equity, like, yes, Tina, guys, patriarchy, we've been there, we're benefiting from it. It is now time for equity to now prevail, as opposed to equality, where women need to actually be given more opportunities and more access to many more things, so that they can climb 2 ladders. Because I think we all know that saying that says that women need to work twice as hard to achieve half of what a man can achieve. And those are the nuances and in society that we actually need to break. Right. So yeah, that is my contribution. I can go on and on, but yeah.
Thank you, Simon. Over to Dr. Clark.
And really moving towards wrapping up, I know we are towards the end of our discussion, but I think there is so much more to be said. And I've heard the truths in the voices of all of you. Everyone that spoke here had some part of what is so true and what is so real and what makes so much sense. But now I'm asking, as a person able to and responsible for doing something on a national level through SWEEP. We've got SWEEP. The aim of SWEEP is to support the economic development of student women. Those who believe that, maybe empowerment is never going to happen because we as women are always going to choose to sabotage ourselves, maybe, or to victim blame. I am at fault, I am toxic. So we might get to those places, but what is your advice to Eddie with SWEEP? What can we do? Are we going to be wasting our time pursuing a women economic empowerment program, if this is not even going to make a difference in the way that, that women are treated or live or choose to maybe subject themselves to, some might say? May I ask, Richard, I know it's part of your closing of the session. By the way, colleagues, I put him really on the spot as a white man to facilitate this session, eh? But he did well. Yeah. Thanks, Richard. And yes, he might not have been comfortable with my request, but Richard, how would you help us to perhaps with the audience to help us get advice and pointers from you? You know your students, you know the people that SWEEP is meant for. Please advise.
Yeah, from my side, Dr. Clark, something that I've really now got from this session that we've had, it's really such a multifaceted topic that we could actually spend the whole of the conference just unpacking this and really looking at the various aspects and looking at, like we said, the roles, education, society, and then looking through a lens of, institutions of higher learning. But what I would like to then draw back to our SWEEP program, and I think that you've beautifully detailed the model and unpacked it for the audience today, is that how could SWEEP possibly become a vehicle within your university? Either through economic participation, having women taking charge and having their own entrepreneurial ventures, to become more emancipated and not fall into that pit hole of gender-based violence. If it's, and the one other thing that I've also realized is the importance of context. We have to look at the contextual problems. So I'm going to open the floor. I'm also going to encourage you to speak to Francis, to speak to any one of us. I think that we are relatively visible, and we are here at the front as well, to become part of SWEEP, okay? This economic sisterhood for economic participation, where we have women and also the support of men to address this underrepresentation of women in of student women in entrepreneurial activity. I mean, it goes back to what you said earlier. 64% of graduates from universities, again, this is now based on 2019, are student women, but yet they are grossly underrepresented when it comes to entrepreneurial activity. Why? Why? Okay, so I'm going to open the floor for input. Whom of you in front of me think that somehow later down the line that supporting student women economic participation will have an effect on gender-based violence and mitigate some of the travesties that happen in that context? Yes, gentlemen, very.
Thank you. So, besides being in the tech industry, I also work within student affairs, and I've encountered quite several cases of gender-based violence. And I think what posed a solution, which has been spoken about, was talking about it more and more. But then I realized that at the stage that students are now at university, it's very difficult to change the mindset and make them think in a different way. It's difficult to empower them at that age, because I have personally went and assisted friends of mine saying that I'm being beaten by a boyfriend. The next week you see them with that same boyfriend.
Yeah.
And it's very heartbroken. It happens again, a pattern, and it continues happening and happening. Because at that stage, I think the mind is already accustomed to it. So I thought of the situation. Remember when results within South Africa in terms of the academic grade, the gradings were very low, and then universities started going to teach young students right from primary school right into high school. So I think having a program where students that are within university can go back and speak about those issues, because they might be young, the students, like from primary school and high school, but it can be packaged in a way that the message is delivered. So if the noise gets driven home at a young age, it means that the noise is happening all over from a young age to the time they get to university. So I think that could be a solution, because significantly with the results, it affected in a positive manner.
Fantastic. Thanks, Terence. Gugu, on your side.
Thank you. I agree with the previous speaker, and I do believe that one more conversation will definitely change things. Because, just to derail a little bit, but when you learn, for example, as a customer, when you learn your customer rights, the next time someone tries to abuse you, you're able to say no, but I know that there are laws that protect me, that if on the stand it says 2 rand, I get to the till it's 4 rand, you're going to give me what the 2 rand, because that's my right. So I believe in the same thing with SWEEP, that with educating females on their rights,
educating them on steps that you can take. Step one, when you've been violated, this is what you do. This is who you go to. If you know where to go, which door to knock on, it makes it easier for you in the situation where you are violated to know where to go. And I think sweep can play such a big role in holding the people who will deal with the case accountable for what happens next. So I think sometimes we have universities treating university cases and everyone's familiar with each other, but we need that external person to say, okay, here's a situation, but now we're going to hold you accountable for the laws and the regulations and the policies that you put in place. Have an external person come in, ensure that whatever is happening in the university is taken care of and they're held accountable. Because right now, no one's holding the people at the top accountable for
Very valid point.
for the policies.
Very valid point, accountability. Okay, great. I'm going to take the last two hands. I know that this has been a marathon session. Doc, I'm going to come to you now. Lady there.
Hello everyone, my name is Kekeleto Maboya and I'm from the University of the Free State. I would just like you to please repeat the question for you. I do have an answer, but I want to just hear if I really captured your question correctly.
So you saw the presentation done by Dr. Nora Clark. So our program for student women economic empowerment program, okay, under the auspices of USAF and EDHE. So we are starting various chapters at the various universities across the country. Could empowering women, even if it's now through economic activity, have an impact in mitigating some of the aspects of gender-based violence?
Okay, then my answer would be yes, and more specifically in our university, because we're a university where most of our students participate in student associations and organizations. And more than anything, I'm in my 5th year of my studies now, and I'm just always amazed in each and every year I go through my studies, the amount of things or the amount of information that I gain and things that I become aware of that I didn't know maybe in my first year. And I believe that if we could have such an association or organization in our institution, it would be very helpful, because more than anything, first-year students and first-year female students are very vulnerable when moving to universities. We have students from various backgrounds that are moving to a completely different environment. And sisterhood, and I believe it's one of the values of the, I don't know whether to call it an association or organization, whatever it may be. It's something that is very necessary for those students in their developmental stages. And I mean, there are various challenges that first years face, or I'm speaking of the younger group that go into university, because at the end you're more developed and stuff.
Yes.
But we have a pandemic of students that come from socially economic vulnerable environments that now are put in situations where they will have older male partners who are abusing them economically, physically, and so forth. Now, if you empower those young students, I really believe in empowering the first and second years more than the seniors, because the seniors know how to navigate their way. I'm not saying they don't need support, but that's where you catch them, because those are the ones that ultimately end up mentoring the ones that come to the university. So laying a proper foundation, that's where you start. And yeah, I think that's what I wanted to say. So
thank you. Brilliant answer. Thank you so much, Doc. I think that, Doc, I'm going to allow you to make the last comment for today, and then I'm going to move to the closing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, how I usually just define entrepreneurship in a short way for myself to internalize it every time when I think of it, is being a solutionist and a futuristic thinker. So when you are a solutionist and a futuristic thinker, so it then takes me to saying, yes, this is one of the tools that we need to be able to free our young ladies and our students from being part of any other problem. Because also once you get into this space, even if you see a GBV case or something, because somebody did say that it's fine that we can say all these things there, but we need to bring it home.
Yes.
So if you are a futuristic and a solutionist thinker, you could be seeing a GBV case and saying, I am going to be a solution to this. For instance, I'm going to make an example of Gugu. Her business is about social compact. So when she makes the popcorn and she put those little nice messages in there, she could could be sparking that conversation. And when then now after COVID, now we can sit together and have a discussion. We could open the discussion and we could be helping somebody in that space. This also, we need to really thank you for having introduced this chapter, because it then opens an opportunity for our students to go networking. And when you network, part of it is that you need to increase your own emotional intelligence over and above other intelligence. Once you get to meet people and you've opened yourself up in an emotionally intelligent way, it assists you to get to think and rethink your own way, in your own life in a different way. Because now how you have been seeing things and how after you've been talking to people, it becomes different. And it opens yourself up, because if you are sitting with an abuser at home, you start seeing how people look at you and how they interact with you. And yet if you are closed in your own space and you're not part of these opportunities, you never get to see life any different. And there's one thing about starting your own business. It introduces you to yourself, so you will acquire a lot of self-knowledge and understanding your own capabilities. The reason why we are prone to abuse is because we do not know who we are and we don't have our own values. So when you don't know who you are and you don't have your own values, people will start teaching you who you should be and making you what they want you to be. So that is going to assist a lot, because as you go outside, develop yourself before you start saying, because you need to be saying, this is me who is starting this business. And so you will meet yourself, and I think that will take you a step ahead. Prof did talk about an issue of mental detox and assertiveness. So when we do this mental detox, when you go to people, you see how they behave. Even if you are quiet, you see how they carry themselves. I was making an example of how when you walk, when you drive through the gates of the university, you already feel like you are going to a healing space. There's trees, there's all these other things. If I was sitting in my own office, I was not going to get the healing that I got today.
Yeah.
So that also, as part of SWEEP and being able to meet others, is going to assist with that kind of mental detox.
Fantastic.
And lastly, for instance, we do have in our own institution one of our SWEEP students that is going into a business of leadership. So if you go into opening all these businesses, clearly what we are going to do is, when we have somebody who has got a leadership a business, we start with our own SWEEP members, and then we go to the outskirts and see how we can then change the narrative on a lot of things. Because once you get to know yourself, you run your own business, you get your own money, you get to grow, you get to meet other people, you could be out of other things that were not going to be constructive in your life. And secondly, you could assist others. I think SWEEP is one of those beautiful and the most good tools that I have seen in the longest of times. Where also, because abuse, sometimes we always leave it outside. It sometimes is an inside thing, which is why she was talking about how she was, that we need to look at what we do, because we expose ourselves. Now you have studied the 64% that you're talking about. How many of them have got jobs?
Yeah.
How many of them will be then prone to any form of abuse? Yeah. And yet, if we make sure that we liberate our students, that by the time they leave, they are able to be economic independent. Even if they could be prone to abuse, that will definitely fall by the wayside. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doc. Round of applause, and for that beautiful vote of confidence and SWEEP. Ladies and gents, then I'm going to end off with an invitation for you to become part of SWEEP. You can come and talk to me or Francis. We'll be outside. I want to thank you. There was quite a marathon session. But yes, thank you for participating, sharing your ideas and your experiences. It's much appreciated. Then we're quickly going to draw. Oh, who's going to? Okay. This is for our lucky draw.
All of you, I think most of you filled in a card in the morning as you were going for tea and going for lunch. This is it. We're going to pick out a winner. We are thinking we should pick out two.
Yeah, maybe. If the person is not here, then they're not going to receive it. Okay, so the first person is Ponso. Rasakanya. Rasakanya? Yeah. Second one.
Wonderful.
Okay, and the second one is for Siponono Rasibe.
Not here.
Not here. Sorry.
Next.
Ms. Morris, do you want to go to the next one? Okay.
On to the next one.
So the next one is Tulwana Kulbere. Where's Tulwana? Hey. It's not there.
Thank you. Congrats. Let's take a picture. Come stand here.
That is so nice.
Let me tell you a good thing about winning. With Sweep you win. So all of you, I dare you, or in fact, I'm asking you, join Sweep as members.
Yes.
Join Sweep as members. I'm here tomorrow as well, but please go to the Eddie website. There's a Sweep page. You can join as a member, or you can come to me. I'm outside here by the table. Join as a member, and I'll tell you more about Sweep. And you will win, guaranteed.
Right, then I'm just going to hand over to Mr. Cole Morris to do the closing remarks for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Guys, another round of applause for Eddie. That was a phenomenal session. I do know when I spoke to Dr. Clark and we were trying to figure out, is it morning, afternoon, I made the comment that it's going to be a graveyard session, afternoon, I'm scared. We then went and got ice cream, and those of you who've been to the bathroom in between this session, I know you've been eating ice cream, so some of you are on a sugar rush, some of you are not, so for those who didn't get ice cream, it's outside. But the point I'm trying to make is, I think our colleagues from Eddie did a phenomenal job this afternoon, and that was far from a graveyard session, so another round of applause for you. Now, in closing off this afternoon, if you've had a glimpse at the program, I'm supposed to do reflections, but then it also says we're going to reflect tomorrow morning. So I don't want to reflect, you know? So what I'm going to ask is you reflect this evening, okay? And you just take time out. I know we're all in various hotels. If you're from UKZN, unfortunately you're going home, sorry. But if you can, try to take a bubble bath. And to the rest of the colleagues who've traveled from all over SA, go to your hotel rooms, have dinner, and maybe just run yourself a bubble bath and have some TLC for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to ask you to please think about today. At UFS, there's this popular phrase, if you've ever worked at UFS, you know exactly what I'm about to say. They embrace discomfort and they teach you how to be comfortable with discomfort, but also just the only uncertainty is, or well, the only certainty is actually uncertainty. So having said that, I think I even have to go home and reflect, okay? And I'm going to do that, and I'm going to encourage you to do that. And then tomorrow morning we'll spend about 10, 15 minutes, and we'll just get a sense of where we are, how we're feeling, and we'll take it from there. A lot has been said today. We've had lots of conversations, from business to GBV to LGBTQIA+, to yeah, it's been to being a professor, to balancing your academics with your career, to owning your seat at the table, but also understanding the challenges and barriers of coming to that table. So it's been a lot. So I'm going to pause there. Logistics now. I'd like you to please go home safely and please come back safely. Then please remember to register at the sweep table. The NASDEV one. Ah, okay. So I got a note from Francis, and when Francis gives me something, I think it's sweep. but I forgot that we're actually one team. So I need to be more mindful. The message is for those of you who have not registered for the NASDEV conference, okay? Please pass by and ensure that you do register so that we know that you are here. And then in terms of the golfers, all of you look lovely. So for those of you who wore them today, great. But don't kill me. we need a group pick. We might not be able to get this group pick in tomorrow, because I'm going to be cute and lie to wash your golfers. So if you can we please wear those golfers on Saturday? And when we're at the botanical gardens and we're stretching and we're sitting on the grass and we're having a good time and just sorting out our own wellness under the trees, then we can do a group pick there, if you don't mind. But I'm aware that our colleagues from EDI are leaving tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll do a group pick in here, in whatever it is we're wearing, and then on Saturday, if we could use the golfers for Saturday, please. I hope you've all had a wonderful afternoon. To our speakers here present, to our participants. Some of you should have actually been speakers, hey? I'm just going to put it out there for the future. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, you know who you are. And for those of you who did not speak today, okay, it's not a bad thing, okay? It will come. Don't feel bad. Don't put yourself under pressure. It'll come, but I am going to ask you to try and get out of your comfort zone and speak, okay? This is a safe space. We always start off by saying it's a safe space, and I actually should have made that announcement this morning. And because it's a safe space, what that means is we're all allowed to be vulnerable, we're all allowed to be honest, and we're all allowed to engage with each other in a respectful, kind way. So use the space, test it, use it as a springboard to when you go back to university, you are able to then also speak when you get that opportunity to sit at that table. So if you didn't speak today, it's okay. There's still tomorrow and there's Saturday. It's okay. As requested yesterday, please try and mingle. I still see many of you, institution, next to same institution. Please mingle, get out of your comfort zone. You are only as strong as your network. I know this might not make sense to many of you right now, but I tell you, this is only possible with what we have on our phones, which is our network. That phone is more than just for posting pictures and tagging. It's actually your life, if you're serious about it. So please network. At the end of this conference, leave with at least 5 new phone numbers, not for only physical relationships, but also for mental relationships and career opportunities. So whatever relationship you form over the next few days, just make sure you formed a wide variety of relationships over the next few days. So that brings us to an end of day 2. Thank you once again, and have a lovely evening.
Nicole, they must sign the register.
Which register?
The attendance register.